from Dr. Yona Baguma, and the presentation of the new Faculty of Agriculture, Environment and Veterinary Sciences, which will be done by Dr. Ronald Sonjirwe. That will be the first phase of the program. And after that, we are going to have the panel discussion. We are very much delighted that we have our esteemed partners who will be here with us, and most of them are already on the way, others are already in the building. So they will be taking us through a very important panel session, which will be chaired by Dr. Olet Eunice, who is already here, the Dean, Faculty of Science. Can you wave to us, Dean? The Dean is right there. And this panel will be modulated by Dr. Viola Nyakato, who is also coming. We'll have feedback on that panel, and then after that, we will have the plenary, where we will have presentations of different programs in the new faculty that is yet to be established. These programs are already laid down in your files. We have the Bachelor's of Science in Animal Health and Production Technology, the Bachelor of Science in Environmental Conservation and Tourism Management, the Bachelor of Science in Water Resources and Irrigation Engineering, the Bachelor of Science in Food Systems and Technology, the Bachelor of Science in Agriculture Extension and Innovation. We have the Bachelor of Science in Agribusiness and Entrepreneurship, Bachelor of Science in Wildlife Health and Management, Bachelor of Science in Aquaculture and Fisheries Science, and Bachelor of Science in Environmental Sciences. And then we'll have the feedback from you, our dear panelists and dear participants, on how these programs can be rolled out. Then we'll have the closing remarks, and we hope that the day will end like that. So I want to appreciate your presence once again, and I want us to embark on the program in the interest of time, because we know one thing that I have treasured about our Vice Chancellor is time management. We thank you, Vice Chancellor, for being a good time manager. And the second part of recognition in your service is that you're committed to your units and departments. I know yesterday you had a very busy day, but nevertheless, you have the workshop, this conference in Kampala for communicable and non-communicable diseases, but nevertheless, you're here for your baby to be born. Thank you very much. Let's clap for her. In the interest of time, we are going to start with our national anthems. And we recognize the presence of our PRO, the Senior Communication Officer in charge of Public Relations, Dr. You're soon going to be doctor. Don't worry. Because I know you love studying. That is Madame Angela Nakato. And we will be glad if the anthems are laid up. Let us stand up, ladies and gentlemen, and we recognize our national anthems. In that order.
Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu, jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu.
Okay, now the national anthem. mast anthem. Very much, and let me request Dr. Robert Muzila to pray for us.
Oh Lord, we thank you for this day, and we pray that you bless all of us so that we can realize the dream of MAST in collaboration with its partners. We also pray. We pray that all members who are on their way, they speed up so that we can jointly discuss and we come up with the fruitful resolutions for the onward development of the MAST and its partners. In the name of Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let us take our seats. And I welcome you from that hectic part of this national anthems and East African anthem. I know it's not easy, but we need to recognize that we need to keep rehearsing them because this is very important for our country and our nation. And for those of MAST, the song should be at our heart, that anthem of MAST. And we thank Madam Angela Nakato for stimulating that song. Actually, she's the one who is the master behind the anthem of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. We want to welcome you. So at this time, I can see other heads of departments have joined in. Dr. Duncan Sesazi, can you wave to us? Thank you very much, the head of department for pharmaceutical sciences. Thank you very much for coming. And other new members, we have the head of department for planning and governance, Dr. Tom Ogwang. You're most welcome. Thank you. You can wave to us. The head of department, Dr. Prudence Kemijisha, for community engagement and service learning. Thank you very much for coming, ladies and gentlemen. So we are going to continue and do our self-introductions. And please tell us who you are and, more importantly, your key expectation for today. Just briefly in half a minute. Thank you very much. And I will start from Mr. Tumwine. And then you can pass on the microphone. Tell us, we need vibe because we are bringing the new baby to life, the Faculty of Agriculture, Environment, and Veterinary Sciences. So whoever speaks, I expect a lot of vibe. If not, I'll give you a retake. Okay, please, let's move on.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
My name is Gerard Tumwine. I'm a food scientist from Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies. I welcome all of you for coming. I expect constructive feedback to our programs, such that we have our faculty and programs on board. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Pass the microphone to the Chief Internal Auditor so that he can audit this program that is going on. Yeah.
CPA Geoffrey Mutevi, Chief Internal Auditor, MAST, and I'm happy I'm part of this meeting, but also as an internal auditor, I've interacted with this faculty and I have my concerns, but I will present them later.
That's
but
why we're here.
I'm happy that the faculty is transitioning.
Thank you.
I already support the transition.
Let's clap for that support.
I'm
Thank you very much.
I'm also a farmer, and I would want to utilize the services of MUST by interacting with the students that will be produced at the end of the new programs. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Internal Auditor. Let's clap for them. We need vibe in this building, yes.
Good morning, all. I am Ahmad Wahweya, Curriculum Specialist from National Curriculum Development Center. I also come from a faculty that Dr. Umar helped to establish at Islamic University in Uganda, Faculty of Agribusiness. It's also a new faculty. Actually, we began agriculture programs last academic year. So I also happen to be a lecturer at that side. So I'm glad to be here to share the few experiences that we have in curriculum development. And I'm also glad to also be here to learn from all the stakeholders who are here. It's a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, all the way from National Curriculum Development Center. Thank you.
Yes, morning everyone. I'm Robert Mozilla, just your neighbor here, Acting Director, Narum Barara. And I'm happy to be with you. And what I expect is enhanced collaboration between NARO and MUST. I know that we have been working together very well, but we need to enhance that partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mzira. Dr. Mzira is a soil scientist, and our representative from National Council for National Curriculum Development Center is an agricultural scientist, and we are glad that you were able to make it. Thank you. Dr. Nyakato, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Viola Nyakato. I teach at Barrow University of Science and Technology. I'm a former dean of the Faculty of International Studies. I'm happy to be here.
Thank you, Dr. Nyakato, who is also part of the steering committee for the establishment of this faculty.
Thank you very much. Towards poverty eradication in Uganda.
Thank you very much, Madame Dusabe. Thank you.
Crispin Duncan Cesars is my name. I'm the head of Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences, and I'm very happy about this new baby because we shall concretize our theme that food is medicine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cesazi. And this baby, I look forward to holding it in the hands. Very, very forward. Thank you very much, Dr. Cesazi.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grace Kagoro. I am a professor of natural resources ecology and management from the Department of Biology, Faculty of Science. I am very delighted that MUST takes the step to be fully science and technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Grace. I look forward to your lectures on some of these programs. Yeah, thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Denis Arishirza. I am a proud alumni of the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, currently working in MUST as the manager of the iSoft demonstration site and the project assistant, UCOB's Project 1. Happy to see you all, and I'm proud that my former faculty is coming up with yet another big thing that we all must witness. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And Dennis is a prospective candidate for the Master of Science in Agriculture Innovations and Livelihood. So if it comes in, he's the first candidate.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm Daniel Mhumbuza, a proud alumnus of Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, MUST. I currently work with Agric. The expectation for today is that as we intend to introduce, to bring up a new faculty and new programs, I expect that you'll take us through the program, what you intend to serve, and maybe we shall have an input. We shall have an input so that we can continue producing quality graduates as you've always done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. He was a first class material. He was a graduate with a first class, and he's already working. He used to be a very small man, but he's now growing some fresh. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm George William Chiza. I graduated in the second cohort with a bachelor's degree of science in agricultural livelihoods and farm production, and I received the Convocation Award of MAST. Currently, I'm pursuing a master's degree of science in biology at MAST. I take this singular honor to welcome you all. We've been praying for this moment, and the time has come, and I look forward to a fruitful discussion. Thank you.
First class material as well. He got a first class and a convocation award. You're welcome, George William.
Morning, everyone. I'm Prudence Kemicha. I head the Department of Community Engagement and Service Learning in the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies. And I'm passionate about food systems because that was my research area. And I'm very delighted and excited to see what will come out of this baby that is being born. I'm proudly associated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our head of department for community engagement.
Good morning, members. I'm Tom Ogwang, lecturer and head of department planning and governance. I'm very happy today to see that these programs are being presented to a wider audience. I'm very much interested in seeing how the programs can help to eradicate poverty, but also to improve on the welfare of the people of the region and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ogwang. And we know that it will stretch, even support some activities in northern Uganda.
I'm
Thank
Dr. Nkrunu John Bosco, head of Department Biology and a biologist. We are in a center of bioproduction in southwestern Uganda, and this has been lacking. This is a place that we shall develop most of the bioinnovations for a future sustainable bioeconomy, and therefore I cannot wait to see these courses being taught at Mbara University. I'm very excited to be here.
Thank you very much, Prof. John Bosco, and I know you are one of those in class for some of these programs. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Angela Nakato, Communications Officer. Uganda, being known for being the fruit basket, we're in the right place. But my prayer is that I've been babysitting Professor Paulini's babies. The firstborn was on 25th October. Without family planning, she's getting another baby. We need to pray for her to have family planning and the babies are fewer so that I can babysit these babies and market them. Congratulations for your second baby.
Thank you very much, Angela, for making sure the pampers are very well brought forward. We want this baby to come to life, and we don't want a premature, we want a very full-fledged baby. Some members have come in. Please continue introducing yourselves. That's the Deputy Dean. Please take this seat in front here. This is one of your babies.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Cleophas Karuma Kansime, Deputy Dean, Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies. And it's the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies that gave birth to the department that has been hosting agriculture. So we congratulate the department that now they are growing into a faculty, and this is timely. It's been long overdue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Dean. And I kindly request you that you join Mr. Kiwika to take the front seat, because we recognize your presence as a Deputy Dean of the current faculty. Let's continue with some other members who have joined in.
Yeah, good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I'm called Dr. Elias Oyesije from Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies. We are still under Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies. Yeah, but I'm a crop scientist by profession, but also I stretch my hand to food safety and food security issues. That's where I got my PhD from. And we have moved a long journey. I'm really happy to see that we are here because it has really been long. And finally, we are here going towards 5. Thank you, all, and I just hope we shall have a very fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Dr. Oyesije. And Dr. Oyesije is part of the steering committee for the establishment of this faculty.
I'm David Binomisha, representing District Production Office of Shenyi. I'm very excited for this engagement because 8-9 years ago, a consultant from MAST visited my office and asked me what we as a community would expect MAST to be offering. And one of the strong recommendations I gave him was that it has been too long why MAST is not training veterinary professionals. And I'm very excited to see that it's part of the package that we are going to discuss today.
Wow. Let's clap for the Vice Chancellor for that initiative. Thank you very much. I'm happy that we can get this feedback from the community. Yes.
Yeah, good morning. I'm called Kansime Robertson, the District Production Officer, Shema District Local Government. I'm happy to be here for this engagement. I'm sure as people who are in the field will be benefiting from the products of this faculty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kansime, from Shema District. Thank you, sir.
Yes, good morning. My name is Peregrino Tumsinjize. I'm from the Department of Environment and Livelihood Support Systems, Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies here at MAST. I'm an animal scientist, so I handle students that are currently doing a Bachelor of Science, Agriculture and Livelihoods. And I focus on livestock production systems and interest in dairy feed resources management. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Tumsinjize. He's a field foot soldier for animal science, and we are glad that you're here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Valence Ngabo. I'm a data scientist, and I'm also interested in epidemiological studies and projects. I'm happy to be here, and I look forward to see the Faculty of Agriculture and Veterinary Medicine grow. Thank you.
Thank you so much, General Ngabo. We call him General in the faculty, so thank you so much for, I will explain that later. Okay, please.
Good morning. I am Patrick Muganzi, a student at MAST doing Bachelor of Science in Agriculture and Livelihoods, and I'm the president of Barara University Agriculture Students Association, and I'm also doubling as the representative of Year 3 Agriculture and Livelihoods. Thank you.
Prof, these young people have been asking us, when do you start the faculty? When do you start master's programs? So here we are. The VC has answered your prayers. Yes, let's continue to the next person.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Ainembabas Christine. I do Bachelor of Science in Agriculture and Livelihood. And for now, I represent Year 1's Bissar.
Welcome. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I'm called Kato Ivan Agwabiona, who is a plant doctor. I am an alumni, one of the second alumni at MAST since it started. And I work with as a general manager in NABS Uganda, and I'm an instructor at Ripple Effect Uganda. Thank you so much, and I'm happy to be here.
Thank you, Kato. Vice Chancellor and Executive Director. This young man was a very small man, but now he's a general manager. And he used to call himself a plant doctor, even when he was still a student. So we are glad to see you back, Kato. Thank you for coming back. We hope you'll do the master's program. All right, thank you. Any other person? Yes, our alumni as well.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bernard Mubiru. I thought that I would be the last person, but I'm a proud alumnus of FIS. And as someone who is interested in research, I'm looking forward to the products of this new baby in terms of research, so that we continue, so that our motto continues to be like it is. Succeed, we must. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bernard. He was also a first-class student of planning and governance. Thank you.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Martin Mukama. I work with the Center for Innovations and Technology Transfer as the Senior Prototyping and Technology Development Officer.
Thank you so much, Martin. That's a very hands-on guy on prototyping and fabrication for innovations at MAST. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I am Hannington Odongo, Agricultural Extension. What? Pioneer Head of Department of the Department of Environment and Livelihood Support System. I'm very happy to see the egg that was laid sometimes back in 2014. Now is walking and has grown wings. I think we need to clap for ourselves.
Congratulations. Thank you.
And I'm happy to see my first students, the pioneer students here. You're almost welcome for this very important event. Let's give our efforts and everything for it to make it grow well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. H.O., as we call him in the faculty, and the former head of department for this department that is bringing this baby to life. And we know your effort in making sure that this baby was established, but of course, time, they say God's timing is not our timing. So it's God's timing. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I am so interested for Sankara to introduce himself. Sankara, you're an alumni of MAST. Why not introduce yourself? Please. And he's an innovator. He has established very many innovations.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I am Sankara Bearuhanga. Former student here, I did IT. I also lead Innovation Village for the region. And so when this gets to be launched, of course, as they leave MAST, they come to the community. And if you visited all our exhibitions that we have had as an Innovation Village, 80% of them are in agriculture. But what would it actually mean if such a faculty is boosted to this level? And you can only imagine how many innovations would actually come out of that. And so we are happy as a community also, and our ecosystem players. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sankara. I want not to spend more time, but to move forward on the program. Remember, we are imagining agriculture, environmental, and veterinary education. In the land, let's all repeat, in the land of milk and honey. Who wants to taste honey and milk? By show of hands. Show of hands, please. Milk and honey. That's why the new faculty is being established. And I want to invite at this material moment our dean, the faculty dean, Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, to come and give your welcoming remarks. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Medad, for this welcome. Dear members, you're welcome to this Kihumuro campus. Dear Vice Chancellor, distinguished guests from government, from NARO, from line ministries and departments, representative from Nche, I'm not sure whether they are here, but we are expecting them. Also, representative from University Top Management and representatives from MAST Council. There are also MAST alumni, as we have heard, the private sector and partners, our farmers, colleagues, students, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, all of you, and welcome to MAST once again. Thank you so much for honoring our invitation to this multi-stakeholder workshop on the need for additional agriculture, environment, and veterinary science training in Uganda. As you know that there are very limited places where this kind of training is offered. And so we are delighted to host you here today. The reason why we are gathered here is that we are all aware that southwestern Uganda is often called the land of milk and honey, as we have just said. And yet many of us, we know that from daily experience, too many farmers are still held back by low productivity, animal and crop disease burdens, climate and market shocks, and even extension reach, and limited value addition capacity. These are not problems that just sit neatly in one silo. They are intertwined challenges across agriculture, across environment, veterinary, public health, and the wider food systems. And that is precisely why we are gathered here, to build consensus and secure your guidance on a very bold, integrated step to establish Faculty of Agriculture, Environment, and Veterinary Sciences, what we call FAEVs at MAST. MAST has grown from a single faculty of medicine in 1989, where there were only 43 students, to 6 faculties today, plus the Research Institute serving about 6,500 students. That growth has been anchored in science, technology, and a strong community engagement. Building on that trajectory, FIS, that is the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, in which I'm the Dean, through the Department of what we refer to as DELS, the Department of Environment and Livelihood Support System, has spent the last decade, that is 10 years, delivering system-oriented training and research, including the 10 years of Bachelor of Science in Agriculture and Livelihoods, and the newly approved Master's Program in Agricultural Innovations and Livelihoods that has just been submitted to the National Council for Higher Education for approval. So we are not starting from zero in giving birth to this baby. We are building on a proven base of staff, programs, and partnerships in transiting DELS into FAEVs. So the reasons that make this moment are various. First of all, we are aligning to national priorities, that is NDP 4. FAEVs directly advances NDP 4, that is raising production, productivity, and value addition while safeguarding our environment. And secondly, building skilled human capital across the agriculture, environment, and veterinary sciences, and also catalyzing private sector-led growth through skilling, research, and innovation. So graduates will both create enterprises and strengthen public and private services across the region and beyond. Their program, FAEVs, is also going to contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals and also what we refer to as One Health. So the faculty's program touch those Sustainable Development Goals, majority of them, like Sustainable Development Goal 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 12 to 15, and 17, to address poverty and hunger, clean water, decent work, climate action, biodiversity, and partnerships, while embedding One Health thinking that links human, animal, and ecosystems well-being. We will also extend MAST's signature of community engagement pedagogy, of what we refer to as a student community twinning program that we have currently running in the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, where third-year students always on Thursdays go to the community, diagnose problems with the community, and come up with the solutions. And that will still be extended. So that these students spend that amount of time diagnosing those problems with farmers and co-design feasible science-based solutions guided by some elements of agroecology. The proposed faculty brings together 4 mutually reinforcing departments, as we shall see also later in the panel discussions. The Department of Agricultural Sciences, that is DAS, that deals with the core crop, soil, engineering, agribusiness, and food systems, climate smart and innovation driven. The second one is the Veterinary Science and Animal Resources, that deals with animal health, welfare, and the production with the strong One Health competencies. The third department is Agriculture Extension and Community Engagement, that deals with the bridging research to policy and farm practice, strengthening farm organizations, and last mile services. And the fourth one is Environment and Livelihood Support Systems, that deals with the climate adaptation, biodiversity, conservation, land and water governance, and resilient livelihood. So to start, we will prioritize undergraduate programs that current staffing can support, such as animal health and production technology, environment and conservation and tourism, water resources and irrigation engineering, food systems and technology, agriculture and agriculture extension and innovation, agribusiness management and entrepreneurship, wildlife health and management, aquaculture and fisheries sciences, environmental and climate science, alongside our program of BISAL that is currently running, and also the Master of Science in Agriculture, Innovation and Livelihood that is soon going to be approved by INCHE. So the rollout of these programs will be in a phased manner, realistic and tied to staffing and facility expansion. And the rollout, for example, if we have 8 programs, it means we are not going to roll out all of them at once, but in a phased manner because of the resources and other factors. And so for that matter, there are two, there's this enabling environment that we have. There are 2 capability pillars that will anchor quality training and research. The one is the master teaching and research farm. We have a farm in Rukindo, about 50 hectares. So we propose a 5-year transformation plan that turns the farm into a modern income-generating training hub, beginning with dairy, apiculture, and banana coffee enterprises. As we know, currently our BISAL students, when it comes to practicals, we go to Makerere lab for soil science, for example, because in the whole country we have only 2 labs, yeah? Makerere and then Kawanda. So these developments will later lead to even maybe creation of our lab, probably. So over 5 years, these enterprises are projected to generate approximately 2.5 billion against 1.9 billion in production costs, yielding net return of about 1.35 billion. So this reduces the recurrent practical training costs. As we know that when you go to an institution to take students for training, you pay institutional fees. So this will reduce that. And then also we talk about phased sequence laboratories. We will equip soil science, microbiology and crop science, veterinary and animal science, and food science labs in phases, because the cost is about 1.3 billion to have the labs in place, ensuring that the practicals meet INCHE standards and that our research is relevant and credible to industry and policy. So what it will take is that The staffing and facilities plan is calibrated to Ugandan harmonized public university structure and budgeting reality. The immediate additional staffing requirements across the academic and the technical cadres, administration, and the farm unit totals an annual projection of about 1.5 billion, complemented by phased lab procurement and the farm business plan. So we are sequencing this growth carefully so that we start strong, sustain quality, and scale responsibly. So this workshop today is designed to inform, to consult, and to co-create. Specifically, our objectives, as they are laid in the program, are to identify gaps in agricultural environment and veterinary training. 2, build broad-based buy-in for starting FAEVs at MUST. And 3, secure your feedback on the proposed programs that are going to be presented in the panel discussions. And so your practical insights will help us refine the curricula, align the competencies with the labor market demand, and prioritize to fruits, feeds, and aquaculture, creating so that we can create quality jobs, safer foods, and better export prospects while protecting biodiversity and water. And also, we shall have true One Health capacity so that we prevent and manage zoonotic diseases that transfer between animals and humans, improving animal welfare and productivity, and safeguarding public health. So in a moment, our Vice Chancellor comes here to give the opening remarks that will be followed by the keynote from the Director General of NARO, Professor Baguma, on the current and future trends of agriculture and animal science, and how interdisciplinary must shape this kind of training. We shall hear that, and we will then present FAEV's proposal, those programs, having discussion about them in the plenary session. And then, so we are inquiring, I'm requesting you to be frank, to be specific, and to be solution-oriented, and tell us which skills and which facilities matter most. What partnerships are you ready to bring, and how can we sequence the rollout of this program to serve the region fastest and in the best way possible? So starting a new faculty is not simply an academic decision. It is a regional development choice. It asks government, regulators, and the University Council and the Senate to back a forward-looking investment. It asks private sector and the producer organizations to co-design placements, apprenticeships, and the research questions. So our pledge is to steward this issue responsibly, grounded in evidence, accountable for the outcomes, and open to partnership at every step. On behalf of the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, and also on behalf of the Department of Environment and Livelihood Support Systems, which becomes FAEVs in the next few months or whatever, on behalf of them, we are stewarding this transition, and I welcome you warmly, and I thank you so much for being here and for the work you're already doing in this region and in this country, and thank you in advance for the candid guidance you are going to give us today. And I request that you feel at home, feel at MUST. Karibuni sana.
I think that's very mean for our Dean. Please, let's clap for the Dean. I would like Madam Angela to pass a microphone to Mr. Kiwika. We skipped him for introduction. I thought Her Majesty would introduce him, but he wants to introduce himself. So I would like to request that he introduces himself, and Madam Vice Chancellor, you'll add on that, but it's a special request, so let us ask you, sir, to introduce yourself as part of this forum. Thank you.
Good morning, stakeholders. My name is Geoffrey Chiwika. I work with the National Social Security Fund, Kampala, but I came to support the Vice Chancellor on this newborn. I share a profession with, again, a namesake, Geoffrey. I'm an auditor by training, and if I was to come here, his job is threatened because I would love that job. But also, as an auditor, we report by exception. What does that mean? We look out for the wrongs. Whatever it is you do that is right is deemed the default. So I asked her when she told me about this, you mean the land of honey and milk doesn't have this department? Our faculty? Anyway, that's why we're here, and I pledge to buy the additional Pampers to baby seats so that we make sure this baby grows extremely fast. I also want to pledge my support to my best friend for the last 33 years, your Vice Chancellor, my wife, as I've always been, to make her unwind so that she delivers more and more. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you very much, Mr. Kiwika. Another round of applause. I'm so sorry I had just left you for a special person to introduce you, but I'm happy that we have had this, would have missed it, I believe. We recognize you, and we want to assure you that the Vice Chancellor is in safe hands, and we love her so much. She's our best of the best. Thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to recognize other people who have come in, the senior lecturers in the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies. I saw most of you. We have also had other participants coming in. We are also delighted to welcome and recognize the presence of Professor Reverend Mulanga, the Executive Director of PIBIT, our banana innovation ecosystem in Bushenyi and the whole country. Thank you very much for what you're doing. We are going to hear more about her when it comes to the panel discussion. You're most welcome, Prof. Thank you for being a friend of MAST. Let me ask the people who have just joined in to stand up for recognition. I may not have the time to introduce all of you one by one, but let us ask you, as courtesy, to stand up for recognition. I can see Dr. Mchung's Charles. I can see the proprietor of CAM Ecosystem Lodge, and many other, our alumni, Melon, and many other people have just come in. In the interest of time, I may not have the time to give you the mic, but during the panel discussions, please feel free when you get the microphone to introduce yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, I am bringing to you on this platform a beloved person to MAST, a professor, a Ugandan specialist physician, an epidemiologist, an academic, a researcher, an internist, and the first female Vice Chancellor of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. I am not hearing you very well. She's special to us because she has been the icon behind the establishment of this new baby. She's going to tell us more about that. So ladies and gentlemen, join me to receive our distinguished Vice Chancellor, Professor Pauline Biachika Chiwika, to address us.
Thank you very much. Our MC for the day, Dr. Medad Twinamasko. Good morning, everyone. Our keynote speaker, the Director General of NARO, Dr. Yona Baguma. the Director General of the Banana Industrial Research Development Center, Professor Florence Moranga, present. Members of the University Council, present. I see Stella here. Professor Kagoro is here representing the University Council. Members of top management, I see Geoffrey, Mr. Geoffrey Mutebi present. Members of Senate, still there are quite a number present, including Professor Kagoro once again. Deans, directors present, our representatives from various ministries, departments, and government agencies, as well as leaders from the districts, local government district leaders, and various leaders from the community. Our esteemed academicians here at MUST and those visiting us from elsewhere, the academic and non-academic staff, our collaborators and partners who support us in our research, training, and other endeavors, our alumni, master alumni, and students present here, Mr. Chibuika present, esteemed colleagues present, ladies and gentlemen, you're all welcome to this stakeholder engagement meeting this morning. I'm really excited to see all of you present here, and from your introductions, I was very, very encouraged that you have spared the time to come here. I had several specialists that are in line with what we want to do. Crop scientists, animal and livestock production scientists, agricultural scientists, soil scientists, food and nutrition scientists, pharmaceutical scientists, natural resources scientists, food security scientists, and so on and so forth. I also had some who are poverty eradication scientists. I'm very glad that you have responded to our call. Thank you very much for coming. I want to start by telling you the purpose why we are here. I will not go into the history of MUST because Dr. Wendo talked about MUST's development. This year, we'll celebrate 36 years of MUST. Over the last 36 years, we've had significant growth. And as you heard from Medad and the Dean of the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, we have programs in agriculture, a program in agriculture, one program, the bachelor's program. So here today is for us to discuss the possibility of establishment of this Faculty of Agriculture, Environment, and Veterinary Sciences. Angela said that I recently gave birth. Yes, I did give birth, and I'll continue to give birth. She said I need family planning. I don't think I need family planning, Angela. I think I need to continue giving birth because as a country, we are still lagging behind. Our poverty levels are still very high, and a big proportion of our population is still living in poverty. We need to find ways to eradicate poverty, for us to get out of poverty. So MUST, Dr. Wendo, please just put off my phone. MUST's existence over the last 36 years is a challenge for us to think back and reflect and ask ourselves, we have done a lot. We have produced very many graduates and many alumni are in the room. And we continue to produce. But what else can we do as a community at MUST? What else can we do? Have we done enough? At population level, at individual level, at community level. We are doing a lot of work, but what more can we do? And that's the reason we are here today, to discuss what else we can do. So the purpose of this meeting is for us to discuss the relevance of us setting up this Faculty of Agriculture? Is it at all relevant? Are we moving in the right direction? Or do we think the bachelor's program we have is enough under the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies? I'm glad to note that when you introduced yourselves, many of you indicated that you're happy for us to move in this direction. And I hope the rapporteur is taking these minutes. Because when we go to council, to University Council, they're going to ask, the council members will ask, is it relevant? Do we have buy-in? Is it the right direction to take as a university? When we write the curriculum and go to National Council for Higher Education, the same questions will come up. And in fact, they will ask for the minutes of this meeting. Is it relevant? Is it the right direction to take? Do we have the facilities to move in that direction? So I'm very pleased that you have come to join us to discuss this. And I must say that what we are presenting and what is on the program is not cast in stone. It is a proposal. And when the different presenters come up to present the different programs, those programs are not cast in stone. That's why you're here. We've invited you to input, to give us your ideas on these programs. There are quite many. Tell us if we need all of them, or if we can combine some of them, and how we can phase them out. Tell us which are the more relevant ones and which are the less relevant ones. Because we are not resource rich. We are not a resource rich university. Resource limited. And therefore, we have to fit within our envelope. So I would like you to tell us which are the most relevant, which is top priority, which direction should we take? Can we achieve all by combining them in one or two programs, or can we go on with all of them? So our keynote speaker and our chief guest, another chief guest, Professor Muranga, I'm very, very pleased that you have spared your time to come here to advise us, because we hold you in high esteem when it comes to what we'd like to do, and we are very sure that you know the past, the current, and future trends, where we should be going. Establishment of this faculty may seem timely and strategic, but we need to be very thoughtful, very strategic in how we do it. I know that the country has been producing veterinary doctors for so many years, but let's reflect on what have they done? Where are they? What career paths have they had? What impact have they had? Are they happy as veterinary doctors? Do we need to take a different direction? The programs we are presenting today are not necessarily involving the veterinary medicine. It is veterinary. Okay? So it is veterinary science and not necessarily veterinary medicine. But let's learn from the past. Do we need veterinary scientists or not? Do we need environmental scientists or not? We know that there's a program at other universities. Makerere offers this program. Do we need another program here? Those are some of the questions that we'd like to answer. And I'm very glad that we have Professor Muranga present here. We have the Director General of NARO present to give us and guide us, tell us which direction we need to take. We are very, very hopeful that in doing what we are hoping to do, if it is the right thing to do, we are going to move in line with contributing to our national goals as a country. The National Development Plan 4. If we take on what we are taking on, and if we panel beat it in the right direction, we'll directly contribute to our National Development Plan 4 through this delivery of academic programs and through conducting research to increase production, productivity, and value addition in agriculture, whilst concurrently focusing on environmental conservation. We'll also contribute to development of skilled human capital in the areas of agricultural, environmental, and veterinary sciences. And we hope to support the private sector through targeted agricultural skilling, research, innovation, and community engagement. Dr. Wendo talked about our university farm. I have visited the university farm, and as the Vice Chancellor, I actually expressed disappointment when I looked at our university farm. Because, Dr. Baguma, you will not believe that this is a University of Science and Technology. And at the start, the university farm and the animals on this farm were a donation from His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda. There were more than 100 cows. Is that so, Medad? How many were they? How many? 102. And how many do we have now? Sorry? 39 cows. From 102 to 39. Over how many years? Over 36 years. Okay? From 102 to 36. And we are a university of science and technology. You might say the 102 minus 36 maybe were productive and they were sold off, but what do we have to show? What do we have to show? What is the condition of our farm, university farm? I invite all of you to visit our farm. Okay? Visit our farm and send me a report. You can send me a WhatsApp report. Tell me what you see, how you feel, and whether you think as a University of Science and Technology that is a befitting farm for us. So in establishing this faculty, we hope that we can also look into that farm and transform it into a modern training farm. Our students currently on the bachelor's program are taken out to farms, individual farmers, to farms of individual farmers in the community to learn. But they are coming from a university, they are going to local farms in the community, which we thought would be the reverse. The local farmers coming to learn from us at the university. But instead, it is the reverse. Let us reflect on this. In addition, or even to make matters worse, we own a tractor. We own a tractor. In the previous top management meeting, I asked my top managers, and Mr. Mutebi is here, where is this tractor and what is it doing? And somebody said, it's parked somewhere. We asked, what is it doing? And we didn't have a definite report. It is one tractor for this university. Over 36 years. Is that adequate for us? Is that adequate? It's not. And more so, it's packed. We have so much land, very fertile land. We have a tractor. We have a farm. We have a stream. We have a river flowing through our land, don't we? What do we produce? Do we produce any food? Do we have any food growing? Do we have any coffee? Do we have any kind of commercial crop growing or any demonstration of commercial farming? Nothing. And we are a university of science and technology. I think it is time for us to even start hiring out this land to individual farmers to make use of it. Because we have big resource, we are not using it. Not for training, not for production. We are seated on it. At the farm, there was some form of bee farming. They call it apiary or something. Yeah, bee farming. How many hives are they? How many? Who has the record? How many hives do we have? Are they functional? Can we make it better? You know? So, for demonstration, just to look at, are they functional? So anyway, members, we need to reflect on these. And as citizens of this country, I think we still have to reflect on where we are, where we want to go, and how we want to get out of poverty. Because we have the resources. We only need to tickle ourselves a little bit, add some momentum, and I think we'll be able to get ourselves out of poverty. So having said that, I want to once again thank the Director General of NARO. When I came here, in the very first week, very first month, and I think the very first week, the first memorandum of understanding that I signed was with NARO. I want to thank Dr. Baguma. And this MOU spelled out the activities for this partnership. And these included joint training, joint research, and joint everything. Today, this is coming to fruition. Having Dr. Baguma here to give us the keynote address, to tell us the past, the current, and the future trends in agriculture, environment, and veterinary science, to guide us on the path that we want to take, is a testament to the true memorandum of understanding that we signed with NARO. We have signed several. I have signed very many MOUs since I came here, and I'm yet to see the fruits of some of them. But at least today, we are seeing the fruits of having this MOU with NARO. So I want to thank you very much. Over the last, a few weeks ago, I think about maybe 4 or 5 weeks ago, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, invited us to State House. And I was privileged to present to His Excellency on behalf of the Vice Chancellors of the universities here. In that same meeting, Professor Muranga was present. And I was very impressed with what I heard from the works that she's doing. Of course, I've read a lot about her work. But I'm very sure that having Professor Muranga here with us, guiding us on which path, which direction to take, is a step in the right direction. Why do I say so? Because as we establish this faculty, we shall definitely need funding. We'll definitely need support from the government of Uganda. And I'm sure if we have support from people like Professor Muranga, respected right from the top, from His Excellency, that support will be crucial for our support, for our setup, as we lobby for increased infrastructure, as we lobby for increased funding. So thank you very much, Professor Muranga, for joining us. As I end, I want to draw your attention to the program. It is a rich program. Please do not leave before we complete the program. But as I said, the programs listed are not cast in stone. We have come here to discuss. If you think that there are some that are completely irrelevant, feel free to tell us. We shall take them off. I want to thank, as I end, I want to thank the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies. And there are very many members here in the room present. Please stand up for recognition. Yes, thank you very much for cooperating with me. And I'm going to tell you why I'm thanking you. You can now sit down. So when I came in, the very first council meeting that I attended, University Council meeting, there was a debate on arts versus science. And I'm sure you all know. And from that meeting, some programs were stopped. So I went out of that meeting thinking, what should I do? This is a big task for me. How should I take on this task? Arts versus science. So I went back to my office and I looked at the structure of the university and I looked at the different programs offered in the different faculties. And I came to the conclusion that I needed to restructure some of them. And I started on that journey, quietly. I want to thank you very much for cooperating with me, because even through that quiet restructuring, when I was very afraid that you were going to go up in arms, you did not actually go up in arms. You eventually came to my side, and as I speak today, we are on the same page. Some members from that faculty have agreed to move to the Faculty of Medicine under the Department of Community Health and Public Health, while others have agreed to join the Faculty of Business and Management Sciences. And a team led by Dr. Ronald Twonjere have agreed to spearhead establishment of the Faculty of Agriculture, Environment and Environment and Veterinary Science. I want to thank you very much. And I believe together we are moving in the right direction, because we'll be able to develop more curriculum, more programs, and we shall be able to fit within the conditions that the University Council has given me as a Vice Chancellor. There are 4 conditions. In order to establish any new program, we should have the necessary infrastructure. Not hoping that we shall develop the infrastructure, but we should have existing infrastructure. The second condition is that we should have the staff to teach on those programs. The third condition is that we should have the resources in terms of the money to facilitate the programs. And the fourth is that the graduates from these programs that we are establishing must have a career path. And above all, the underlying condition is that all the programs must be science-based programs. And here today, we are here to discuss this. If we fulfill all these 4 conditions, I'm sure that we shall move in the right direction. But I want to add a 5th condition, which I'm going to take to Council for approval. The 5th condition is that we should not only look at a career path, but the programs we develop must also have impact on the individual in case they cannot find a job. The individual must be able to create their own job, because we know there's a big problem of underemployment or unemployment in the country. But some of the programs, if students take these programs seriously, they get exposed, they can find some minimal capital to start off their own employment. And in that way, we shall fight the problem of unemployment and poverty in our country. With those few words, allow me to stop here and to hand back to our MC for the day. Thank you very much for listening to me. And once again, I want to thank you all for coming to this stakeholder engagement meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Pauline Viachika. We thank you very much for a wonderful communication that fits the purpose of this particular forum. I think we should clap for her once again. Thank you. Thank you for giving us hope. And thank you for giving us the right direction. And we want to promise you that we'll move that direction. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been joined in by other people when the Vice Chancellor was giving her remarks. I would like to recognize one of our friends, and particularly my friend, Mr. Eria Fred Kisame, from Uganda Wildlife Authority. He's the Chief Warden of the Uganda Wildlife Authority at Lake Kihumuro National Park, or Lake Kihumuro Conservation Area. Let me request others who have just joined in to stand up for recognition as I tell you the next step on our program. We have Dr. Jenina Atwebembire, who is also the President of Mothers Union in Ankole Diocese. So we recognize you, Your Excellency. And we have also been joined by other colleagues. Thank you very much for coming. When time allows, we are going to know your name. In the interest of time, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to mention that when we go into top leadership, we think it takes away humility. But I'm introducing you someone special. Very humble man, very focused, and a very top-notch leader of this country. He's a renowned Ugandan scientist and the current Director General of National Agricultural Research Organization. He's a molecular biologist. He's a researcher for over 30 years of experience
And most of his work is focusing on cassava and many other plants. His leadership has been very important. He has been the chairperson of the National Biosafety Committee and Makere Regional Center for Crop Improvement. He is very special because he brings the niche of community development, which is at the forefront of his work. And without much ado, allow me to welcome Dr. Yona Baguma, but I'm going to do it in this way, Dr. Baguma. I'll ask, because of protocol, the Vice Chancellor to welcome you to speak to us. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Medad. It is now my honor to invite Dr. Yona Baguma to speak to us. You're welcome, Dr. Baguma.
Let's welcome him with a lot of applause.
Vice Chancellor, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stand on existing protocol. I'm extremely, very, very humbled today to be here, to be able to communicate not only to you, but to the whole country. And allow me to thank you in a very, very special way for extending this invitation to me and to NARO, and for your good leadership. And when I received this invitation, in my mind I said, this should have come at the very day when the university was started. In fact, it has taken you 36 years to arrive today. So I want to thank your good leadership that this has happened and is happening now. I want to acknowledge one young man amidst us, and that is Ronald. I first of all saw Ronald when he came as a student from the university. And at that time I was working at Namlonge, and he came as a student to undertake a research with us. And I engaged him on a number of fronts. And in him I saw a very brilliant young man. I guided him on what to do. He moved on, and he graduated. While he's here, we would have wished him to be in NARO. Because I had wanted him to come to NARO and provide leadership at the level of a director, given his capacity. But that said, that is all leadership. And Vice Chancellor, I want to rest assure you that Ronald will provide able leadership to this faculty. I have no doubt. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm called Yona, but I prefer to call myself the chief servant of NARO. I'm the chief servant of NARO. Right from university, I joined the NARO, and I've been working, and I'm going to retire with the NARO. So I want to thank the government for providing that opportunity to serve the country. This university started when I had just gotten out of the university. And I followed the developments of this university until today. But as we start our discussion, I want to draw your attention to one thing, the statement by His Excellency the President, that agriculture is the medicine for poverty, and is telling people of Kigezi. Telling them that agriculture is the medicine for poverty. Now ask yourself a question, what is that medicine? What is that medicine? And who should design that medicine? In fact, the one who should design that medicine is this university. To design the medicine to chase out poverty. And members, as they were introducing themselves, they kept talking about poverty eradication, livelihoods, ABCD. You are talking to the very call the president gave to the people. Medicine for poverty in this region. The theme is very clear: imagining agriculture, environmental and veterinary education. Now, ladies and gentlemen, fellow Ugandans, if you have to walk a journey, you should know where you're coming from, where you are, and be able to imagine where you're going. That's when you're only able to walk a successful journey. Knowing where you're coming from, where you are, and where you're going. So what does it tell us as we start to think of establishing a faculty of agriculture, environmental sciences, and veterinary sciences? We need to know where we're coming from. And allow me very briefly, first of all, to tell you that we at NARO, we innovate for sustainable agriculture transformation. I want you to focus on agriculture transformation. That's our business. We innovate for agriculture transformation. And by innovating for agriculture transformation, we chase poverty, we chase food insecurity, we chase environmental fragility. All of those elements, we chase them. And I will not go into the details, but we are proud as a country that as NARO we are the strategic leader of agricultural research on the continent right now. And as NARO today, we've been able to generate a number of technologies, and on a daily basis, all of us as Ugandans, we have an invisible visitor, but a visible visitor at our table on a daily basis, and that visitor is NARO. So if you have never known that on a daily basis you have a visitor in your home who is NARO, please get to know it that today, on a daily basis, as you go for breakfast, as you go for dinner, as you go for lunch, that visitor is NARO. How are we aligned with the government? We are contributing to these three major programs: agro-industrialization, natural resources, innovation, technology, and development, and we are also contributing to the other three programs indirectly, but the bottom of it all is agricultural transformation. You need, even as we get started, as a university, you need to know your alignment with the national development directions, your alignment with continental strategic directions, your alignment with global strategic directions. This is extremely important for us to know. I'll not take you through that, but I want to take you to what comes to your mind when you hear of the word agriculture. I must be honest. When I completed my senior 6 and I moved to the university, I never ever wanted to do agriculture. Because at that time, the perception I had of agriculture perhaps is the perception you have today. To the extent that even when I joined at the university in year 1, I opted to step out of the university. I was only counseled by Professor Sebufu. When I went and visited him, and he said, no, settle down and do agriculture. He tried to put it in perspective. So near part, when you hear of agriculture, what comes into your mind? Is it money? Is it food? Are they gardens? Are they hoes? Is it medicine? What comes to you when you hear of agriculture? Most people, they think it is a hoe. Most people, they think they are gardens. Actually, most people perhaps think they are animals, and maybe most people here think it's an Ankole cow. So what comes to you when you think of agriculture? As we strive to establish this faculty of agriculture, environment, and veterinary sciences, what comes to our mind? What's our understanding? What kind of capacity do we want to build? We need to have a clear understanding and definition of what that agriculture is. from creation, as God created man, he gave him the Garden of Eden. And at that time, ladies and gentlemen, we are told there lived only two people. Like now we have here our Geoffrey and Pauline. They lived as only two people, surrounded with animals which were friends at that time. Actually, animals at that time were very friendly to man. He lived with them, and we are told that the garden was freely available, and everything in the garden was available to man to eat. That's what we are told. Every seed-bearing plant, every fruit from the garden was available for eating except one, which until now we need to understand which that fruit was that was not available for man to eat. There was no labor. But after sinning, the journey of toiling started. At that time, everything was free. Man had the freedom to say, today, I'll not eat you. Like you're saying, he was conversing with his animals. He would say, I'll only move with you. But when we sinned, the journey of toiling started. This has something to tell us, as you'll be seeing, as we strive to design this faculty. It takes us to that age, the Stone Age man, which we are told is the longest age that man has moved through. And as you can see, during that time, man had to struggle to get food. Without tools, man instead would struggle with huge stones. Just imagine today. Imagine yourself today. If you're given that stone to run after an animal for a distance of so many kilometers, you're running with a stone in your hand. That's what our ancestors used to do. They struggled to get what to eat. As they were struggling to get what to eat, the animals were also struggling to eat them. You can actually see it here. This animal here is strangling this man below him. They're trying to save him. That was never the case during the Garden of Eden, the land of milk and honey, the Pearl of Africa. We should not get to a state whereby we move to a state when we cannot see the Pearl of Africa, when we cannot see the land of honey and milk. Symbolically, land of abundance, land of prosperity, land with favor. We should not get away from that state. We are here today. We should plan for the future. Our generations should not find themselves in this state. We need to plan, and to plan is today, not tomorrow. With the time, they realized we cannot run anymore. Can we do something about it? Can we start to organize ourselves? Like now you're starting to organize yourselves. Can we start to organize ourselves? We are tired of running. We are tired of lifting heavy stones. We see some primitive farming getting started. We see some tools, bow spears, being innovated to help them in the farming process. That phase we see. But what is it telling to us at this time as we imagine the situation ahead of us? And they said, I think we better start identifying foods and bringing them around our homesteads so that we can manage our lives. I want you to take interest in how man transitioned from a state of abundance through a state of struggle to a state where we are today, seemingly a state of organization. And how we should envision, how we should imagine what the future should be and what we need to do moving ahead. As we move on, we see a journey they call the Bronze Age. And what is important for us to see here is this kind of technology, which we still find in eastern Uganda. A technology that of 3000 BC, 3000 BC, we still find it in eastern Uganda. Auction traction. When you go to South Korea and the museum, this technology, they left it long time ago, 400 years ago. It is in their museum. At what point shall we find this technology, these tools in our museum, and move in a different era? And why have these people moved from a state of just using rudimentary tools? At that time, this was the most modern tool. Why? They are looking for reduced drudgery. They are looking for increased productivity. As they moved on, this is a slide that you should pick interest in because it has implications on how you are going to design this faculty. Everything we eat today was originally not from here. This map tells us that man way back from around 8,000 BC started to gather crops from different locations. And we find that today most of the plants we have in this country were not originally here, with the exception of sorghum and perhaps banana. The rest that we eat today have been gathered from different parts of the world. How did they get here? We need to know, how did they get here? And in the future, when we develop others, how will they move from here to other parts of the world? What will govern that in the process? All those things are things that we ought to know as we move forward. As man started to farm, research started. But by that time, they were just mere observations. As you know, research is surrounded with observations, migrating them into empirical data to conclusions. Around that year, in that period, they noted that water at that time perhaps was the sole nutrient for plants. That's what they thought. They're starting to discover. Now they discover that water is important for plants. They discover that turbid water, water that looked a bit dirty, would enhance plant growth. They're starting to have an understanding of fertilizers from dirty water. They understand that when plants grow, they reduce some carbon dioxide. They're starting to understand and appreciate that carbon dioxide is important for plant growth. And around that period, so many years ago, you can imagine, they understood at that time that there was an interrelationship between engineering, chemistry, toxicology, physiology, and other fields. What is the level of design of the faculty? What is the level of interactions from different disciplines do we want to bring together for a holistic faculty? That is something they understood so many years ago, and they are still struggling with it. But was understood so many years ago. What we call today modern agriculture has its precursors. We see declining yields. We ask ourselves why and what should we do? Let us invest in breeding. We see productivity being very low and we ask ourselves why? Let us invest in machinery. We see ourselves losing a lot of produce as we go along. And I'm happy to really heartily recognize amidst us Professor Branga. And we see there's need for value addition. We see challenges of the environment and realize there's need for many others. What have you seen? What haven't you seen yet that will inform how we design this faculty? It's not just about designing a faculty, but what is it that will inform the design of this faculty? I want to take you back the waves that have informed what we call modern agriculture. This is what we have known as Green Revolution, which was propelled mainly by high-yielding rice varieties, but coupled by use of pesticides and fertilizer. You may have heard, perhaps in your teaching, as you teach your students, there's also what we call the Brown Revolution. The Brown Revolution has happened mainly in West Africa, whereby they have infused heavy use of fertilizers in agriculture. And then there's also what we call the White Revolution. The White Revolution has mainly happened in Asian countries, the use of greenhouse agriculture. When you go to countries like China, South Korea, Japan, you'll see belts and belts of greenhouses. And these have completely transformed the livelihoods of those people. That's what we call the White Revolution. Ahead of us is another revolution, whereby this country has partnered with China and want to cause another revolution, being propelled by what we call perennial rice. And we think it's going to be another very high impactful revolution in the whole world. What kind of revolution do you want to cause at the university? What kind of change do you want to cause as a university? There are so many other changes that have happened, importantly smart agriculture, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence. To what extent are we preparing the future generation to use emerging tools? Fellow Ugandans and VC of this university. As long as we keep our farmers enslaved in the use of a whole, we shall not liberate them from the state in which they are. We need to go a step further. The world has moved. We shouldn't be like Indulira. The world has moved. And we must move to make sure that actually we take advantage of the pearl of Africa, the land of honey and milk, and move it forward. Did you know, and I'm sure when we stood here singing the national anthem, simply, land that feeds us by sun and fertile soils. When you look at it, all of it, it's exactly telling us that this country is actually the propeller of agriculture in the heart of Africa. And this university and many other universities should harness that potential to move forward. To what extent have we reflected deeply, mark my word, to what extent have we reflected deeply on the national anthem and what it means to us? What does that national anthem mean to Ugandans? It is reminding us from the very first slide that our culture is the medicine to drive out poverty in this country. It is well written. We have sung it severally, but what does it mean to us? I'll take you back to this country because we want to design a new faculty. Be reminded that more than 100,000 years ago, our ancestors in this country, more especially around Lake Victoria, they started farming. There's archaeological evidence to the effect. When you go to Bigo, Biamugenyi, in Zimbabwe, the Chwezi then started even artwork to design tools for farming. You'll be able to find that. When you go to the Sebei Hills, you'll be able to discover that the people then designed the tools for farming. What mileage have we made in a space of 100,000 years to move from those rudimentary tools to more modern tools of farming? We are not far in terms of the tools we are using today. We are not far from the tools they used then 100,000 years ago. You go to those places, you'll exactly see that. They were able to design some tools to live their life at that time. Have we been able to design tools in this country that we think can help us to move forward? We need to think through that very, very carefully. And I think that I want you to think about here is that during that period, there was a focus mainly on going into commercial crops, notably sugar, coffee, cotton. And we see during that period the emergence of most universities, including Makerere University. We see the emergence of most research institutes in this country, the first one being Serere in 1922, and the major universities, research institutes, all of them, were established during that period. The people then realized that there was power in universities as knowledge generators. There was power in having research institutes as technology generators to create a new chapter of agriculture. That's what they realized at that time. What have we been able to do to actualize the dream then? To move beyond the establishment of these universities. I take you to the period of 19 land agreement, but in here I want you to note one thing. The shift of land holdings from the kings or kingdoms to chiefs and prominent natives, which happened around that time, and which has created most of the challenges we still have today in this country, leading to extensive fragmentation and leading to having land that is not as productive as it should be. That happened during that time. We need to know, to ask ourselves, as we design technologies, what kind of land systems are we going to work with? What kind of land system will exist in the future? Because we need to have this in mind as we design this faculty. We go through that period, 62 to 85, where we see erosion of gains from agricultural cooperatives, where we see delayed or dwindling production, and where we see population explosion that was not matched with food production. In fact, that period was characterized by deep decline in agriculture in this country. If you have followed very carefully as you teach the students, that period was followed by a sharp decline in the statistics of this country, of the agricultural sector. And it is that led to what I'm now going to share with you. The evolution period, chapter number 5. In 1986 then, His Excellency the President comes up and says, under the 10-point program, that was point number 5, that we shall build an independent, integrated, and self-sustaining national economy through diversifying agriculture, through building industries, through aggressive industrialization, through all those areas, until acquiring computer technology. At that time, in 1986, the president then realized that there was a need for us to even acquire computer technology. There was a need for us to industrialize. This was one of the 10-point programs that we saw, and that is still with us. What do we see from this? We saw this emerge into a manifesto. We saw this emerge, I'm not sure whether most of you know this, emerge into the National Comprehensive Development Plan. This plan was constructed for 40 years. And we see from this the emergence of the Vision 2040. And then we see from these chapters, NDP 1, 2, 3, now 4. And they will move on 5, 6 until 2040. But this is something that was said way back in 1986. What mileage have we registered as a country? We are the experts. The experts map the way for the country. And the president, he declared that this is the way to go. How have we worked with the president and the country to move this direction? He did not stop there, ladies and gentlemen. Where are we now today? We are talking of the 10-fold growth strategy of the country. And I want to ask you, Must, where are we in this 10-fold growth strategy? We are having the 4 ATMs, agro-industrialization, tourism, mineral-based science, technology, and innovation. Where are we as Must? I want to tell you, Must, you are in all the 4 ATMs. The question is, to what extent have you taken advantage of this? Make a case, a compelling case to government, and say, here we are Must, we can help government to realize the 10-fold growth of this country. As Must, you fall in agro-industrialization. As Must, you must package yourself and position yourself to build capacity that blends agriculture and tourism, agro-tourism. Tourism does not only refer to animals and hills and rivers. When you look at countries like Italy, France, Brazil, Philippines, Taiwan, they derive a lot of their earnings from agro-tourism. This is the land of milk and honey. To what extent do we want to harness agro-tourism? What does it take in terms of capacity building? What will it take us to build people, to train people, to help this country propel this front of tourism? Mineral-based, what does it mean for a university like this for agriculture? Fertilizers, how are we penetrating the minerals? To what extent? What innovations are you coming up with that will help agriculture in the future? Science and technology. The core. What is your understanding of science and technology? Your core. It's not about the key basic principles. It's about what emerges as the impact from harnessing and applying these tools of science and technology. We move on. What is the national consensus today? I want you to take note of those 5 areas: clean up, team up, skill up. Again, you're in all of them as you design the faculty. You're in all of them. But I want to emphasize one to you, and that is the last one. Vice Chancellor, and the entire members of staff and council members who are here, Mbarara University is global. Mbarara University is national. Have that at the back of your mind as you're designing a university. Don't design it in a local perspective. The university is national. In fact, it should have had a name, National University of Science and Technology, Mbarara. The university is national. And VC, as a strategic leader, you have a duty to propel this university to become a global strategic leader in areas of your niche. We need to design that with us in mind. And I'll keep humbly reminding you this quietly, because without knowing that, you'll design a university that, you'll design a faculty that will not live the test of time. The faculty should have products that will be relevant globally. It's extremely important for us to know that. And that means, Vice Chancellor, do not abdicate your duty and responsibility as a university, and more so as a science leader. There's no university in this country, no university in this country, no university in this country, 1 million times, that is a science leader other than this university. By design, and I want you to remind yourselves, on that day when the president in 2021 was addressing this country, he was very clear how he struggled with existing universities to make sure that they start to design and to go the science way. He was clear. Those are words which I've just picked. And when he did not get a good response, my powers conferred him as the leader of this country. He directed, let there be Mbarara University as the University for Science and Technology. And that has come to pass. The question is, in a journey of 36 years, what can you trace back as your impact? That question, I leave it with you. He was able to share at that time how he guided that there should be value addition research. Even the support that was extended to Professor Buranga was in that spirit. Establishment of value-added research institutes like URI, which is now being led by Professor Charles Kwesiga, and other centers in Naro, came as a result of this pronouncement. We need to remind ourselves that we are the people at the university holding the torch for a science-led economy on the front of agriculture. It is this university. And we must prove that we are that university. How then do we actualize the establishment of this faculty as a vehicle for science-led agriculture transformation? I want you to systematically remain focused. It's not about the training. It's not about the graduates. It's about causing transformation. The rest is a means. It's not about these people that I've seen here. The question is, what are they going to do? I've had a chance to interact with a few universities, but I want to share with you one moment when I shared with a team in Yunnan University in China. And they told me, we don't merely train graduate students. We train one graduate, one industry. That's the approach. One graduate, one industry. One graduate, one industry. Ask yourself a question. The many graduates that we have today, have they been able to move out of the gates of this university and start industries? Is it something difficult for us to achieve? The answer is no. We can't achieve it. What will it take us to design that faculty that will help to train, skill, with a goal to establish industries? If we don't do that, we shall keep in the circle of poverty, we shall keep in the circle of unemployment. Yet we know it is given with us that the medicine for poverty eradication in this country is agriculture. That's the medicine. But what is the prescription of that medicine? And who are the doctors? You are the doctors. You have prescribed the medicine. You have prescribed the medicine by training appropriately. What will it take you? You need to understand the critical challenges that are ahead of you. In way of domains, the growing population, which should not scare you. By 2050, there shall be 80 million people in this country. By 2050, there shall be 80 million people in this country. As a university, what is our preparedness to support that population? The case of climate change will continue with us. What strategy do we have to prepare ourselves? Low average total factor productivity will continue. All those areas will continue. Make sure that you are inclusive in the design of the university. As you design the university, I'll be specific in a few areas. I noted through some of the departments you want to establish. And I realize that when I look at the areas of emphasis, you still want to go into the basic principles of agriculture. But they should be driven by the end applications. The basic principles of agriculture should be driven by the end of application. Looking ahead, this country, what do you see? Are you still going to see small farms of cassava in the field? The answer perhaps no. This is a city, Mbarara city, Gulu city, Kampala city, so many cities. The land is fixed. The population is expanding. Start to think about technologies for vertical farming. What does it take us to train experts that will lead this country in a new era of farming? You're not going to see people here grazing animals that they have had the freedom to graze the way they have been grazing. No. What technologies will they require? Start to think about those kind of technologies. Hydroponics and aquaponics. As we continue to expand, think about these technologies. Think about what it takes to move forward. But importantly, as a university, and as you train experts, train them in what we call biodynamic farming, to understand the different dynamic forces that surround the field of farming, and to be able to model different farming systems for efficiency and effectiveness. These are areas that you need to expand and to move on. Some help. Computer somehow. That screen is okay. This is not okay. So think about that. As we get into, for example, livestock farming, we are not going to have the freedom of having open grazing. No. How do we graze these animals? What technology should we use to graze these animals? As you designed the Department of Crop Production, I listened and I've read the concept very carefully. There are some areas looking ahead. And this university, I want you to focus mainly on the last 5. Nanoscience, greenhouse technology, because that's the way to go. In this country, we don't have any expert to guide the country on the best greenhouses to construct in this country. Don't have experts with the capacity to work knowledgeably and authoritatively in greenhouses. Just have personnel. We don't have experts in the number they should be to guide the country on soil sciences. We have scanty of these people, including facilities. But above all, making sure that we infuse the emerging digital Internet of Things in agriculture. While here, our mothers, our fathers, our brothers, our sisters wake up every day go to the field with a hand hoe and a panga. Elsewhere in the world, people are busy only programming a tractor to go and to the field and plow by itself. While here today we see our brothers, sisters, mothers harvesting under hot sun. Elsewhere people are using only machines to harvest. While here we are struggling with extension services. Elsewhere they are harnessing the power of digital extension. How are we positioning this university and the faculty to address the most needed things ahead of us, not the things of the past? The message is, what will it take us, we now as stakeholders, designers, to design a faculty that will address elements, issues of tomorrow, 20 years, 50 years ahead. That's what we need to do. I not only have a whole department on aquaculture, true. Program of aquaculture, not yet, but in here focus on the most important thing. The most important thing in there is disease detection. Fish also suffer from diseases. Not so many farmers know how to treat fish. Focus on those areas. Nutrition. Focus on those areas. And above all, focus on ecosystems. To guide people on these areas, to train people that will be able to do these kind of things. I'm glad that we had in here people from food safety, people from the animal sciences, and we want to design a faculty with veterinary sciences, not veterinary doctors, veterinary sciences. There's a big difference between veterinary sciences and veterinary doctors. Importantly, focus on the science that will help you to harness stem cells. Focus on the science that will help you to venture into vaccines. Venture into drug discovery. That's the science. Focus into the science that will help you to go into diagnostics. And more especially this country, being that Uganda is the second most diverse country on the African continent, fifth in the whole world, both in terms of crop, livestock, and microbial. There's a lot of interactive effects that constitute the whole thing of One Health. We need to be very clear on diagnostic tools to be able to manage this. And this university, if we develop a faculty to train in veterinary sciences, that's an area of emphasis that we ought to look at. I know at Makerere they partly are doing this, partly, but not wholly. But I want you to focus on elements of safety and meat quality when it comes to some of these areas and management of animal, laboratory animals. I would like you actually to focus on those areas. Still in this case, on the areas of policy research and ecosystem health. When I read through the concept, I find these areas that you need to emphasize as you move forward. Focus on those areas. Before you get to the faculty, reflect on other universities in the space. You're not alone. And what do we see? Makerere University being the leader in agriculture, environmental sciences, and broad veterinary medicine, we see to a great extent the traditional approach of getting into the core principles of the science, understanding agriculture, understanding veterinary medicine, the core principle, the core biology, the traditional approach, far from the farmer. That's why transiting from that training to the reality of the challenge that the farm is a big challenge. We need to think about it very carefully. When you come to Gulu University, the approach is different. This faculty, Gulu University, their niche is community-based approach. If you have interacted with the professors there, they will tell you during the training, they make the students to reach out to the communities. They use the Israeli model in their training. Community-based approach. When you come to UCU, I'm happy by that time I was actually part of their science advisory committee. And we could see that while the country was desirous of going in agro-industrialization, we didn't have graduates to propel the journey. So their training is with entrepreneurship-led agriculture, business-led agriculture. That is UCU. In fact, when you get a graduate from Makerere University and a graduate from UCU, you'll see a marked difference in terms of how they look at agriculture as a business because of the way they are training. When you come to Busoga University, it's about organic agriculture. But why am I putting question marks? They are far from actualizing it. It's a good idea, but very far from actualizing it, largely because of the human capacity. The teaching staff, they don't have adequate teaching staff to propel this forward. Busitema, it is basically agroengineering and climate smart approach. And they have reached out to NARO to set up a center of excellence in climate smart at one of the NARO centers in Nabuin. And we're in a partnership with them. That's the approach. Because IT extension driven. That's what we are seeing within Nkozi. Bunyoro University, they are designing under the leadership of Professor Kiamanywa to take the model of industrial product-based approach. What is your approach? What will define the faculty at Mbarara University? What gap do we see in these ones? I know there's Victoria University, we've been discussing with them. There's Mountains of Moon University, we've been discussing with them. What is the niche? What will make people to yearn to come for training to this university? What will make the market to yearn for products of this university? And above all, what will define the graduates of this university uniquely different in society? We need to think through this as we design the university. Without a brand that will define this faculty, it will be no faculty. The faculty must have a defining brand that is distinctly different but complementary. And we need to think through that moving forward. What will it take us to disentangle, to analyze, and pin down what should be our brand? We need to look at it from a value chain approach. Help us find a niche. Be able to go through the entire, for example, livestock system. From a participatory approach like this to the market. Find out what is the most missing, critical, determinant factor. Focus on that. Others are add-ons. And remind yourself, you are not the only player in the ground. There are other players. So analyze this in the face of others. And as you do that, it will occur to you, while all these are generals in terms of everything, but there are areas you can focus on. I'll tell you one thing, that Okono University is focusing on what they call African crops. Those local indigenous crops. So they are defining a niche for themselves. Some universities, not entirely, Makerere University, is focusing on something of food systems, but not entirely. And on that, I want to encourage you to reference the model of the Korean Food Research Institute, how they have been able to combine experts from veterinary medicine, human medicine, chemistry, biochemistry, agriculture, food biosciences in food safety. The reason perhaps we're establishing a faculty of agriculture, environment, and veterinary medicines. And by that it means you are no longer interdisciplinary, but you are transdisciplinary. That's what it means. Design a faculty that is transdisciplinary. Design a faculty, as you design this faculty, whereby you're even going to call for experts from pharmacy, human medicine, and other areas to come and be part of the teaching cohort. That will be an integrated faculty. And be an integrated faculty that will be able to deliver the products that we desire to see at the end of the day. This being a university of science and technology, be a leader in big data and data science. Most universities we have in this country have not put a lot of investment in big data. And by putting a lot of investment in big data, harness mathematical modeling to model situations, to create scenarios ahead of us, be the predictor for the country to say in 20 years, in 25 years, this country will be like this. So that we don't operate by crisis, but we operate through systematic guided evidence planning. And that will come by harnessing the big data. On environmental sciences, importantly, is environmental modeling and hazardous modeling. Other niches for you at the university in this field is on physical sciences. And in here, I want to strongly emphasize, as a university, invest deeply in drug discovery. That brings into context the environment, the crop, the animal, the diversity that we have by drug, be it drug for humans, be it drug for livestock, be it pesticides for plants. Invest deeply in that science. Train graduates who will be able to do this and emerge afterwards to establish their own industries. This country, one of the greatest resources we have are the bioactive compounds resident in the diverse bioresources we have in the country. That's the greatest treasure we have as a country, but which is not matched appropriately by human component to harness it. Who will train that human component? It is this leader of science and technology, this university in this country. Let us do what it takes. The country and our chief leader in this country, His Excellency the President, is looking for ideas. Let us present ourselves as that university that will harness this bioresource. I was once told, poverty is the lack of ideas. Once you have ideas, you always have the money. One thing that has interested me and impressed me a lot about this university, and more especially the faculty that you want to establish, is integration. For the first time, we are going to see a faculty that is wholly integrated with all elements that make up the broader understanding of agriculture. What will it take us to penetrate it and get the bonds that lead to that level of integration? That's what we need to do. And as we design, we need to make sure that we penetrate this to see how best to design it fully, to harness and exploit the level of integration. And therefore, that calls for integrated curricula. And in here, the rest may be obvious, but I want to emphasize wholly that in designing this faculty, we need to have a module or a coursework on the laws of the land and the laws that govern agriculture globally. So many students leave the university without understanding these laws and what they mean in the practice. They are global guiding laws, treaties that we are never trained and exposed to as we undertake our training. And they keep changing. And they're important for us to know as we move forward. As we design this curricula, it's important to have those. But also another area is economics. You cannot do agriculture without knowing economics. Usually keeps telling, he calls it a Kihumuro. I think a Kihumuro. It's not about knowing photosynthesis, no. Make sure that people get out when they're real business people. Then how do we lay that foundation as a university? We need to co-create solutions. I tell you, at the university, you have a chance to do things different. For PhD, I studied in Sweden. And Sweden, every year, they have a moment, a window, whereby they get graduate students who are about to join university to come and put up their wild ideas. Try to find solutions for the future. Similar model is being used, I think, in Japan, and also being used in China. Why can't we have this university to lead and provide leadership in co-creation? The younger generation, the way they think differently from us. But we can help them to bring to light their imaginations of the future. You can only be able to innovate when you imagine. As long as you don't imagine, you can never innovate. And for you to imagine and take through your abstract thinking, it is always best when you co-create with others. What kind of operational plan, what kind of strategy are you going to put in place to support co-creation? Sharing resources with other universities, with research centers like NARO, with other global entities across the world. Leverage on the resources that you have to help you deliver at scale. And the only way for this to happen, VC, lay a foundation whereby this university will emerge as a strategic leader in science and technology on the continent. We now proudly, I can say that, We have emerged now already as a strategic leader, whereby we are leading other global partners across the world. Let it be the same with Mbarara University. When that happens, you will not suffer. You will not find yourself surrounded with any state of scarcity. You'll be surrounded with a state of abundance. National and regional agenda. Make sure that you remain relevant by resonating so well and remaining in sync with development directions. So for this university and for that faculty, have a strategy for the next 25 years. You only keep polishing it. Have a direction where you want to go. And make sure that that direction is known and clear to each and every party. The rest will fall in place. Do not operate in the past. Have foresight. By having foresight, it means you should train these students as they train the graduates to have that analytical brain. Think ahead. In fact, days are gone when we should be training students, more especially at university level, to reproduce a textbook. Those should be days of the past. We should train students. At the end of the day, we should be able to judge a student whether he has been able to attain a capacity to imagine the future and whether he has solutions for the future. Do not set exams for students that are testing them on what is in the textbook. Train a different cohort of students as a university. And that means that you are instilling in them that ability to imagine and provide solutions for the future. Having moved a journey of 36 years, and then ahead of us having to move another journey, say, in the short term of 14 years, to make half a decade, let us document our impact with empirical data. What is our contribution to the entire sector of agriculture as a university? What are we proud of? What shall we be proud of? What will success look like come the year 2050 for this university? We should not be happy about establishing the university today. That is now behind us. We should not be happy about establishing that faculty. That is behind us. What is ahead of us is, what is that success ahead of us? And what does it take us to chase that success? And I'm sure that's why we are all here. Focus, focus, focus on impact. As you train, focus on impact. I liked your remarks, VC. One of the focus areas is actually that impact. But what are your impact fronts? What are those impact front areas that you want to focus on? They are basically 5. You are designing this faculty, have an impact on nutrition, health, and food security, today and tomorrow. Designing this faculty to have an impact on poverty reduction, livelihoods, and jobs, innovations for jobs. Establishing this faculty to have impact on gender equality, youth and social inclusion. These young people have seen the alumni of this university. By now, they should probably be able to tell us, I moved out of this university and I've been able to start this facility. It is employing so many people, like Professor Mranka. We should have a faculty that is able to help this country mitigate and adapt to climate change. Fragility. Colleagues, fellow Ugandans, we should concern ourselves. Year in, year out, our brothers are dying in those mountainous areas. Every year we see this record. And I can predict even the next year it will happen. So many years ahead of us it will happen. But we as a science-led university, what's our role? How can we reverse that? What does it take us to reverse it? How do we train people? What does it take us to reverse it? And lastly, environmental health and biodiversity. And in biodiversity, this faculty should have a niche in microbiome. Microbiome, that treasure we have in this country, has not been harnessed at all. I've attempted to harness livestock resources or animal resources, plant resources, to a very limited extent. But harnessing microbiome, we have not done that. And yet, as a country, we have the largest volume of water in the country, inland water, and the most unique lake across the world. What makes it unique, and why is it unique? What else could it be having that is unique? That is microbiome. How are we taking advantage of that as a country? Very close here, you have Lake George. What are we taking out of it? Did you know ever that Lake George is the only lake with the highest density of fish biodiversity? At George, we see. How are we taking advantage of that? How positioning training of our students in those areas? Pathways for you to chase this impact. I leave you three. Systems transformation. Mark the word systems transformation. Train students not to focus on a crop, mere crop, to look at a crop in a system context. Because that's how a farmer operates. Not look at a cow, to look at a cow in a system context. That should be the approach of training. Train farmers, train students to look at not the food, but look at the level of resilience. Now on this, I want to guide and to request you to reflect on the pact made by the heads of states of this country. The resilient food systems come 2035, and definitely and beyond. What will it take us to get there? And above all, genetic innovation. And lastly, integrated biobank. These are areas that you may wish to focus on. But I'll keep coming back to you, VC and your leadership. Let this center, let this university, let this faculty provide leadership in microbial research in the context of agriculture. There's a lot we can do and come up with game-changing solutions if we focus on microbial research. What are the issues to look at? We learned that this is another baby that is being born. But how do we nurture, how do we grow this baby to emerge successful? Let us define the end. Let us define the end. All those persons who are seated here designing this faculty have clarity of the end of this faculty, have an understanding of what it will be, this faculty. Embed in it elements of strategic alliances. One of them is narrow, and we offer to work with you already. And we shall be able to work with you and move it forward. And then grow resources for agriculture. By resources, we mean the human component with ability and capacity to train others. We mean the money. We mean the infrastructure. With all due respect, this science-led university is without matching infrastructure. The infrastructure that is at this university is not the infrastructure for a science-led university. And we must put a case before government to actualize this. We need the infrastructure of this millennium and the infrastructure that is to purpose for us to be able to move forward. Above all, we should be able to generate some intangible resources. This being a science-led university, judge your professors, judge your students by the number of intellectual property, IPs they generate for the university. Because a science-led university, we should be able to generate these IPs, we should be able to generate patents, we should be able to generate products that we finally commercialize. That's when this university will become independent. This university will not forever depend on government as much as a government university. It should emerge independent by generating its own resources. That's why it's a science-led university. Invest in that. I'm not being very unfair to the professors, but professors, count yourself as the professor of the university. By the time you leave the university, if behind you you see at least an IP, if behind you at least you see a patent, if behind you at least you see a product, the product are not the students. No. That will emerge the university very, very differently. Develop the right staff. Right staff with the capacity to engage, and I mean it, with capacity to communicate, with capacity to hack into the brains of these students and help them to think different. A university professor, as you stand in front of a lecture room before your students, by the time you leave, the students should feel that you have penetrated their brain. They should be able to feel that, build that capacity of people, of staff. What will it take you to build that unique, highly talented, skilled staff force for this university? It takes an investment to build such a staff. DC and the council think about this very, very carefully. Engage government on this. For you to be able to provide leadership in science and technology, you must have the right staff. People who talk with confidence, people who talk with mastery of their field, people who can imagine. That's science and technology. And lastly, for the tools that we have today, tap into them, harness them, and know their implications. And have staff who can be able to reach out to this. I therefore would wish to leave you with these questions. At what level of evolution are we today? And what level of evolution would the community in this country be 25, 50 years to come? This is a very important question for you to define before you labor to design a content for the faculty. Because the training is targeting that generation to be. So you must understand the generation that will be 25 years from today. You must have a near understanding of what that population will be. Let people come up with scenarios of what these people will be, that community will be, to inform the training. We shared the slide on the critical challenges, but in a holistic, broad sense. The question is, where is your point of anchor in those challenges? And exactly at what point when you penetrate them? To be able to design that impactful training faculty. In the ATMs, where do you have strength? What will it take you to build strength where you're weak? And remind you you're present in all the 4 ATMs. Regarding the training needs, do a critical and in-depth analysis of the existing universities. In fact, commission a paper for someone to write for you synopsis of the current focus of the existing universities and come up with the gaps. Build this university on the gaps, the faculty. It should be on the gaps to be able to define your niche. As you walk, and as you'll be handing over one-time tea ahead of us to someone after you, one great asset you should hand over to whoever will take away from you is the brand of this faculty. What is that brand that we are molding, that we want to be? You have the right partners, and you have a definition of who should be your partner. And more especially in this case of our faculty, have we identified very carefully on who should be our partners? What is our strategy to reach out to them? Most people, most leaders get partners randomly. But for this university, let us be very different. Let us design, let us analyze our potential partners and take a step to reach out to them. What kind of impact we want to celebrate, and how measurable will it be? And what kind of data should we start to collect, to assemble, to be able to talk to that impact with whatever it takes in terms of confidence? Lastly, what would that success be? Following the establishment of this faculty, the transformative actions, what would that success be? The faculty is now in the process of getting formed. But what would that success be? Agriculture is the medicine. What is that medicine? What would that success be? For God and my country, I exclaim.
What a privilege. Let's clap by standing up. This is wonderful. Thank you very much for that honor. And thank you very much, Director General, for the words of wisdom. I don't know if I didn't exist that day, this day, what I would have really taken up, but this has really been spot on. And thank you, Madam Vice Chancellor, that we have been able to get, you got for us the best of the best. Talk about this important discipline. Let's clap for him. Ladies and gentlemen, it is paramount that we celebrate the wisdom of our Director General of National Agricultural Research Organization. He has been spot on. He didn't miss any word for us to have this baby, and I can realize and visualize that this baby will have the highest level of intelligent quotient. I can see that, because from this initiation, you have initiated us very well, Dr. Baguma, and we can't thank you enough. I want to say that we are going for break, but before we go for break, I know many people are making reflections on this, and as the Director General was making the presentation, quite many things came up. Master as a stimulator of science and technology, how we can cause transformation. He reminded us of our anthem, that is key. And I want to sing it after here. Students start industries, the basic principles of agriculture to move towards result transformation. The niche for must, even as we establish this agriculture faculty, what is the niche for this agriculture faculty? Giving us the display of other universities and what they are focusing on. The concept of transdisciplinarity. It came out very strongly beyond interdisciplinarity. The big data, integrated curriculum, focusing on impact, and many other things in the interest of time. Ladies and gentlemen, he has reminded us that there's one gap of microbials, and I agree with you, Mr. Director General, especially their roles in various facets of our ecosystems. Soil fertility, carbon sequestration, and many other things. How can we tap that? So I know there are many questions that are in the congregation, but we are only going to allow only 4 questions. But I want to recognize the presence of other members who joined in when the DG was making his remarks. We were joined in by Associate Professor Robert Vitariho, who is a council member. You're most welcome, Professor Robert Vitariho. He's the former director of the Institute of Tropical Forest Conservation. And he was my boss when I was the head of department at ITFC. Thank you very much for coming. We have also been joined by the representative of the World Food Program, Madam Judith, our friend. Thank you, Madam Judith, for coming. I know your niche. Actually, Madam Vice Chancellor, we are also working out an MOU with World Food Program, and Madam Judith has been instrumental in pushing that forward. We have Associate Professor Rogers Akatwijuka, who is representing the Vice Chancellor of Kabale University, who is also the chairperson of the National Council for Higher Education. So the representative is here. Associate Professor Rogers Akatwijuka, who is the Associate Dean, the Faculty of Agriculture at Kabale University. We had Council Timothy Ndian, who is also a member of Council, but I think he has just moved out. All right. Oh, Council has decided to sit at the back, but you're most welcome, Council Timothy Ndiana Mugumya, our Principal Legal Officer. I want to observe all the members that have come here, but we have a senior agricultural practitioner who I had introduced, Mr. Patrick Kamgasha. He has been hosting most of our students for agriculture. Mr. Kamgasha, you're most welcome. And he's a proprietor of Calm Resort Hotel. So ladies and gentlemen, and all protocols observed, The PR will remind me of other dignitaries. I would like to take a few questions that are in line with this key reflection. And I want to observe, Mr. Director General, that must, through the leadership, able leadership of Professor Pauline Vyachika, has put in place already some of the opportunities to harness. Professor Pauline Vyachika has already launched the Must Holdings Company, which is a commercial arm of the university. So as we commercialize from ideation, we know that up to commercialization, we are prepared for that. Mr. DG must, through its council, establish the Center for Innovation and Technology Transfer. Those are already leverage areas, and as you can read from these words, we ideate, we innovate, we co-create, and we commercialize. So we are pushing the agenda that the DG is reminding us. We have also been privileged that Mr. and Dr. Baguma, we already have strategic partnerships. One is with NARO, with Yuri, and many other industrial players that are out there. We've also been privileged that we have the student twinning program under the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, which already connects with the community. But most importantly, the Vice Chancellor has told us that we have land, over 400 acres of land. So the opportunities are there. How do we harness them? Madam Vice Chancellor, we are soon signing an MOU with Uganda Wildlife Authority, which is already at the desk of the Executive Director, and soon we'll have another event of that kind. And I want to thank Mr. Kisami for representing Uganda Wildlife Authority here. So already we are positioned. So in the interest of time, can we take a few questions, ladies and gentlemen, and then go for our cup of tea? We come back for more and more. Please don't go away. That was the word of our Vice Chancellor. 1 or 2, 3 questions, please. I want the quick ones. You know, there are people who are quick at... Yes, please, you can pass this microphone. Dr. Mchunguzi is a very senior person. Please, Gerard, you can help me with the microphone. Dr. Mchunguzi Charles is one of the seniors that we have in the faculty who came in the 1990s and is still existing. So he's the living species that we have. Please go ahead with your question.
Thank you so much. Actually, I'm not going to ask questions. I'm going to give a few observations. One is our dear Vice Chancellor. Those conditions to take to council, I kindly request that you could first meet us and we see how we could bypass those conditions so that our journey is not halted. For instance, we have the Director General for NARO. Yes, I teach a course, Introduction to Interdisciplinary Studies, and one key area I teach is the intersector collaboration. And I would imagine as we strive to establish structures and infrastructure, we can tap the opportunity that NARO provides to us, and we have a long-term working relationship that we can harness to begin teaching our students based on the infrastructure that NARO has. NARO has several areas. I remember me and Dr. Hannington Odong, we were working with Mr. Cephas Okunda, I don't know whether he's still at Namlonge, and on value addition. We visited the facilities at Namlonge. I've been supervising here at students placed at Mbazadi. But we also have, like aquaculture, we have an expert in the names of Dr. Kemijisha, who is here at Mbazadi. I used to be under Vicres Research Initiative. I I used to work with the team in Kajansi of Dr. I've forgotten, Dr. Mbarebachi, something like that. Those guys have strong facilities. I used to visit them. I'm a social scientist. But the knowledge I got from all those individuals and experts is also partly contributing to some of the programs we've built together. So to me, I think that would be one initiative, not to ready to say, you don't have facilities, then you can't teach. But we've been graduating our students. One of our first class students, Chebeti, is at Muyebe. Muyebe, that is in Sironko at the junction going to Nakapiripiriti and Queen. And she's doing very well. I get comments from, I was her recommend, I get comments from the human resources director at Naro. And I think it's not too late. It's not too late that we can create avenues for. Then the last one is about we are working in a competitive catchment area. When I read the newspapers, I see the adverts by Uganda Management Institute, I see the adverts by Makerere University, I see the adverts by Uganda Matters University. But when you come to MAST's advert, it's just a quarter of a page inside the newspapers. Whereas Makerere takes, I know it has more resources than us, but it takes almost 4 to 5 pages. Uganda Management Institute takes almost the entire newspaper. So to me, I would request kindly that we increase visibility of MAST through TV stations, through other digital advancements, and through the print media.
Thank you very much. Dr. Mchunguzi, can you pass on that microphone to another person who wants one or two? Yes, Madam Judith. You see, when I say the historical species, you cannot stop them from speaking a lot. But Judith will summarize because you're a youngster. So please try to summarize in the interest of time.
Thank you very much. Good. Is it afternoon? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for being a bit late. I was waiting for some. My bosses are around. We are trying to discuss a few things that would improve our food systems, and so that's why I just set them off and then rushed here. I didn't want to miss any bit of the discussions. But anyway, I'm glad to be here, and thanks for inviting me. My name is Judith Agaba-Kiza. I'm the head of field office for World Food Program based in Isinjiro. I just want to, walk a little bit back on our partnerships with MAST. It started from 2018, by the way, not just the latest engagement we had, where we were lucky to have one of your graduates under our internship programs since 2018. And those are the students that have actually been the movers of some of our programs. So I really, really appreciate your trainings and your approach to how you're doing business. And I bring you greetings, by the way, from some of them, because some of them were retained and others moved on. So as I was coming here this morning, I was like, by the way, I'm going to your university. Then he was like, can I please go with you? And I was like, don't worry, I'll send your greetings. Maybe next time I could come along with you. So they are very excited to have been a part of this. And as the BFP, we are really happy for the collaboration. And I'm looking forward to that MOU to see how it can, move beyond, the paperwork that we do to really going into realities. That aside, I want to appreciate Dr. Baguma for the discussion. It was really deep. For every statement you made, I saw us as WFP and myself as a person in the picture of every slide that you projected and the words that were carefully used to actually deliver the point. And I really, really got challenged. And I just have a few questions. Based on what we've done before with MAST and where we are going as World Food Program, we are focusing on, maybe some people have known us for providing humanitarian assistance, but with reduced funding, we are now also reimagining how we can continue providing assistance to the people, but using the food systems approach. And that's where my question is. With the partnerships, I think you mentioned issues around, making alliances that are really, really strategic. How do we reimagine some of these things? You mentioned things of agro-industrial development. I just want to focus on things that are, in line with our objectives. The value addition research, issues around science and technology. I know we are struggling in areas of how do we ensure that we sustain food production for the people that we serve to be able to produce their own food rather than relying on food assistance. And training students to imagine the future. And I think for me that is something that is very, very critical. How do we maintain the relationship that we had in as far as getting student internship who bring in research to real actual implementation? Because what we do from our side, I think our research is not that strong. We just rely on, like bits and bits of this and that. But I think partnering with students at the university has been a really, really game changer. The issue here is how do we sustain that alliance and how do we push it really forward for it to at least go on beyond just the 1 year? Because we just have them for 1 year and then they're out. But then from this, we really need things that are very sustainable beyond just the 1 year so that we are able to capture a bit of impact, Just 1 year of talking about food systems, there's a whole value chain. You can't just start and then end there. In fact, the ones that we had we had other students in 2022, if I am not mistaken, they left prematurely. And for me, that wasn't a fair thing for them, but also for us, because we missed a lot. So I'm talking about sustainability of that partnerships. And then I wanted to see beyond that, how do we make sure that we bring this innovative research into action? What should we be doing, specifically in the humanitarian and development context, bringing in the university into issues of food systems along the entire value chain, straight from production up to consumption, but also beyond, because I think it is production, consumption, and then back to the soil.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Madam Judy. Let's clap for her, for the testimonies that are being brought forward from our students. I'm told we have Professor Ngonzi has a question. I want to recognize you, Professor Ngonzi, for your presence. Professor Joseph Ngonzi is the Dean, Faculty of Medicine, and please stand up for recognition. Can you come here? By orders entrusted to me and the powers, come this side and ask your question, please. Now, I would like to also recognize Mr. Aliho Pius. He's here with us. Mr. Aliho Pius. He's a council member, and I think we are speaking your language, Mr. Aliho Pius. Thank you very much for coming. We have the Guild President, Mr. Wabuturumba. Where are you? Can you stand up for recognition? Lucky. So, Professor Ngonzi, you can have a mic and ask your question. And then we'll have the Dean, the Associate Dean, the representative from Kabale University. Please, Dr. Ngonzi.
Yes, my name is Joseph, and I'll stand up. I've been following the discussions online. I was many kilometers away. I'm very happy about this development. I've been involved in the One Health work, and with the emergence of this planned faculty, it gives us opportunity to optimize the merits of One Health. From the experience of the two speakers, who have given us quite a lot of information. How do you think, as MUST, we can be able to harness the merits of One Health, given the fact that this is coming to life? I fully understand that without us engaging in that direction, our approaches will remain in silos, and yet we want to support each other.
Thank you very much, Prof. Ngozi. I will take one question. Now the Deputy Dean. One question from the Associate Professor, Kabale University, Associate Professor Rogers Akatwijuka. Just one question, please. In the interest of time, then you bring the microphone to the Deputy Dean to thank this congregation.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'm Rogers. I wish instead of giving me one question, you gave me 1 minute. Because in 1 minute I can put in many observations.
Kindly go ahead and we summarize this.
Number one, thank you very much. I've gone through a lot of agriculture, both in extension, both in whatever, and research and teaching. Currently, what we have on the platform that is making us have a standstill is in regards to policy. Policy, we need to get an enabling policy to enable these young brains do a lot of research that they are supposed to do. Because currently, what Dr. Yona was talking about, some of it is not yet allowed, by policy, and scientists have a lot of disagreement around that. We need to work on mindset change for our youth when we are training them, because some people have good training, but how do they translate what they have learned into actual reality? The other day I was watching a film, they are saying we're using less than 11% of our brain, but how can we invoke and trigger our youth to actually maximize their brain?
Thank you very much.
Lastly, how are we going to align when we are designing these courses and the namings? We have to be very creative and align them to the job market demands. If we want our people to go and work in the ministries and departments, they normally have standard way of, they say we want an agriculture officer, and they have some specific people they want. In most cases, at times you have a graduate who comes out, and when they advertise, you find they cannot fit into what they have advertised, though he has the resources, the skills and the technical competence. So we have to align our namings to how the government and the structuring is naming each course for ease of our graduates being employed.
Thank you very much, Professor Katwijuka. I know the DG has already taken note of that. Deputy Dean and then Professor Mlanga is the last person on this.
Thank you very much, our keynote speaker, for the fascinating presentation. Everyone had to wait. Even those who wanted to go out had to wait, and they ran out immediately after the presentation. I thank you so much. You've spoken to us, you've spoken to the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, because in the transition from development studies, when they asked us, how do you fit in the University of Science and Technology? As a faculty, led by Dr. Viola Nyakato, is she here? Under her leadership, we sat down and came up with the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies. We knew that the word interdisciplinary is cross-cutting and can cover different disciplines. So that's how under interdisciplinary studies, which was taken to be a humanities wing, created the Department of Agriculture and Environment. So because it was interdisciplinary, we produced agriculture. Imagine agriculture from arts or from social sciences. So that was a very big dream from the faculty that is sometimes criticized here at Imbara University of Science and Technology and how it fits in the University of Science and Technology. We are happy that what we hatched and our baby is going to grow much big and bigger and also bring MUST to a bigger picture or a global picture. In the faculty we teach DVS, which is Development Studies Service course. So your whole presentation was focusing on DVS, to know where we are, know where you came from, and then know where you're going. When I came here as a student of Development Studies, that was the first statement from Professor Pamela Mbabazi, who also started this faculty. And also I applied it in my personal life at the university to know where I am or where I came from. So I need to know where I'm going. So it also guided me as a person. So when we are teaching DVS service course, we teach it the entire university, and then we teach most of the things that you brought up the 10-point program, to know where we came from, the slave trade, the colonialism, and everything, and we continue working up to the current situation. If there was slave trade, is it still existing in Uganda? Is this modern slavery where people are going to Saudi Arabia and other areas still existing? Is it slave trade? Is it a modern one? Is it a voluntary one where people go on their own? They are willing. The other time they would take them by force, but now people are going voluntarily. So these are some of the things that speak to us and speak to what we are teaching, but because maybe some people don't understand them, sometimes they think that it's arts, it's despised, but we need to know where we came from and where we are going. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Dean. As my boss, I didn't want to tamper with your submission so that I don't get a letter of warning. But I want to pass the mic to Professor Mranga. Professor Mranga will be the last person on this, and then we go for a cup of tea. Thank you very much, Prof. And I want to remind you that we have a display of Matoke products just at the entrance, done by PBIT, and we want to thank you, Prof. You can ask a question.
Yeah, thank you very much. And allow me to, in a special way, really add my voice to applaud my fellow DG for such a phenomenal presentation. I hope it will have greater audience even beyond the walls of this university in order to help inform our renewal in the training of the agricultural and business sector in this country. I introduced myself at the right time, but I wanted just to make one simple addition to the impacts. The impact slide from where I'm coming from, I thought it will not be done if we don't have this addition, the creating efficiency and effectiveness in the development and sustenance of the value chains. I think that is something we who are in the industrial formation really are desiring to see coming out of the training of the people that we employ.
Thank you very much. So let us give Professor Baguma just 1 minute to respond, because some of these were just observations, but maybe one critical question.
Thanks so much for these very good observations. I can't agree more on intersectoral collaboration. That's the way to go. And VC and the entire council invest energy in penetrating different sectors to be able to harness that intersectoral collaboration, both at national level, regional and continental level. It's extremely very important to have. On the issue of the research training, which has been raised by the World Food Programme, there's something which is not only to this university, but all universities, a mechanism of connecting the research to the end actions. Universities generate knowledge, but knowledge by itself does not create impact. There's always a step that has to be in between to move beyond the knowledge to cause impact. And that is transiting from knowledge through action to impact. And again, that means two things. You should have that mechanism, but you should have relevant kind of partnerships and collaborations. More especially between this university and other public entities like NARO, Agric and many others, between this university and the private sector, and between this university and many other entities of interest to help that to happen. On One Health, there are two things that are cardinal. One is the complete skill sets in diverse fields, and having a good understanding of what is One Health. Now, once we get that good understanding of what is One Health, we should have a definition, actually a reference definition, and a reference schedule of the skill sets that we desire to have. But above all, you cannot find all of these in one place. Importantly is collaboration. So to make sure that we collaborate. On the issue of the research we do, and which I want to leave you with, let us be a science-led university, technology-led university, for innovations for jobs. For innovations for jobs. If we get that, then we shall improve on our relevance. Interdisciplinary, agree. Absolutely. And I want to congratulate you that you've been able to nurture it to this level. We see now offshoots from it, but you have a challenge ahead of you, which I want to call an opportunity ahead of you, is to mature this university or to graduate it to a level of transdisciplinarity. But that faculty should not be interdisciplinary. It should be transdisciplinary. That goes beyond mere bringing together of different disciplines. Transdisciplinary is always guided by a pull factor of an action at the end. And I think this university needs transdisciplinarity. Lastly, efficiency, effectiveness. Efficiency, effectiveness, perfect. This is something key as one impact area. But I want to bring it at the level of the university, in operational systems, at the level of the university, in the training modules, at the level of the university, in coming up with investments for impact. This takes you to what we call research for investment, or investor research. Investor research is concerned with more of efficiency and effectiveness. Academic research is just concerned with knowledge, new things. But investor research is concerned with efficiency and effectiveness. Again, on this, agree, let us add it as impact area number 6 on the schedule for this university, to mean that we are training to connect our research to society. We are training to connect our research to generate in part knowledge that will transit in technology innovations and services for society, but which are affordable and which can be readily accessed. Efficiency and effectiveness. And again, I want to thank you so much. I want again to agree with you that this is the National University of Science and Technology, seated on the Pearl of Africa, where we see milk and honey, abundance, prosperity, and favor. For God and my country, again I submit.
Thank you very, very much. Prof, once again, let's give him a hand clap. Thank you very much. Madam Vice Chancellor, we also have a constituency online. We have over 50 people that are watching us online, and they have also been able to observe a number of issues. You will not read all of them, but they are agreeing with what the DG has been able to talk about. Like one of our students who was a guild president called Jude Aguma, he says must is indeed the National University of Science and Technology and must move that direction. Someone called Brian Baguma said, agriculture is the medicine for poverty. We also have Tayebwa Jordan, who says, I think this faculty will take our students abroad for further trainings and address the brain drain and bring them back to work for us. Then Nelson Aliho, he said that it was good that the Vice Chancellor talked about the university farm, which has been there wishing for a long time. So I hope this is the time to tap some of these opportunities, including how Uganda Vocational and Technical Assessment Board has certified MUST as an assessment center for skilling. So this is the time. We also have the certification from World Intellectual Property Organization as a technology and innovation support center. Why not move that direction? Prof. Ngonzi, pray for a cup of tea, and then we allow the frontliners to move to lead us to a cup of tea, please. Thank you very much. Let's clap for Professor Ngonzi as he.
Okay. I don't know whether you saw me as the most hungry, but let's pray. Lord, we thank you for an opportunity to share a cup of tea. Bless us together as we take it. Let it nourish our bodies to continue serving our beloved nation. We thank you for the hands that have prepared it, Lord. Bless them. In the Lord's name we pray. Amen.
We have to move out. There's a room which is, as you move straight on your right, then you divert on the left. After that corridor of entry, there's a room where we've prepared a cup of tea. We have our evaluation forms that we have given to everybody. Please feel free, as the presentations are going on for different programs, keep writing down your observations so that we can be able to get your feedback as part of the needs assessment. So let's leave at leisure as we get a cup of tea. We only have 15 minutes. Only 15 minutes. We still have a lot that we have to present to you, ladies and gentlemen. Let us make more contacts as we relate, but we remember that the Vice Chancellor is giving a bath to the Faculty of Agriculture, Environment, and Veterinary Sciences. Succeed we must. Thank you.
Building on the protocol that was already established by the previous speakers, I'd like to appreciate you all for coming, and good afternoon. My name is Ronald Tuonjire. I'm a senior lecturer at MUST and also the head of the Department of Environment and Livelihood Support Systems. Before I can make my presentation, allow me to appreciate in a very special way Dr. Yona Baguma, whom I call my mentor. When I just completed my undergraduate program at Makerere University, he gave me my first job at NARO. And I recall these words 20 years later. He told me that I think you'll be a great scientist. I want you to be in that lab. And I did a lot of biotechnology work in the lab and encouraged me to proceed for further training. And as you heard from the keynote address, he was very inspirational. So this inspiration led me to pursue my first master's degree at Makerere University in Environment and Natural Resources. I then went to the University of Cambridge in the UK for my MPhil in Environmental Science and the PhD in Environmental Sciences. When I completed my PhD, I told him I had finished, and there were 2 director positions at NARO. At the time, he was still the Deputy Director General. He interested me to join, but MUST had also offered me a senior position. I told him, I think I prefer to go to a university. Let's see how things go. 10 years later, I'm delighted that we can reconnect, and he's supporting us in the establishment of this new faculty of Agriculture, Environment, and Veterinary Sciences. And certainly with the MOU that has been signed, we are looking to operationalize this at faculty level. I have 15 minutes. I'll try to keep to 15 minutes. Just to reiterate some of the things that have been presented before, the plans for the new faculty. Our dean gave a long speech on what we are planning. The Vice Chancellor echoed some of this. So mine is just to, I think, recap for those that may not have been here earlier. What I'll not be talking about, though, are the resources that we still need. I'll only mention the rationale, some of the departments, and the proposed programs for which we are going to be discussing and looking for your ideas later this afternoon. We also have some staff within the proposed departments that will help us to start. So we still belong to the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, and a bit of background has been given on this faculty. And the transition from development studies to Institute of Interdisciplinary Training and Research, and the foundations therein. So within the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, we have this program. We had a program in Bachelor of Science, offering a program in Bachelor of Science in Agriculture and Livelihoods. But the faculty itself had been offering a development studies service course in addition to other programs. So it is this that we are planning to build on as we get into starting a new faculty. So the department has existed for about 10 years. One of the pioneering staff has actually recruited to provide support to this department. At the time, Dr. Hannington Odongo was the head of department. And recently we had the Master of Science in Agricultural Innovations and Livelihoods approved by Senate and Council, and is now under review at National Council of Science and Technology. Sorry, Uganda National Council for Higher Education, yes, Nche. We couldn't start new programs at the time because we lacked critical staff and training facilities. But now we think this is a thing of the past. Everybody is saying, we'll give you staff, we'll give you money. So we're ready to move. So the department forms the core for this transition to a new faculty. We have very highly qualified staff with PhDs in different fields within the agricultural, environmental, and veterinary sciences. We have a university farm that the Vice Chancellor talked about earlier that we think will be transformed to provide the critical training that will be needed in the new faculty. So the creation of the Faculty of Agriculture, Environment, and Veterinary Sciences, I think is timely. It isn't too late. And this is why I think it is timely. There are quite a number of issues that remain outstanding in the southwestern region, a land of milk and honey, that the faculty can address directly. And of course, we'll be training for the globe, just like the keynote speaker said. So starting locally, we go nationally and regionally and globally. So we are proposing quite a number of cutting-edge programs which we'll be presenting to you within the areas of agriculture, environment, and veterinary sciences. But also, as mentioned earlier, we contribute to the National Development Plan 4, at least 3 pillars directly. Production and value addition, training. We have programs that are anchored within production space and value addition in agriculture. Skilling human capital, so the human resource that will be transforming this agriculture sector for the foreseeable future will be trained in this faculty. And also private sector growth as one of the pillars where we contribute directly by training, again, professionals that can start their own businesses and support the private sector. But also we contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals, maybe up to 13 of these goals, we do contribute to them. The earlier speakers have already highlighted this. So we have 4 departments that we have proposed. The Department of Agriculture Sciences, that we're calling DAS, the Department of Veterinary Science and Animal Resources, DIVSA, the Department of Environment and Livelihood Support Systems that's currently hosting us, and the Department of Agriculture Extension and Community Engagement, DICE. So each of these departments will have core programs and various places of focus. So the Department of Agriculture Sciences will have the core agriculture programs focusing on food systems, agriculture production and productivity, so touching on things such as soil science, crop science, agriculture engineering, agriculture economics, and food science. So research and student training will be within these spaces. The Department of Veterinary Science and Animal Resources will focus on animal production and productivity with emphasis on animal health and welfare and broader linkages to food systems and human health and safety. Concepts of One Health will be handled within this particular department. And although we don't start with a program in veterinary medicine, it is planned for the near future with staff and training facilities available. So the emphasis in this department will be on disease prevention, diagnosis, treatment, nutrition, breeding, among others. And the Department of Agriculture Extension and Community Engagement will be providing this linkage between the core agriculture science training and innovations and policy. So research and training in these particular spheres will be emphasized in this particular department. Then we have the Department of Environment and Livelihood Support Systems that will be restructured to focus on human interactions with the environment, adaptable natural resource management, whilst supporting inclusive and resilient livelihoods. So programs in the area of climate change, biodiversity conservation, land and water management, renewable resources will be included in this particular department. I know that we have a whole afternoon to talk about the different programs, so I will not concentrate very much on them now, in the interest of time. But as you can see, in the Department of Agriculture Sciences, we'd like to start with, we already have a program in Agriculture and Livelihoods, the Bachelor of Science, that's been ongoing for the last 10 years. And we have the Master of Science in Agriculture, Innovations and Livelihoods that will be starting maybe in the next academic year. But we also have, we've planned a program in water resources and irrigation engineering, agribusiness management and entrepreneurship, food systems and technology, to sort of touch on things that the keynote speaker was addressing this morning. DIVSA, we, as I mentioned earlier, will focus on animal health and production technologies, so the strong emphasis on technology. But also we want to touch on wildlife health and management, because this region has wildlife resources. We are privileged to have a key person from OR joining us to give us feedback on this particular program. For agriculture extension, we have a program in agriculture extension and innovations. And for Department of Environment and Livelihood Support Systems, we have a program on environmental conservation and tourism management, sort of feeding into what the keynote speaker was talking about. But also we have a dedicated program on environmental and climate sciences. We have some staff, and the Vice Chancellor and top management have committed to find resources for recruitment, but at least we have people that we can start with. And promotions should also be coming. Our faculty organogram is also here presented. We have the Dean, Deputy Dean, heads of departments, and other officers, registrar and finance officer, supporting the heads and administrative staff. So my role in this transition has been like what Moses did to move people from Egypt to the promised land. I don't know if I'll be a Joshua or Caleb in the new faculty, but from what I heard this morning, there are prospects. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tuanjirwe. Another round of applause. I'm sure you will not stop at Moses, because Moses didn't reach the Canaan. You should have a combination of Joshua as well, so that you can reach the promised land, not stopping on the way. We want to appreciate you, Dr. Tuanjirwe, and in the interest of time, I would like to mention that we are moving and transiting to the next session, and my term of office has just ended. I'll come back later, but I would like to invite Dr. Olet Eunice, the Dean, Faculty of Science, to come and modulate this next session as a chair. I am Dr. Medad Twinamasko Katonera. I'm the Director in charge of the Center for Innovation and Technology Transfer, and also a Senior Lecturer in the Department of Environment and Livelihood Support System. You're welcome, my successor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Twinamasiko. And good afternoon, everyone. We are about 1.5 hours behind schedule, but nevertheless, we shall manage. So I will not take a lot of time. I will not steal the show. I'll briefly introduce myself for the sake of those who are not here yet and may not know me. I'm Eunice Olet, Dean Faculty of Science, and I teach in the Department of Biology, and specifically I'm a botanist. And when I see this Faculty of Agriculture, Environment, and Faculty of Agriculture, Environment, and Veterinary Sciences, I kept thinking of animal sciences. Yeah, I relate, and I feel like I'll be hopefully one of those who will be in the future be able to, to participate in facilitating some of these programs. And without wasting more time, I would like to invite Dr. Viola Nila Nyakato to moderate this next activity, the panel discussion on the keynote address from the Director General of NARO, and also the presentation by Dr. Ronald Trongire for the new faculty. Dr. Viola, you're welcome. She'll be introducing the panelists. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I'm pleased to be here to moderate this session, which is a discussion and a conversation about what we have had in the morning. And this is going to be led by members here. And to begin with, we shall start with Professor Mlanga Florence to come in front and take a seat. I know people have already talked about her, but she's a renowned biochemist and food scientist and innovator. And all of you, most of you, and if not everyone, during this break, you've tasted her products. So the cakes, the bananas, all of them processed, and the porridge, you have had that in terms of what she has innovated and transformed into products. She's passionate about value addition in the banana industry, and a steadfast and dedicated transformer in terms of looking at impact. The keynote speaker talked about impact. She leads one of the most ambitious initiatives to industrialize banana into global competitive products. I have been in Germany and Belgium, and I've found your products on the market. Throughout her eminent career, Professor Mlanga has led academic leadership roles at Makerere University and served as a professor of nutrition, biochemistry, and biochemistry in the Department of Food Technology and Nutrition, and advanced research into nutritional and processing products of banana, known as matoke. Her expertise has spanned through nutritional science, food technology, industrial scale innovation of plant-based foods. And as an international scholar, she has had education through Makerere. She has a diploma in education, a Master of Science in food, a Master of Food Science, and a PhD in biochemistry. Her pioneering research in Toke brand of banana flour has been very stable, stably growing on shelf, and is a big example of value addition on local products and towards sustainability and export pathways that have been talked about the whole morning. As a director of PIBID, Professor Mlanga continues to champion technology transfer, agro-industrial development, and inclusive value addition for small-scale farmers. And her work exemplifies how science and industry connect. Professor, thank you so much for allowing to see us and be with us and be a friend and a good neighbor, because the PIBID is not far away from MAST. I will bring other members of the panel, and the next member of the panel is Mr. Patrick Byaruhanga Kamugasha, sorry. He's a farmer, and he told me that I say he is a self-educated farmer. 30 years of experience in dairy, and dairy, poultry, and banana. Please take a seat in front. Another member that we are going to have is Miss Judith Agaba-Chiza, who is a nutritionist, but also a program policy officer and head of field office at World Food Program. Please take the front seat. And the other member that we are going to have this morning is Mr. Fred Elia Kasime, who is the Chief Warden for Lake Mburo Conservation Area in Uganda, in Uganda Wildlife Authority, and is an environmental scientist. Please take your seat. As the panel takes their seats, we are going to first have a presentation from Professor Mlanga, and her presentation is mainly going to be about her work and what she has been doing, but as well, the question that we propose present to you this morning, Professor, is we have had a keynote speech about this initiative by Mbarara University of Science and Technology, and we have also listened to the head of department on the proposed program. And we would like that as you make your presentation, you deal with the issue of impact and how value addition can be integrated into training, as well as the challenge for partnership to utilize the available resources in the region, in the country, and beyond to be able to produce a student who is all-round, but also relevant not only to themselves, but to society. So we welcome you here to make a presentation, and then we shall hear from other panelists. Thank you so much, everyone. Let's welcome Professor with a loud applause. Thank you so much, everyone.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Please accept my deep voice. It's a gift from bananas. I really want to... Peter, I've got him. Please talk to him. I can put it at the end. Yeah, I want to first of all start by appreciating my sister, the Vice Chancellor, for enabling me to be here. I'm actually one of you. I am a visiting associate professor in the faculty of, medicine, is it? Because that's pharmacology. I'm associated to pharmacology. Yes, and I'm proud to say that I lead the starch end of using starch as an excipient in pharmacological packaging. So this was cuts of our late professor we shared, Professor Owino. The last thing he did, actually, before he died, is get me that associate professorship because he wanted me so much to be part of that. And as a consequence, we've developed a fully fledged starch as an banana starch as an excipient from pharmacological applications at our center, and we've named it after Professor Owino. So that should be the starting of our connection. And I think it's not a very bad beginning, because you can see we came here because of the agriculture, and you see how into the medicinals care of agriculture. I want to also appreciate the person who introduced me for that very kind introduction. I didn't know myself, but allow me just to add that I entered Makerere primarily as a BSc, BSc really sciences in botany, zoology, and chemistry. I wanted to major in chemistry, but that, came in to disrupt. And don't really hate disruptors, because when I mean disrupted, there were not enough teachers in chemistry, so I was sold to biochemistry, and I was forced to take education. So I ended up as the peculiar teacher of chemistry, biochemistry, and teaching in a secondary school. I should also say that by God's grace, I graduated on top of my class in both chemistry and biochemistry in Makerere University. But those were very difficult times. After being the top student, I went back and taught school because there were no teachers. I was actually in the school I first entered, I was teaching all the sciences. That's Wanyange Girls School. God has got his own bonuses. I also taught Navagerika of Uganda, cuts of that. Yeah, so I think that's enough for my introduction. Yeah, I think if you've forgotten everything, remember that I'm a disruptor. Yes, I was a disruptor at Makerere University. They got me out before I was done, but fortunately they realized their mistakes. I'm still part and parcel of Makerere. I also supervise and finance researches in that space. I am also affiliated to Busitama University as a principal investigator on the textile uses of banana fiber. And with you here, we're looking at the pharmacological aspects. But if you had allowed me to disrupt this space, we would have got, I think, the agricultural department much earlier, but never late, as somebody put it. We shall get there, and we shall get there right. So with that, allow me to say that I've missed to start with a highlight on who we are and what we are, because my IT, I think, got something confused. But let me start with the presentation. Okay? Where is she? Can we start? Okay, let me continue by saying that I bring greetings from my team in Busheng and in Kampala. And I also bring greetings from my board. Dr. Mabirizi is the chair. We spoke quite candidly last night. And Lady Justice Lilian Chitkuvinza is the deputy chair. Very powerful people, but they supported me in forming this. Did you get it? Yeah. So I had wanted to start with showing you who we are, but there was a hitch. But the title was Current and Future Trends in Agriculture and Animal Science and the Interdisciplinary Approach to Training, a case of the banana value chain development under PBID. So I hope that that tag relieves your fears. I tried to really pick just a few highlights because I'm traveling to Brazil in 48 hours to present a national proposal for bio-waste renewable energy utilization from banana. So and actually this had skipped me, but when I got the call, I told my team I'm going to leave everything else and get to Mbarara, and that's why I'm here. And we made this presentation at the last moment last night. So please move. When I say move, because we're not synchronized. Let's go to the next slide. That is me. They have already talked about me. Table of contents, introduction, PBID BADIC overview, because many of you don't understand what is PBID, what is BADIC. I'll just explain that. Then the banana value chain, because really that's what we bring in this training as disruptors. I'll show you some highlights of some of the things we talked about and then conclude. And then there will be that slide to show you what we are doing. So I talked to one or two people before and I said, universities should stop thinking that somebody is going to have mass on them because they are teaching agriculture and go and get a donor to do what? To fund the whole process. Those times are gone. Universities have to be corporate entities. You have to know how to do a good project, a good strategy. When there is money somewhere, you have to position yourself as if this didn't happen, everything else is going to go what? To a standstill. That's how I first got recognized by the Rockefeller Foundation, which actually I want to recognize. Yes, they propelled me to the frontiers of this work, but could not agree with the national policies at the end. But I did aggressively articulated the issue of why banana has to become an industrial base. And they gave me a lot of platforms, both local and abroad, that really caused government to look up to say what's happening here. So when they dropped me, government was very quick to do what? To pick me up. But yes, that's what formed the presidential initiative and its legal framework, which is the Banana Research and Development Center. PBID was a project. When it was successful, we formed the legal framework under BADIC, and we're now a fully fledged company, but limited by guarantee. We have been directly aligned with Uganda long-term development plans, right from the word inception. Why Dr. Frank Babidi is very, very critical, and I really want to thank the President for his foresight, is that when we came from the university and became a national project, he pushed him on us to become our chair, and his role was to mainstream this project into the national development goals, and has really worked very well. So we look at the issues, three major issues of our aspirations are encapsulated at farmers level. Basically, empowerment of farmers, enhancing of livelihood, improvement of household income, and food security across the banana farming areas, affecting women and youth employment and productivity in the banana sector. I think we're on the same page. And at national level, we look at direct and indirect employment opportunities, development of SME and trade industry, development of framework of sustainable value addition in the agricultural sector, evidencing banana flour in particular, and the generation of export and import substitution value and attracting FDI. And thirdly, environmental and climate change. These are tags that you cannot do without. I'm so happy that it's mainstream in your curriculum. This under here we foster clean energy and waste to value innovation. That's why I've been invited to present that proposal in Brazil. But also, we are now leading in focusing the issue in Africa on insurance financing, thus protecting the environment and being climate change smart. So that's really how our mandate is all about. But I'm sure you really want to know our journey. Where did we start our journey? We have what we call a problem tree analysis with problems, effects, and underlying problems. We looked at what was the focal problem: lack of quality standards, absence of product recognition, packaging, branding, and consumer awareness. Then we looked at the weaknesses and support to backward and forward linkages within the banana value chain, and there were inconsistent commodity supply due to poor infrastructure. There was a lot of mismatch between the consumer demand and product characteristics. For instance, when we started, you could not really order specific banana. You know, there was no segregation. The farmers would just plant anyhow. We are now trying to streamline that a farmer can have a plantation segregated into Nandigobe, into Chibuzi, into, you know, so that even for the export of fresh bananas, it will become very important. Then lack of institutional arrangement for production, value addition, and marketing support. Here I want to recognize my colleague in absentia, that really the first entry point in terms of being able to add value was cuts of Narrow. Without Narrow, I don't think I'll be here, because Narrow pushed me to the front line of those donors who are looking for value addition. And eventually, I actually almost took over Narrow because I was a pioneer in the value addition space. I also regret that they offered me to lead one of the directorates and I declined because, as I said, I knew I was a disruptor. I wanted to do something new entirely and not, you know, disrupt old systems. So the main problem, looking at it, was post-harvest losses. As we started, and I think still, was about 40 per annum. And when you have most of your farmers doing this, and they are losing at this level, you know where poverty is coming from. Poor incomes for the farmers, limiting the promotion of rural enterprise. I've seen this with my eyes. Sometimes I almost cry after the thunderstorms have come and cleared plantations of our farmers. That's why we rushed into the insurance support mechanism, because for the farmer, it can be very devastating. Yes, so, but in order to go anywhere, you need to reinvent. As I said, we're disruptors, so we need to reinvent the theory of change. This is the theory that was causing me problems, and we said that the farmer, we identified 4 issues that had to be done differently if we are going to have a robust value chain in the banana cropping system. And one was access to tested technologies. You would say Narrow is doing all this. It was indeed, because as I said, I'm partly a product of Narrow support. But I would see in Narrow, somebody would be like a tourist when he goes into Narrow. He does not see that technology belonging to him or to her. So we realized that there was a need to get farmers and stakeholders in the production ecosystem to aspire and get technologies that are being developed and apply them. And this is only where they're going to optimize their production capacities. Secondly, was access to accurate knowledge and information. Yes, Makerere and Naro, we are all engaged in this. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. I was looking behind and yes. I'm sorry about that. Let me repeat that after the last slide, which was about I hope you followed about the journey. So then we had to find out the theory, and I talked about access to technology. The second pillar was access to accurate knowledge and information, and I said it wasn't that information and knowledge wasn't there, but it was also like a flying bird. You get it? An extension worker or a group of Makerere experts go out in the community. They do field school for a week or so, and then they are gone. There was no sustainability in the training mechanism. So we realized that there is need to bridge this gap so that the knowledge of the first quality from our universities can constantly flow into the farming communities to ensure that a lot of inaccuracies they had can be corrected. We found actually a lot of contra information in the farmers about how to look after the banana, whereas actually all this training was available in Makerere. Thirdly, access to improved community-based infrastructure. And this speaks in the first one. So one of our objectives was really to see that what we have developed at our center should be packaged in such a way that communities will be able to access it and be able to do the things we're telling them they can do, and so that we can build this golden value chain we're all talking about. And finally, when we went to the farmers, we assumed the narrow NADs were working with cooperatives. So we didn't even put in that function because we thought that there were already farmers that are empowered. It was our shock to find that farmers were working as individuals. We asked them about cooperative states. They died. They died within 7. He said, why? He said, well, we don't know. So that's where we started. And we didn't even have this skill set. We had to look for people who had got this skill set to come in and support us to reinvent the associations in the farming communities. Because you can't keep on speaking to one farmer. You don't get there. They need to be in a class. They need to compare. They need to learn from one another. And if they're going to be empowered, they have to have a voice. Because we're building a value chain that is going to make them have eyes to see where we're selling the banana flour, to be able to question how much we are getting. And an individual farmer can never do that. You know? So basically, associations were formed, and eventually these farmers themselves said, we want them to be cooperatives. So those are the highlights. After that, we had, as part of our problem resolve, we had to analyze the value gap. The value gap between what the farmers were doing then and what it would be if we added value and went to market, you know, with the flour. And I just want to read that statement because it's very, very pregnant. But value gap entails consideration of the broad continuum of science-led contribution, yielding unprecedented value at distinct value chain segments, including higher yields per hectare, product development, quality assurance, and processing technologies, which all aggregate into ultimately the production of a novel high-value products from farm gate through processing to to export markets. This in stark contrast to the traditional way where bananas were traded as a green staple at the farm gate for exclusively urban stores. So from this background, Agric is projected to create a total value gap, TVG, of up to USD 41,831 per hectare per year, where USD dollars 35,760 per hectare per year will be realized at farm gate for every farmer that will add primary value before sale. You hear me? This will be realized from the elevation of the productivity from 5 to 35 metric tons per hectare, while the price indices for the green banana at farm gate will increase slightly from USD 0.407 to per kilogram to USD 0.18, which is 18 cents per kilogram. So you can see we're not increasing the acreage, but we're increasing the productivity density. That was our target in order to bring this value gap to bear. So after processing this into chips, the farmers will be able to realize the sale value of USD $6 per kilogram, accounting for the value gap. So we are talking about farmers who are getting 400,000, the first column, Uganda shillings per year, because of the transformation getting close to 20 million shillings per hectare per year. And when we help them to add value, that would start to 127 million, because we are selling each kilo of flour between $9 and $13. And every bunch gives me between 4 to 4.5 kilograms. So that is how we get that. So ultimately, when we do the differences, you see that a farmer in our model is positioned to get 35.88. Oh, sorry. So that difference is carrying the catalyst for the transformation of this industry. As I speak, we have an investor that, just looking at our figures, has developed a model for between us and them to completely cause a disruptor in the banana value chain. They are committed to do all the investments at zero interest rate to government to cause this to happen. I think you should clap at that. Modeling farmers who have been getting 5 to 10 kilograms and getting them to get between 0 to 5 tons per hectare per year, now getting 35 to 50 tons per hectare per year. That is the strategy. And that is why some of you ask government, loads of money here, they want to see it happen. You get it? I was telling the Vice Chancellor that you have to do your problem statement in such a way that any financier would not pass by it. That's how I got into the eyes of the Rockefeller Foundation to the very high, because of the problem statements I used to put forward. And that's how I came before the greater policymakers in this country. Even opposition, they may say something different, but when they come down there, they agree that there's something to finance. Yeah, need to work? Is my computer? Can you give me another computer?
You bring it here. You can be playing the video clip. Yeah. So basically, just to elaborate, is that is the catch that has really caused us to get everybody to stand up and look up. Just to talk about some of our key stakeholders. We have a big stakeholder in German. Actually, through the German fraternity, I got a project here, which I left because of disruption issues. But I'm still working in the industrial development with a lot of support from Germany. Now, on the market side, we have started also to start linkages with UK on the industrial tuning. The Germans are good at the bigger industries. On the product development, the UK have got a cutting edge. So we are balancing that act. Actually, it's the Germans that recommended us back to the UK, whereas my studies had been in the UK. Then for the marketing, we have got really an open window into the US. Our product got 2 groups to open warehouses for Uganda commodities, because they are really competing to take our flour. Not only our flour, even the crisps. I don't know whether you taste the crisps. We're going to package those crisps for the American market, because they are the only crisps that will be on the market that are not manufactured, that are original. And in that crisp, also you have starch that we call SDS, slow digesting starch. Those who are in the medicine side, I think you understand. That's where the market heart is. And that's why I got a lot of problem, those who understand the value of patents on these starches. And until government took over, I could not do that patenting. So the SDS is the word for the industry of food that is handling carbohydrate. Because when you eat the product from our starches, you feel satisfied. You eat one cookie, you won't have another one, you know? And that's what the American market want. They want to enjoy the food without what? The consequences. And when you have an SD, it digests slowly. You become like a python, you know? So most of your starch actually digests in the large intestine, ferments, actually don't digest, ferment, and then they protect your intestine against cancer. I think I've said it. Our starch, I believe, is going to sell on the retail between $28 to $56 on the USA market. Somebody was asking me, why is the flour not everywhere? Because we have contracts in the offing that we need to sign, and most of the flour we put out is smuggled out. So that's if you go to Dubai, you find our flour everywhere. If you go to the UK, you find most of these specialist shops is there. So there are people who are collecting our flour because we sell it very cheaply and taking it out but as a black market, you get it. So we don't want to spoil our reputation. We are going to we have to hold on until we've signed these contracts and set the prices and package for the different markets appropriately. As for the confectionery, the other question we always have, we don't see them. People are buying them and selling them under the basket. You know, Ugandans are very good at that. We don't have anything left out in the market when we go out. We are setting up a mega bakery very soon. In Inshallah, I thought that I would explain this very well, but unfortunately it's not working out. But we've got an industrial park on the Masaka and Barara Road, where we're going to put up a mega bakery to be able to match the needs of the market that we have exposed. And I have to tell you that our bakery products are going as far as Congo, Sudan, and Kenya without us asking for them to go. So we have to do the right thing to ensure they go. We have a potentially big market in the region because uji is a very great thing in the East African market, and our uji is very good, as you've seen. So we have pending orders from Kenya, and I believe that Tanzania will come back as soon as they settle down. And we have also very big offerings from DRC. So I thought that I should do, but how are we taking this to the market? We are taking this to the market not as domestic people. We realize the value of what we have. So what we are doing franchises. We are doing franchises at different levels. We have a 7-level franchise model that we've developed. And this I should acknowledge Makerere University Business School. We've worked with them tirelessly to develop the franchise model that we're taking to the world. And this is how your product, your banana flour, is going to be marketed. So when we say $13, it is an understatement. We believe that the value is going to gravitate as we go up. I think really the thing that I want to share with you is what is the journey we went through. We went through a journey of being researchers at the university. Then we were captive and put into government. And I want to tell you, as researchers, as university people, you have to be very flexible because the financial really holds the day. That's why it's very unfortunate if all the biggest financials are external, because we shall do their bidding, and this is not really what we want to do. So if government gets the money, which it is promising us is going to do from next financial year for science, we have to make sure that we are able to package whatever we want to do within that framework that they have established as policy. That is the secret I want to tell you, that we imbibed this, and as I said, I owe this to Dr. Frank Mabilizi, because when he came in as my chair, he said, however good science you are doing, I want to tell you, if we do not see it in policy, you never get a coin. So learning from that, we started learning what policy is. I stand here proudly as a graduate of ESAMI, on top of my my PhD. I realized that in finance I'm useless if I don't understand the money. You get it? And they stopped laughing at me when I appeared in finance, when I told them I've just graduated with my MBA. So I want to say that the entrepreneurial part of this curriculum may be the most important thing. Why? Because those of us in industry there are looking for this kind of skill set. I thought I would be able to at least show the volume of skills that have come out. So even the other side.
Maybe we can take a seat as we get it working, Professor. We would get it.
Oh. Yes, we can show it from the other side. We can all turn and look the other side, don't you?
Professor said she's a disruptor, so we can have one of the experiences of disruption.
Yeah,
we turn around and see.
You turn around and see?
Yes.
Because I was about to really finish.
Yes, yes.
I just wanted particularly to show you what happens when you do the right things.
Martin, please help us.
We have been able to raise in the banana industry already up to 500 direct jobs, okay, in our small kiosk that we are working in, yes, and over 2. But I came with, Madam, won't you lose your job?
It's there. It's playing now. We have some volume.
There's no volume. That is really to show the highlights of our value chain. That's the irrigation system. It's an irrigation and fertigation system modeled after the Israel models. Now this is our pilot plant. We started with batch processing. Now we are going on to automation. And all this is being done with some of your students and staff. One of the factory. That's Badik.
Thank you so much. We can clap. Thank you so much.
So are you able to show the last section of the slides? So that I wind up. Your acknowledgements, go back. Go back to where I stopped. That is forward. You should have closed and come out. Yeah, I think that's where I was. I think I talked about that, and that is really the problem statement that made government stand up and look our way and decided to finance what we are doing aggressively. Continue. This is where the story, as I told you, we had fresh banana value chains where nobody was a gainer, and we advocated for processed banana following my PhD work. We showed that There are 3 particular routes. We can have the chips cooked, the chips raw, and then we can also have the spin-offs. And when we have the chips cooked or raw, we get malt industries. We now also have got the drum-dried, which we didn't have at the beginning. So that every time you get flour, you get a multifaceted industries. In fact, in our industrial technology park, we are going to have a lot of cottage industries for some of your graduates who are going to be uptakers of these flours to do their own products. The spin-offs I've already told you, we're looking at fertilizers, we're looking at the feed industry, and maybe paper. But I think we are focusing largely on the fertilizer and the what do they call it? Women sanitary towels. This is our main focus in banana. The fertilizer issue is what is taking me to the world, because we've been advocates of recognizing banana as a valuable climate change crop. And one of the issues we are talking about, please go to the next slide, is that you can actually do a closed loop in this industry. This is what we've been presenting, and this is actually what I'm going to present in Berea in Brazil, that from the plantation, you can aggregate communities to process. They get the dry stuff, which they take to the industry, and then the waste can be aggregated into bio-waste, into biodigesters from biogas. And then from there you get the slurry, which is green manure, which goes back. This model, we've won an African Region Award for this closed loop chain. Continue. This was a journey which I talked about when you're not looking, that it was scientists really, and I think what we've done is form the policy for science, because the original 7 people who started this were all scientists, including the late Professor Wino. And we went into the PIBID project after formation, and many people die at that project level. So I think the great thing that we've done for the sake of scientists, that we've been able to commercialize and go from that level and show the world that we can form scientifically manufactured products and bring them off the market. We didn't wait for the export. If we waited for the export, maybe we would not have had the money. I want to say that this year we are projecting to get not less than 6 to 8 billion out of our local market. There's a lot of money here. Okay? If we actually had if we had the space already, we could collect easily 12 billion sitting down. So then when we go to the external market, we shall be projecting 30 to 40 billions per year. So when I say that we shall be able to come back to you and form a Carrasco Center here, I am not joking. It can happen from one project. So basically, the end of the story is that we are going to form the Tokyo Trade Center, and this would enable us as a country to harness the muscle of being able to broker this product internationally, not just giving first and third party traders to make the maximum profit. I think we are ahead of coffee in our design, and we may have informed the coffee policy, because from the word go, we said we're not going to send just flowers. We're going to send largely premixes to the world, and that's what we are working on. Please continue. That's the Muranga model, speaks about it all. I can't see from here. Let me go closer. So this research and development I want to tell you, whatever you do, make sure that research has a big focus, because the times of just getting people's books, people's knowledge, and building on it slowly have passed. You need to be able to constantly develop your own knowledge, write your own books, review them, you get it, if you are going to get anywhere in the world. I'm happy to say that we are going to produce very soon a book informed by your professors on the Matoke science and technology. But this should be coming from universities, not from industries. Then we have with the research, we are showing what it was. The dots show you how we used to do research. From government brings money, they go to communities, or they go to universities, then universities go to community. That is a dead model, you get it? We would like to have these centers of excellence of R&D, even if they are at universities. The R&D centers should be the one to go out to the communities. Yeah? And these R&D centers should own pilot plants. These R&D centers should own industrial technology parks, okay? And we have committed, and from there you see that we shall be able to get goods that we put into the commodity trading center. And from there we shall be able to go to global trade through Tokyo Trade Center, which we are hoping to do. And yes, this can happen to a project like PBID, but a university can be a great player into this. I want to say we're building with you at Inshara. We believe that some of these great people who are going to go through your hands and your curriculum, even as their students, are going to be beneficiaries of the working in synergy with industrial development at Inshara Industrial Technology Park. Continue. The benefits generated, one is the country. We are creating direct and indirect employment opportunities. As I said, at Ushene alone, direct employment is over 500, indirect is over 5,000 plus, and we are still counting. Promoting development of SMEs and trade industries, development of value addition in agriculture sector. Many people are benchmarking us. We are going to support the cassava value chain because we need the cassava in some of the products. We're going to support the Irish potato value chains because what we use, they can also use. Supporting the parish model development, we are doing this through what we are doing with the farmers in terms of enhanced productivity as well as primary value addition, technology transfer. Food security, this is now one of our targets. As our profits come through, we want to make a greater Bushenyi a zero malnutrition place because we've got the flowers, they have the milk, we know that children can live and thrive very well. Import substitution, yes, our target is that 5 to 8 years from now, over 50% of the wheat we import will not be necessary in this country because we're going to substitute it. Foreign exchange and FDI, I've also told you, we have a lot of overtures of people wanting to bring investment here, starting at the grassroots levels with that big investor who is coming in to invest in the banana production sector. Farmers, improvement of farming practices, of course. Our farmers have moved from where we found them. Many of them are now between 15 to 20 metric tons per hectare. Incomes, I want just to use the example of our village. Bumbere is our village in Bushenyi, and Bumbere is one district where everybody has got electricity, has got water, everybody has got a TV, everybody has got a permanent house, and I think everybody goes to school. I don't see any rascals on the street, okay? And 60%, 65% of everybody has got a motorized movement. in that village. And this is really 20 years only down the line. Everybody has got fluid income because they either work directly or indirectly in what we are doing. So that's what can happen. Environment, production of green energy, this is our last bit, and waste to value spin-offs, we're also exemplifying it. This, we shall go from doing baskets and other tourist goods to doing industrial bases, as I've already highlighted. Projected is not less than $1 billion US dollars in revenues 5 years from now, $56 million in annual taxes, and 60 million in annual profits. To note is the banana was not a taxable sector. So that is profound. Continue. Yes. Toke franchise, I've told you, we are not selling the banana flour just like that. We are packaging it and using franchise model to bring it to the marketplace. So people have got to pay into this franchise to get it going. That's what really we're busy at right now. Continue. Please continue. Yeah, what will success look like by 2030? Comprehensive industrial development infrastructure with the following components: incubation facilities for business and technopreneurs at our center to support the farming communities incubators. Commodity trade center, I've already talked about, is fully functional. Community collecting and processing center. These are, we are in the process of developing centers where farmers aggregate their produce. This was one of the biggest problems as we came on ground. You had to go on farm gate to pick these bananas, and that's why the farmers are cheated. Now we are setting up centers that are going to be manned between us and the cooperative, where the bananas are collected. Center of Excellence for Research and Development. Yes, the Carrasco Center is in the offing, and one of the areas of excellence is quality assurance in food and the pharmaceutical expedient projects. Science Industrial Park, I'm going to show you, that's in Shara, which is coming in with about 10 mega industries out of this one commodity, and many, many small industries that will be accompanying it. And with the philosophy of process as you learn, which means that your students are going to be the key players because you are our next neighbor. Then the Toke Trade Center is going to be in Kampala at our center where we live at Buganda Road. Those who know, government has agreed to divest that space for us to construct the Toke Trade Center. Continue. So that is other outcome. We're looking at the branding. We're looking at the turnover, globally preferred wheat, and strong foundation for banana industrial sector. That's our vision of the Toke Trade Center. Continue, please. Yeah, I thought I should just show this to you. This has been made by graduates from Makerere University. When we needed to automate, we didn't fly abroad. We went to Makerere. This time they opened the door and they said, give me the top 3 students in mechanical engineering to work with my mechanical expert from Germany. I just graduated a PhD, and our German friends had also agreed to work with us to automate. Please don't take that. This is still protected. I thought I should just show you. It's just for showing. It's being protected for the nation. So this is what students, brilliant, can do. This whole setup, I don't have the time to, but it takes in the banana and you never see it until it's packaged in the flour. And this has been all resolved between partnership of our students here and a few inputs from our partners abroad. This is how Vishen within 2 years is going to look like. Continue. Then the ITP Shala Master Plan. I've told you that the big patches are the bigger industries, and you can count them. They are really more than 10. Then the small red patches are the smaller industries. Then they are, of course, supporting infrastructure. We've shown this to government. We need slightly more land than we have there, and they pledged to give us, I think, not less than 50 more acres. So we go from a cafe franchise on the road, as well as parking, to mega industries that are going to transform the horizon of that landscape. And we're just opposite the National Council Center for Skilling. So also we have got that inflow of skill set into this industry. Please, quickly. This is our vision, the Tokyo Trade Center. We believe within 10 to 15 years from now, this should be on the horizon of Kampala. Anything else? Now, stakeholder skill sets. Who made this? Economists, financial analysts, market professionals, sales professionals, business administrators, ICT experts, legal advisors, human resource professionals, supply chain and logistic managers, statistician, communication experts. Continue, please, quickly. In the community trading center, we're talking about social scientists, educators and trainers, agriculture extension. This is now the first technical from agriculture. Agriculture agronomists, supply chain, procurement logistics, quality control inspectors for raw materials. Then for research and development, biochemists, food scientists, bakers and confectioners, quality assurance, product development, laboratory technicians, climate change specialists, stroke environmentalists, water sanitation and irrigation specialists, data scientists, research agronomists, engineers, civil, mechanic, electrical, processing engineers, soil scientists. It can never be, it's not agriculture, it's really everybody is there, community associations, social scientists, food scientists, quality assurance, and others. You get it? And concluding remarks. Just one agro-industrial project has demanded over 30 different disciplines, still counting. Therefore, the PBD case presents a clear evidence for benchmarking multidisciplinary approach for curriculum development in agro-industrial sector.
Thank you so much,
and
Professor.
Allow me to give credence first to His Excellency the President. The line ministries, we have work was almost 10 ministries every year. Local governments, now Bushenyi, Sanga, Chiruhura, Kunjiri, they are all involved in this. Makerere University, MAST, Busitema, and others that are coming on board.
Thank you.
And Inotech.
Thank you
Allow
so much.
me to say one statement.
Yes, please.
I'm a graduate of the institution of Hagai. I hope I've not lost my badge. The Hagai Institute trained me in leadership at a time that I needed it. And their motto is, try something so big for God that it will not work unless God is in it. We've done this. We have been shocked that it's we who limit God. I challenge you, take that motto, raise the cap of what you want to do. Make the departments bigger. Make the faculty schools, and you see what God can do.
Thank you. That's a very good last statement, that we don't forget that we do everything because God allows us. Thank you so much. It's a long story, and I know we have a lot of lessons, but not forgetting that, your disruptor commitment has led you to this.
I've lost my Hagai bag, if anybody sees it or is here.
Please check. Thank you so much. We have other panelists, and we shall keep where we are seated. We shall pass on the microphone and move on to provide your input, and we shall start in the corner with Mr. Kamugasha. Your words of wisdom in farming. This is a university, and we've been talking about university and research things, but now we have to talk about practice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. By the names of John Patrick Byarhanga, farmer. Our farm is at Nyachara, right? It's known as Kamugasha Mixed Farm Limited. We are on 150 acres of land. We practice animal dairy animal. We keep animals. We keep dairy animals, goats, and sheep, and then we have piggery. We have poultry and a pig scare, and we also keep rabbits. So we're almost doing almost everything. And in her line, we also have bananas. We are privileged to work with MAST. We train our students, all your students, doing interdisciplinary studies. For those who were not born around 1950, none of you, incidentally, none of you was born before 1950. I was counted among the people who were living in 1950. I was 2 years old by then. And I think I'm the oldest person in this afternoon in this hall.
I am next to kid.
I think I'm older than you, Professor.
I've just looked after myself well.
Professor, I'm next to you or you're next to me?
No, you have...
I'm 77.
In the same kind of... No, not quite. But in the same kind of dispensation. In the 50s. You said the 50s. I was born in the 50s.
I was born 48. That's why I was counted in 1950. So I'm older than the Professor. In 1950, when I was counted, among other people, we were 2,000,047 in Uganda. 2,000,047 population in Uganda. Then by year 62, Uganda population was 3,000,075. By year 2000, we were 34 million people. Just this year's census, I know some of you were not counted, and the reason is known, because the questionnaire was too long. These people were running very fast, they could not do everything. So we were towards 50 million, that's what I believe. Now when I was born in around 49 there, land per capita in Uganda was above 20 acres. I hope you appreciate that. And as we talk today, land per capita is about 1 acre point something. And that includes our homes, our roads, the industries. So land has become very scarce. And we all look a little bit tired because I think we have started feeling hungry. Because it's 2 past. It's past 2. And this makes us a little bit quiet and look a little bit weak. So you and I must eat every day. You must have breakfast, lunch, and supper. And all of this comes from land. Water comes from land. All the foods come from land. So what am I saying about land? I'm privileged to discuss with you this afternoon the question of land and the question of extension workers and extension of innovations by you students doing agriculture. Dr. Baguma said that we must imagine and then innovate. So look at you young people. If you don't imagine, how will you innovate?
And then you can answer it. Yes.
Now with the students we train at our farm,
Yes.
I've always encouraged them to think fast, think faster, and try to imagine things, and then we'll one day innovate. Because if you don't build castles in the air, you will have no day to pull them down. So you've got to imagine some things that you have to do in life. We have a problem in Uganda, as you all know. We don't have employments. Now our young men say, now we are going to school, we are going to do Agric, we are going to do this and that, but we shall not have employments. Now what I'm saying to you people is that with that 1 acre of land per capita in Uganda, believe me we shall one day have no food in this country unless these universities train us, train new students, train people in our citizens, train in ways of how to use small land for maximum production. Someone was talking about the greenhouses, talking about using, how do you use a tractor on a small land? Half an acre of land. Some people have no land in Uganda already. Huh? How will you use a tractor? But now let's say, how can we now use small land? And then the worst part of it is that our national land policy, according to me, is poor. Because somebody has 300 acres of land, the other one has 30 square miles of land. The Uganda policy still says land belongs to the owner, whereas I think land belongs to God who created it. But because he or you, me or you, have money, we have access to land. But other people have no land. So now with the land policy, I think the government should also make it a little bit flexible. That people should have a certain acreage of land. Otherwise, you and I are producing, although I'm not. But then, your children are going to produce. And come here, 2060, 2050, the population will be towards the 90 million people. And all those people will need to eat. They need to eat, drink, and live on land. And even be buried on land, which they don't have. So I think the land policy in Uganda, or some of you who approach the policy makers, I think tell them land policies should be examined or reviewed. Okay, they say, of course, land belongs to the owner, that's the policy. That land belongs to the owner, yes, I admit. But how about that one without land? How will he live? How about that one without money? We have always said that agriculture is the backbone of this country. In other countries, in other developed countries, they subsidize agriculture. In Uganda, ukafira mweka. You do it alone. And then when you go to the world market, you face the same market. just the same market. You are selling milk, is selling milk which is subsidized. Uganda is also selling milk on the same on the same place, at the same point. Uganda milk is not subsidized. Germany milk is subsidized. They give you the same money. All times they get better money than us. So, Professor Mulanga, well, I know you are capable to talk to these people. Tell them our policy here, without subsidy.
That's why we're coming with irrigation for all of you.
Without subsidy.
Yes.
Yes. Our market should also, we should be getting at least farmers. If we are backbone of this country, I'm a farmer. I'm producing for you, for him who are not producing. And how am I not helping the country? I'm helping the country. And then we go to the market, let the other people are saying, who are subsidized, take it all.
Yeah.
And maybe some few other points I can share with you.
Yeah.
Is that one, with the population increasing, there is a need for Mbarara University Mbarara University should actually think over agriculture course under any circumstances. Because they are here, we are told Mbarara is a very fertile land. We are told Western Uganda is a very fertile land. We are told the whole of Uganda is a fertile land. Let's do agriculture. And then, for you young men, who are still, of course, the young men you train, they will obviously have some employment. They will employ themselves.
Yes,
they will employ themselves.
You allow me to interrupt so that we.
Yes, please.
You allow me to interrupt.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so that we also give these other two a chance, like 2-3 minutes.
Yeah, I was saying lastly, is that we believe Uganda is a fertile land. Western Uganda is fertile. The whole country is fertile. Let's try to imagine things and innovate in more things in agriculture so that we can produce and feed the country, feed the nation, feed the world. And I think with those few remarks, you allow me to sit, and at 77, I think if you can imagine it is very heavy to carry 77 years.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think what we hear from Mr. Kamugasha is an appreciation of the population growth and the resilience. But most importantly, to think fast, to imagine and innovate. We have already had, we have 2 other members that we have brought in the front, and it is fair that we listen to them, much as we don't have a lot of time. And you allow me to give each one of you 3 minutes. And from the World Food Program perspective and the upcoming MOU, and that you host our students under the internship program, where do you see the contribution of the faculty and the levels of partnership that we look forward to? What do we need to harness? Back to you, Madam Judith. Just 3 minutes, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me just quickly go to the main point. I think there is one thing that I didn't mention before. I was a lecturer for about 5 years in my early years of after graduating from the university. And one of the key things that I did back then was reviewing the curriculum, like, the reason as to why you brought us here. And I was very excited, taking me back in time. And trying to connect the dots from the academic perspective and then to the humanitarian and development perspective, there is this gap. And I think that the Dr. Bagma talked about it. the strategic partnerships, and I think that's the reason that's the area of your question. Many things come into play. One, if we are designing a curriculum that is just based on theory and a little bit of small practice, then when these guys come to the field, it becomes a bit of a problem and a challenge for them to put into practice what they have studied. So if we have a bit of field attachment, even when they are still in school, it helps a lot. When you have them when they are already out of school, there are things that they actually end up missing out. But with field attachments that actually seem to be, that should be compulsory. Now they go study and then they come here and reflect. And actually this is where they will have a chance to start asking professors, because they have the opportunity of meeting with them all the time. So they can present the issues they met in the field, they can come here and have presentations, and they be critiqued by, the people who are in the communities, the professors and all these other guys, and they see how best they can align even some of these things we are talking about. So field attachment is very key and very critical. The other one is research, and I think Professor talked about something like clear problem statement. As a former lecturer, and right now, when we are doing a bit of, at WFP we do review, there are projects where we invite people and then they have to tell us the kind of problems they are trying to address in the communities. And every time you ask someone, and I know the students who are in the room, in most cases, the professors keep on asking you, what is the problem? So the problem continues being a what? A problem. You cannot identify the problem that you want to address, and that is a problem in itself. So if we do have a platform from our end that is in line with the food systems and climate change and resilient, livelihoods, from where, through these engagements of field attachments, people can be able to identify the real problems that affect communities that would eventually add to the body of knowledge, but also lead to impact. So that is the other bit. And internship and apprenticeship. And I think that is exactly what you asked. If you have, maybe back in the days, I think for me what helped me back then was to finish, my second master's, when I finished I had to go and do internship for a whole year. It's not just going for 2 weeks and then come back and say, oh no, I have graduated. You are actually not even at introduction at that time. Because you come, you're still new, they keep you like a baby, and you live at the peripheral. But if we have well thought through internship programs before students graduate, so that also becomes of their package as they are getting out of the university, it helps a lot. And when you look at our new direction, like I mentioned before, we are moving from giving handouts, the humanitarian development nexus. So anybody who wants to go into that space, they have to see how they can blend the two. How do you do humanitarian, but also how do you sustainably support communities and affected persons, build resilient livelihoods? He talked about land. It is scarce. And I think for us working in the refugee community, it gets worse every day. People are now, living in small blocks. And Dr. Bagma talked about we need to be planning vertical farming. But who is responsible? Who is the landlord or the caretaker of vertical farming? You can only talk about it, but when it comes to implementation, who is that? Who is doing it? Could we have students going to that space of vertical farming, and we see how we can sustain it in areas that are they are heavily populated with not much land, but then they must produce food for themselves. Lastly, I have two more.
Please.
Operational research. Very critical, as well as hypothesis testing, what is working and what is not working. And I think this lies largely with the students. They have the time, they have the space, they have all these other things, opportunities for them. What works and what doesn't work. And lastly, I think it is very critical for us to do learning exchange visits. There is need to visit Kamgasha's farm. need to visit Professor's banana plant, need to for people to come and visit here, because I know this place here is very big. But also it's also important that for you guys who are here, not only students but also the makers and the lecturers, to go out there in the community and visit. That is what I can say for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yes, we have eaten into our time, and we want that the curricula is reviewed. And I'll come to Mr. Elia Kisami. You come from a practicing field. You are in UA. And I would like to, and the faculty is proposing one of the programs on tourism. And we also know that Uganda tourism is one of the fields where Uganda is depending for its foreign exchange. And in the morning also the keynote speaker talked about tourism, and we should harness tourism. I request that in the 3 minutes that I've given to tell us the kind of skills and attitude that we need to consider for the program that the faculty is proposing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, moderator. Once again, my name is Fred Kisameria. I'm the Chief Warden, Kihumuro Conservation Area. I work with Uganda Wildlife Authority. So it's been there for conserving for generation. But in our mission, as a multidisciplinary approach, we look at 3 elements: sustainability, and economics, and also conservation. This is what drives the industry, and to be able to bring out the tourism aspect. You find that most of our tourists are nature lovers. And the combination of the environment is the true scenario in terms of nature. You cannot look at tourism without nature or environment. And I feel this kind of course, as designed, or as it will be designed, needs to focus more on those elements. Gone are the days when you look at environment in terms of an art subject. When you look at environment in terms of an art subject, is not well marketed. But as a science subject, is well marketed. And that's what we look at in conservation in Uganda Wildlife Authority. We recently designed, not designing, but went through a process, and this process was actually looking at the current demands. We went through a RAPEX process, and to tell you in real terms, if you had a Bachelor of Arts in Environment, when the job description wants a Bachelor of Science in Environment, you lose out. You end up becoming you take another structure, others actually at the end, near the left organization. That's the way it shows you how the job market is. It's oriented towards the science because wildlife is mainly the scientific authority of government, and they are pioneering stuff in terms of that. But back to the tourism aspect. You can't do tourism without looking at a number of issues, especially nature tourism, which we depend on. The value of it is that it provides the employment, is research-based, and all the decisions are based on research. In most cases, that's where the industry drives the kind of tourism, so that whatever decision you do is based on research. It encourages or promotes innovation. You have to think on products. WUA is a self-sustaining government authority. As an authority, you generate your own income. You don't get the income from the government coffers, but that calls for what we call innovation. I've been seeing a lot of innovation here. So we do product development and innovation in order to sell to the market, to get the foreign exchange. So without thinking, without putting a lot of imagination and innovations, you can't develop a product. I've seen an example of the matoke. That innovation is now working out, and this is exactly what goes within the tourism industry. Science-driven approaches driving tourism and providing employment and also improving community livelihood. We go out there, most of the challenges we see in tourism, because it's nature-based, are also rotating around the land. The land has become an important asset in terms of tourism and the development. But how do you interplay and live with the people on the same piece of land, at the same time protecting the wildlife? This is where it calls for the other aspects of sociology. That's the disciplinary approach. The economists. Communities want food. You are talking about wild animals and wildlife. How do you link up this in order to provide food on the table with the communities? And that's why we say, with innovations like revenue sharing, we say if you are affected by the interdisciplinary approach of wildlife conservation, then let's share the funds to help you in project development for the communities living around there. So this is where you have to look at the other aspect of the economics, the social life, to promote the livelihood. But you don't run away from the veterinary services. And that's why I'm looking at this kind of faculty to be a timely approach. It's timely actually. It should have started yesterday, because most of the ingredients cut across our ecosystem. Agriculture, environment, agriculture, environment, and the veterinary services. Communities at the interface want food. We want sociologists, the extension workers who are able to develop enterprises which bring food to the table, so that people in the communities also feel good and live together with the animals. But the aspects we ask, what do we want as WUA, as ecosystem managers? how do we want it to be? These are the issues in designing approach. When do we want it? It is now that we want that issue, the aspects, actually the training. And who is to benefit? Of course, it's we and the global community. And this actually answers our mission as Uganda Wildlife Authority. So we need well-trained and focused staff to drive this mission. Well-trained, meaning you have to have the right qualifications. You have to have good skills, training in innovation, imagining and creating issues which create value to the environment and also to the people who are benefiting from the nature as a kind of tourism. We need actually...
Could you conclude, please?
Yes. The practical approaches, you need to be very practical because you are selling an idea or a product to someone who wants value for money. And these are actually the scenarios we go through. But what's the value of wildlife? We provide internship, volunteership. We also, like we have an MOU with a MAST, so that we also train on internship basis. We train some of the staff who get the real value, feel of the nature, and be able to transform society when they are practically doing what they are supposed to do. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I know that our panel has taken some time, but it has been very valuable, and we have had a rich experience that has been shared here, cutting across, and we are coming to the end of this session. Unless someone has really a burning question, but I see the chair of the session is looking at me, and we need to end this so that we can move to the next session, and I think she allows that. Yes? One observation and we shall close. Thank you so much. I'll bring the mic myself.
Thank you very much. Once again, I'm Ahmad Wahweya from National Curriculum Development Center. I have listened to all the presentations since we began. And as a person with interest in curricula, I would tell you that much of what we have listened to is actually just justification as to why we should have these programs. I am thinking that I have not been helped. When I arrived, I got this tool. And when I got it in the file, I thought this was the real gist of the subject matter of the day. Because at the end, this is what we are expected to make our input in, and that is the curricula. I am even getting worried that the time we are left with, we might really not give service to the actual work we came to do. Because to me, the start of the faculty and whatever, those are just governance issues. But the real issue as to why we need to start the faculty is the curriculum. And I believe we have not yet reached there.
Yeah, thank you so much. And this is why we are closing this session, so that we can go into the session on the curriculum. I call upon the chairperson to close this session. Thank you. Thank the members.
Thank you very much, Dr. Viola. And to our panelists, thank you so much for those very insightful presentations. And just briefly, we can see that what Professor Muranga presented just points to a living example of how, because we are transitioning towards a knowledge-based economy, and the government is doing this through science, technology, and innovation, and then research and development, mainly, plus a few other aspects. And we can see that her presentation is a living example of that. And also, Mr. Kamgasha, also a living example of someone in the community, a self-taught farmer, We have got a lot of insights from him, which he summarized. And then also Judith, who also contributed towards how we should design the curricula. And for me, we do agree with her, because already, just like the Minister of Education directed, her presentation implies, incorporating a competence-based curriculum, more of practicum, so that we have graduates who are not only certified in research, but also can be able to contribute to solving the complex societal and industrial problems. And with that, I would like to come to the end of this session. Thank you very much for hanging in there with us. I know we are really very behind schedule, but hopefully you're able to stay a little longer, because like I'm sorry I didn't get your name. Like Ahmed said, the gist of the matter, is now our next, is going to be our next session. So with that, thank you so much. And I will now hand back to Dr. Tunamasiko. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our chair, Dr. Eunice Olet. Can we clap for her? Let us also clap for the panel, modulated by Dr. Viola Nyakato. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, members, the Chief Warden, Lake Mburo National Park, Mr. Elia Fred Kisame, Madam Judy, Mr. Kamgasha, and Professor Florence, Reverend Professor Florence Mulanga. So let's now move forward to the gist of the matter. But I would like us to stand up just for a stretch because of health challenges. Can we stand up? And we are going to write the word fives. Fives. Prof. Mulanga, thank you very much. We're so delighted to hear about PIBIT. So now let's write fives. I don't know who is very flexible to lead us, but I can do that. I'm still flexible. We are going to start with the letter. If we are writing using capital letters, let's use our capital letters and our bodies to write F. We go capital F, we move here, and then we move there. We move to letter A in capital letters. We move this direction. We come and do this, and then come in the middle here. We write letter E for environment. We move straight, move down here, the second one, and then the last one. And then the other next letter is letter V. We now move and then move. And then the last one is letter S, letter S. We now become like a snake. Okay. Thank you very much. You can take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. We thank you very much for the patience, and we request that you don't go away. I would like to recognize Madam Sarah Aijuka. You can stand up for recognition, the regional focal person for National Environmental Management Authority. Let's welcome her. We also have Anna Stephen from the Ministry of Water and Environment. You can stand up for recognition, sir. Thank you very much. And without much ado, I would like to invite the chairperson of this panel, who is a very great scientist, a senior lecturer in the Department of Biology, in fact, the head of department. And this is Dr. John Bosco Nkurunungi, who is going to take us through the programs that we have developed. I welcome you, and join me to welcome Dr. John Bosco Nkurunungi. He should be a professor by now if resources were allowing. But resources are going to allow.
Good afternoon, everyone. They have already introduced me as Nkurunu John Bosco. Briefly, I have a vague description because I've been here and here, but I can vaguely say I am a behavioral ecologist and maybe biodiversity specialist. As you realize, the energy levels might be going low, so when we move fast, the energy levels will be raised up. And therefore, we are going to go into a marathon of 9 courses. We shall try to do 2 or 3 or 4, then we can go for lunch. And we are not going to follow a specific order. I will go straight to program 5, Bachelor of Science in Agriculture Extension and Innovation. Dr. Hannington, please. Yes, I want everybody to be prepared. That's why I call at random.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, I know now the energy level is going down, but let's get energized a bit. So I'm going to present for you the program that is on Bachelor of Science in Agricultural Extension and Innovation. We're calling it BA. So this program is a competence-based program that focuses on, can we scroll? These guys are having issues, eh? Who is managing the... My laptop? Yes, what has happened? Oh, I bring my laptop, no problem. Sorry for the hiccup. I think we shall move on. I'm saying this project, program is a competence-based program trying to address the challenge of agricultural extension in the country, on focusing on how we can improve the delivery of extension services in the country by providing competent personnel. So in doing this, we are saying we have developed a 3-year program. This is a 3-year program that will focus on promoting skills in delivering extension services. But I have to tell you, the skills cannot go without knowledge. This skill will depend on knowledge acquisition. And the particular skill is how our graduates will be able to relate with farmers and address farmers' interests. I know a lot of presentation has been done. So here we are saying, what kind of graduate do we need? So the program is coming because we have complained already. From here, what I was hearing here, a farmer came here and presented. I think throughout the country, there's been a cry that agricultural extension workers, officers are not doing the right thing. There is a very big gap in extension delivery. How do we bridge this gap? And from what I think our needs, I would say brief needs assessment, there has been a gap in the way the graduates are trained. Particularly, they are missing the key aspect of understanding the farmer in terms of planning with the farmer. Planning with the farmer in terms of identifying the problems the farmer go through, and at the same time, how they can manage farmer organizations so that they can meet the needs of the country and their communities. So this program will train graduates who will be able to design, implement those programs I'm talking about, or projects, are able to lead and promote farmer leadership, good farmer leadership, so that farmers can realize what they need from agriculture. And they should have also the knowledge and the skills of analyzing and influencing agricultural development policies. Without proper agricultural extension policies and implementation, we cannot move as a country. And they should be able to apply these things in their working. So, but I will not talk about all, but what I want to focus here, this program will focus on the use of ICTs. You remember in the presentation of the Director General, is more of the modern, what we call the modern agriculture. There are a lot of technologies that many agricultural officers or extension workers don't know. They know about it, but they cannot use it. So we want them to use these technologies to help farmers. And also participating in helping organizations. So we are designing this program focusing on improving, I would say, labor force in agriculture that will serve both private and public employers, all both in industry and both with the public issues. So we must have all this. So they will work, whether internationally or locally, to help improve agricultural extension service delivery. So there are a number of positions they can be in. So these are the 4 competencies. No, I will not talk. There are too many. They can fit. You can see the example of being an extension officer. There will be technology enhancement officer. There will be program managers, agricultural program managers. So a number. But the 4 competencies we want to deliver out to these graduates of ours are technical competencies, that is, the hardcore agricultural sciences. That is livestock, crop, soil, aquaculture, and all other aspects. That must be key. So the real, I think when we were for break tea, someone was asking, what are the extension workers going to deliver if they don't have the technical things? I think that's what the farmers are also having issues with. Somebody says an agriculture officer cannot help a farmer to give what the farmer is supposed to do. So I don't think the program, don't go there. I'm going to stop here. So the digital literacy and ICT skills, them focus so that they can improve their aspirations. They make the farmers meet their aspirations. So these are what we are going to deliver in this program. The details I cannot present here. You want me to run through them? Okay. You can run down to the first okay. So this is our first year, the first year courses that we are going to deliver. So we are, first the issue of I said knowledge acquisition is key in developing skills. So they need to have the basic knowledge of agricultural extension. Then the issue of innovation, have the basic knowledge of agricultural extension. Then the issue of innovation has to be key. As I said here, the issue of ICT, they need to be introduced. As I said here, the issue of ICT, they need to be introduced. Not the issue of just typing and WhatsApp. They need to know how to use agricultural things very well and apply them. People are using drones now. The issue of the use of the big data we talked about here, they need to be able. The issue of the use of the big data we talked about here, they need to be able to utilize this. So in the second semester of the first year, utilize this. So in the second semester of the first year, we are again looking at more of the technical competencies. In the second year, again the technical competency. You see, we're having like crop entomology and hematology aspect, the issue of farm layout, the issue of agricultural production economics. So they will learn all those. So in the first and second year, you can go to third year. It is I said it is a 3-year program. So in the 3-year, now as they go out, we are preparing them to meet the issue of policies, issue of value addition, the issue of how to design programs of how to train farmers. So they need to know all this as they get out. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Odongo. Next presenter is going to be, this is Program 1, Bachelor of Science in Animal Health and Production by Pellegrino Tumusingizi. And you mentioned the, yes? Yes, that's it. And here I need a consultation because we need maybe like 30 minutes to do each one of that. And when you multiply by 9 presenters, simple arithmetic, we shall leave here after 8. So, agreed? Consensus? Show of hands? Because I was guided. One idea was like you present the title, the time, the objectives, and the competences you are focusing on. And then, yes, Mr. Bagambe?
So that on the matrix, because the documents will be shared with you later, the full documents with all the programs, we can send them on email at a later stage for your input, since we have all your emails. But for now, we can look at the matrix. What has been captured in the matrix? Does it speak to the community? Do we need to add, or do we need to remove some of these courses that have been put there? To me, if you can give us such feedback, it would help us to reflect on the document that the Director General has presented. Because after here, we'll have another meeting so that we reflect on that document. It has into that as we write up the Word documents for the programs. Then once we've tailored the DG's input into the program, we can share with you an email for further input, so that by the time we roll them out and send them to National Council for Higher Education, we already have something that is owned, but also relevant for our society. So I kindly request that as the presenters make this, we pay attention to, we look at the matrix, and then we can guide accordingly, and then put our views on the papers that have been put there, so that we go back and reflect on them and integrate the DG's work. That can help us to move forward and manage the time.
You can go back to the slide. We start with the title of the program. If we have issues, I think we need to make it clear. And I think the rapporteurs should be able to pick these things very fast so that we can move. So we are saying is the program is Bachelor of Science in Agricultural Extension and Innovation. And after this, I wanted to present for you the goal. I've already talked about the rationale. So I want to bring for you the goal of this program, then we go to the program. If the matrix can address the goal. You go to slide number 5. Slide number 5. Number 5. Yes. We want to prepare graduates with appropriate, transferable, and multifunctional package of knowledge, skills, values, attitudes, beliefs, and personal attributes. And working, what determines working is our own attitudes, beliefs, because we are dealing with the people. So these are the things that is informing this program. So when we go down, let us look at how are we going to transform attitudes of extension workers today. Their beliefs, their personal way of doing things. Is it running to meet the farmer group and run because they have signed your attendance? So this is what this program is after. So we can go to the program matrix so that we can now look at it one by one based on these issues I've presented to you. So as I said, we are looking at the basics of agricultural extension. That's introducing the extension to them, the philosophies, the other aspect of it, the principles. Then the issue of innovations and technology to the students. Then the issue of agricultural journalism, advertisement and the media. A lot that's happening in agriculture and people don't know. Here in the morning here we are discussing an issue that came out of agricultural tourism. And people don't know about this thing. Then tourism without the media, I think, will not also be. So that's why we want to reduce the students with it. Then the issue of livelihood approaches for agricultural transformation, how they can fit within the livelihood discussions or strategies. Then the aspect of the hardcore agricultural sciences, the botany, the physiology aspect of it, introducing them into that. Then the issue of ICT, as I said earlier. Then the community development process and diffusion. How do we take research uptake to the farmers, to integrate their way of doing things? How do we involve the farmers? Then the other DVS and our community twinning and the communication, those are the normal things that we do in the faculty. So in our second semester, the principal practices, philosophy of agricultural extension, I think that one comes from the introduction first. These are details. Participatory approaches in agricultural extension, communication in agricultural extension, then educational technology, then again livestock. We started with the crop plant, now here with livestock production. Then again annual crop and perennial crops, the principle of soil science. Yes, please. Methods. Okay. No. It's okay. The issue of the presentation details I have. The issue of the methods. What we do, I want to give you experience on what we have designed in this program to make it competence-based. In fact, I didn't give you the skills we are promoting here. One of the skills, like in crop science, we said, how do we make...
and you grabbed my time and to go through the chair. There will be a session for feedback discussion, open session, although your issues are actually very important. And if we encourage the discussion, it's going to be a discussion and we will continue. So let him finish, then Yeah, then we see. Unless somebody says we are not in the right direction, and we have to look for a different strategy.
He's asking the right thing. No, let me clarify. The teaching methods we have here, the normal traditional lecture system, that one we cannot run away from it. But our competence issue is that we're looking at participatory and experiential learning approaches for our students. They need to be on the ground with the community. And we have now the student training that we are doing across the faculty. But for our agricultural students, they are always with the communities. That's one thing. Then the third is the integration of ICTs and digital platforms like e-learning for these students. They need to know how to use the e-learning platforms, how they can interact with farmers, and what all this they will be given to them. I think I will stop there for now. That's what we have briefed, but the other methods will come. The issue of assessment and what I have them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hannington. Dean, you had something to say?
It is here in the main document. It is there. That's what I'm reading. It's only presentation. What it is very short. Yes, it's not that. I'm reading from the main document. Yes. Yeah. So the issue of the method, the assessments, they are all there. Yeah? Like we are looking at the progressive assessment of students, the issue of individual work, group work, then the issue of excursion, making them get exposed. Yes. So I think that's what we have. Other activities or any other thing, can I stop here or I continue?
Yeah, we shall continue.
Yes.
We shall learn as we go towards the 9th person. Let's have the second presenter. And this one is Peregrino Tumsingize.
Are they finished? Are we stopping here?
Yes.
Yes, that's what I think why they want to see.
What?
The matrix, I need to go up to the third I think the third year.
Sorry for interrupting, but
Sorry for not having clear guidelines for this session. I apologize. Right.
Yeah, thank you. Of course, we shouldn't have interrupted him. He's supposed to go to the end and then we give feedback. But I was just thinking, instead of releasing him, we look at the matrix for second year and third year. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I think also that's what my colleague was wanted. The issue of the method is coming because those are procedural things. They must be there. Then the details come also addressed what? The issues that have come in the method. It's better for us to go through and see where the audience have a feedback to give on the details that are appearing. Can go to the second last or third last. Just roll. Who is the one? IT. That's why sometimes they say technology also has issues. Because you are analog. I can go to my. Okay, I think the matrix second year, we are focusing more. Again, the first 2 years, I'm saying the the hardcore agricultural sciences are all addressed up to the second year. So second year, our focus is to look at things like plant diseases, the sociology and the community development, agricultural educational training methods, crop entomology and nematode management, agricultural transformation and natural resource management, the farm layout systems and structures. Then the issue of production economics. Then in the second semester, we're looking at indigenous knowledge and cultural values in agricultural extension. We're looking at agricultural knowledge, information and technology, as well as innovation systems. Then the issue of precision agriculture, livestock production 2, food systems and security, irrigation and farm water use technologies. Our third year, adult and youth learning in agriculture. The issue of agricultural organization, leadership and management. Service handling and value addition, agricultural marketing and cooperatives, the agricultural project planning and management, extension and climate change. Extension and climate change communication, then farmer institutional structures and development, land tenure use and planning. Then in our second semester of third year, the curriculum development for agricultural extension education, then farm planning and operations, sustainable agriculture and environment management, farm management, finance and accounting, gender, family, HIV/AIDS and agricultural extension, agricultural policy, ethics and law, agricultural extension research project, appraisal of agricultural development projects, then agricultural product processing and value addition and innovation summary. Thank you. That's what we want to deliver.
Thank you. Oh yes, after our consultation, let's go for lunch. I work out with the group that is concerned to see how we can organize this presentation for this session. So let's break off for lunch. Then lunch should take less than an hour. So let's converge here. 30 minutes, maybe 30 minutes. We should be done. Break up for lunch. Develop. And that should be done like in 8 minutes. So, can you do that for us? And then as we do that, we feel that needs assessment form.
Thank you. Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You are welcome from lunch. My name is Peregrino Tumusingize. I'm a lecturer of animal science in the current Department of Environment and Livelihood Support Systems. So the program I'm going to present
is Bachelor of Science in Animal Health and Production Technology. So this program, we are bringing it on board, realizing the gap that is there between the livestock farming households and the key veterinary practitioners who should be the veterinary surgeons, that we see a ratio of almost 5,000, one surgeon to 5,000 farmers or livestock farming households. So there is a gap in the service provision. And we think when we train these cadres, the animal health and production technology practitioners will be able to bridge the gap. And their bridging of the gap is not that they are going to replace or they are going to take work of the veterinary surgeons, because these are the key specialists in this field. So they are only going to support and therefore help the farmers be able to make referrals that regard disease diagnostics and also try to look into ways of improving productivity. Yeah, so the program objectives, we want to equip the students with knowledge and skills in veterinary sciences with branded livelihood approaches. Also to equip students with broad knowledge on livestock farming systems and farm-based entrepreneurship. What we have heard in the morning is that entrepreneurship is key, and also livelihood approaches are key, because we are dealing with livestock farmers. We are not dealing with the cattle, we are not dealing with sheep, but we're also interested in the dynamics of the people that are looking after these animals. Why are they becoming sick? Maybe someone has not done something right. Yeah, so we also want to enable students really to be able to work in teams and then be able to harness the livestock productivity and development. Yeah, so we feel once this is done, then we can foster partnership and collaboration, both at local, national, and regional level. Yeah, so the graduates that we want to train, we want BSAP, the program that we train an integrated and holistic animal health and production technology practitioner. These, we feel that they should be able to effectively integrate veterinary science principles in the modern animal production management techniques. Yes, because if we talk about feeding concentrates, is the person having the understanding of the science that is at the back in terms of performance of the animal that we are looking at. So we feel that this, they have a career path, these graduates, they can work in terms of job path, livestock quality inspectors at ministry level, in other organizations. They can be livestock production scientists and researchers, animal health practitioners, dubbed as animal husbandry officers in the districts, local governments, or they can be private, in private organizations. And then also food security, livelihood extension workers, sustainable livestock development officers, can do animal breeding. They can also be animal feed technologists, all the way from pasture conservation, seed agronomy, and others. Yeah, so this is what we think, that we shall have a unique graduate looking at animal health and production technology with a focus on the three domains of animal health, production technology, and then also looking at the professional skills. This is why we are bringing in business, we are bringing in entrepreneurship, we're also bringing in the social sciences focus in the livelihoods, so that the graduates can fit in the society and then they can cause change that is required in the livestock sector. Yeah, so now the program is structured in a way that in the first year, we want to see our students getting the foundation in the core veterinary sciences, animal anatomy and physiology, biochemistry. Then within that year, again, they are able to understand the livelihood approaches, because we want to produce a person who is a systems thinker. And I thank our director of NARO when he presented about this, that we should look, the graduates should be able to look at things in a systems focus, that to look at units as a whole. And this is the graduate that we want to produce. So in the first year, we want to let that one come out. And then in the second, still in the first year, we start looking at courses, especially in the second semester, on animal production, animal health, and management. And then these can really help give skills and knowledge to our graduates. And then at the end of the day, we also want to deliver in a way that it should be more practical, so that the skill set can be developed for the graduates. And one way to do this is that we want that at the end of each year, first year and second year, we have a recess. And the first recess we feel should go to the farms, then also to processing units, because we want to do value addition in line with the NDP 4 and also agro-processing focus. Then in the second year, at the end of the second semester, we do a recess, which we can literally call an internship, that tries to let these graduates get more skills in the clinical practice. Because they are going to work with the veterinary officers at the end of their course, and then we feel, at the end of their program, we feel they need to get these skills when they are still on in school, so that what they learn from the practices in the field, they can be able to readjust by interacting with the lecturers and interacting in their different groups, depending on where one was placed. So this is what we feel we should do. Then, of course, on a daily basis, in each course, we do field-based practicals at our farm, in the labs that we have in the existing, with existing partners at NARO, those which are near at Kamugasha, those which are near us, and then we are able to integrate these graduates. I think with that, I can stop at that. Thank you for listening to me.
Have your questions until a later time. And let me invite Dr. Medard Twinamasko to troubleshoot and teach us how to use 15 minutes scheduled in 5 minutes. You're welcome here, Dr. Twinamasko.
Very much. As Martin projects our Bachelor of Science in Environmental Conservation and Tourism Management, I would like to give you a brief about this program, why we have come up with this program called a Bachelor's of Science in Environmental Conservation and Tourism Management. We realized that the current training, Martin, are you getting it? Sorry? Okay, so the current training, when you look at the professionals that we have out there, they have one particular domain of discipline for both tourism and environmental conservation. So you find someone has trained in environment and natural resources, but has no face of tourism. But the other one will train and get a bachelor's degree in tourism and hospitality management, and doesn't have a face of biodiversity conservation or environmental conservation. Therefore, we are coming up with this program to create a blend of environmental conservation and tourism management. Because we realize that when it comes to practicing, like one time I was having some guests, we established what we call the Wind Batra Forest Experience, and we had a tour guide who has done Bachelor's of Science in Tourism and Hospitality Management. But when we reached at bird identification, the person was very green, because the person lacks the biodiversity conservation bit, but knows tourism, how to make people comfortable, the tourists comfortable, but then there is no blend of conservation. On the other part, you find someone working, let's say, with Uganda Wildlife Authority, has trained in biodiversity conservation or wildlife management, but doesn't have a face of tourism. So even when it comes to handling tourists, it is a problem because there is no blend. So this program that we have developed blends environmental conservation and tourism management. So it brings them together so that that interplay can help in the management of our resources. Because we realize that tourism is now #1 of our gross domestic product. So we need to have people who have biodiversity mind. Tourism that we call responsible tourism focuses on sustainable use of these resources. But if we lack that and we want to generate money without biodiversity conservation, then we've lost it. Or if we want to save and conserve our biodiversity, but we lack the tourism bit, then we have also lost it. So this is the blend. And the program that I'm presenting, which Martin has failed to project, is it coming?
It's going to come.
Okay. So it has particular objectives focusing on the current needs. One is that we have many protected areas in Uganda, quite many. We have many game reserves. So we have abundant natural resources, both fauna and flora. That's one of the key justifications. But these resources must be sustainably managed, what we call responsible tourism. They must be managed very sustainably. Number 2, we have declining resources. Yet we want to promote tourism, which is #1 in our gross domestic product. So how do we blend the two? You can move on, please. So that's the name of the program. If we have any feedback on that from the evaluation form that you've received, Bachelor of Science, Environmental Conservation and Tourism Management, BECTM. Let's continue. Continue, okay, so move to the rationale before, please. Okay, so I've explained this. We face a lot of environmental pressures, habitat degradation, and many other things. Human-wildlife conflicts. The 2024 National State of Environment Report shows that tourism is actually closely tied with ecosystem health. If we disentangle biodiversity conservation from tourism, or tourism from biodiversity conservation, then we've done injustice to the sustainability of these human resources, these natural resources. Tourism is a growing sector in Uganda and must be sustainably managed, because when we deplete the resources, there is no more tourism. So that's why the two must work together. You can do a lot of tourism, irresponsibly, you end up depleting the resource. Uganda's policy on environment and also the institutional frameworks are already pointing to that. Next, please. So these are the objectives that the graduate should be able to come out with comprehensive understanding of the ecological systems, biodiversity and tourism management, develop students' capacity plan, manage and evaluate tourism activities, cultivate analytical and research skills necessary for evidence-based decision-making in environmental conservation and tourism sector, and prepare students to act as ethical leaders or responsible leaders and collaborators in promoting sustainable tourism and conservation initiatives with local and global communities. Now, our graduate is going to be called an envirotourism conservationist. That's what comes out of this graduate. They will be placed in different organizations that deal with biodiversity conservation and tourism development. They can work in departments of environment, natural resources, and tourism. So we are building these competencies that are fitting into an envirotourism conservationist, because we have very many tourism experts that lack the conservation mind and also the conservation face. Their path can be researchers, academicians, forestry officers, wildlife officers, curators for museums and herbaria, tourism managers and operators, conservation managers, environmental education officers, and many others. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we called you here to give us an input to this matrix. I wonder why this is happening. But in the first year, first semester, the student will be oriented into the fundamentals of both environmental conservation and tourism management. But we have a very big niche in political economy because the student needs to understand political economy. That's a presidential directive. We need to move that, and FIS has been moving towards that. Computer skills, interdisciplinary approaches, tourism principles, plant taxonomy, and animal taxonomy. Continue to the second semester. Here we are looking at a number of modules relating to community-based conservation and tourism, in situ and ex situ conservation, ethnobotany, ecotourism, and nature conservation, heritage sites and management, methodology, conceptualization and theoretical analysis, biodiversity assessment and GIS, and wildlife ethology. Now, when you look at our matrix, you realize that the less part has been given to lecture hours. This student is actually going more into the field. We are making more training out there. That's why we have more contact hours in terms of practical hours and field-based hours, and less of the lecture hours. So the lectures will be introducing, but a lot of work is done in Kihumuro, in Bwindi, so that they blend with what they are studying. Next. In second year, they are now moving into creating a niche of being professionals. So they can do responsible tourism and partnerships, principles of natural resource management, integrated conservation and development, protected and conservation area management, climate change and tourism, because this is very critical, biostatistics, qualitative research, and then we have the student community training program, where these students are going to be placed out there in the community where these resources are, and then they can blend more with that. So this community training program, why it has more contact hours, it will be more field-based. And second semester of second year, they are also moving into the niche for gender and biodiversity conservation, wildlife ecology and management, participatory approaches of environmental conservation. They do again student community training program. So it is twice, both in semester 1 of second year and semester 2. Environmental toxicology, conflict in tourism and conservation, sociology of tourism, and then they do a field attachment where they are supposed to go out there as a mode of delivery, and they are able to attach to either a protected area or conserved area for some time, and then they come back and report and make some projects. Third year, we are looking at now them getting out of the university, so they need to understand policy and ethics in law, in tourism, but also in environment, natural resource governance in terms of accountability, transparency, benefit sharing, equity, environmental management and sustainability. They might start businesses, so that's why we are bringing in tour and travel operations management, hospitality management, environmental and tourism economics. And they have done research program between the second year and third year. Now the last semester there, they are doing participatory monitoring and evaluation, biodiversity and rural development, tourism, destination management, indigenous knowledge, tourism entrepreneurship and innovation, legal and illegal wildlife trade, and they do a capstone project, which is an innovation project in what they have studied. So we welcome you to give us your feedback. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. People who know how to communicate, you can't say you stop, they will continue, and it's nice. Closely linked to what has presented is program 7, in my opinion, Bachelor of Science in Wildlife Health and Management by Ivan Joga. I don't know how closely they are rated, in my opinion. I'm looking at the titles, but give us a short brief and we see if they are interlinked and we advise. Joga? Yes, please. Also linked. Which one is that in program what? This is, I see environment and climate sciences. Okay, all related. Program 7, program 9, and program 2. So let's have them in that series. Let's hear from 7, then we can go to 9. Right? Yeah, I want to see whether they seem to be somehow linked. In my opinion, I'm not in your opinion, not his opinion. So please, Joga. Yeah.
Ivan Joga. I'm an animal scientist, and I teach courses related to animal science. I'm going to present to you the curriculum for Bachelor of Science in Wildlife Health and Resource Management. Here I have the introduction. This program, Wildlife Health and Resource Management, is a comprehensive 3-year multidisciplinary program. It has competence-based training. So we are going to use competence-based training to train our students. So this program is unique. It combines theory and then practical. So we are going to give a lot of time to practicals, both in the lab and also in the field. So it's going to be a practical field-based training. This program is highly relevant. It is aligning with the Uganda National Development Plan, like how other discussants said. It is also aligning with the Uganda's vision and also the wildlife policy and legal frameworks. So it is aimed to prepare graduates for impactful careers in wildlife ecosystem health, monitoring, conservation, and resource management. The program rationale is that Uganda is blessed with a significant number of fauna and flora. These are animals and plant species. However, their survival is at stake and is threatened by emerging and re-emerging diseases, habitat loss and degradation, poaching and illegal wildlife trade, and unregulated tourism activities. So these ones negatively impact the tourism sector as they diminish the wildlife diversity and health, which reduce the country's appeal to tourists. So therefore, this course is needed to train, to have well-trained and practical skilled professions who are capable of integrating wildlife health, ecological and policy perspectives in Uganda's conservation field. Program objectives. This program is going to prepare graduates with relevant skills in wildlife health, surveillance, disease diagnosis, habitat management to support effective conservation efforts. It is going to produce graduates with research skills and innovative approaches for addressing challenges facing wildlife health and resource conservation in Uganda. It is going to develop students' capacity to plan, manage, and evaluate wildlife health and resource management activities that promote ecological sustainability and community well-being. It is going to cultivate analytical and research skills which are essential for evidence-based decision-making in wildlife health, conservation, and resource management sectors. It is also going to prepare our graduates to act as ethical leaders and collaborators in promoting sustainable wildlife health practices and conservation initiatives within local and global communities. So we are going to produce a holistic wildlife health and management practitioner. This person will have a strong analytical research and practical field skills with a commitment to conserve biodiversity and promoting sustainable wildlife management practices. So the career path, this person can become a wildlife officer, he can become a wildlife health specialist, a vermin control officers, we have seen many on districts, wildlife conservation officer, wildlife research officer, protected area manager like our chief warden, wildlife educators, so we have tour guides at UWEC, educating communities, wildlife policy and advocacy officer. This person can even become an entrepreneur. He can create a business such as private tour guiding services. He can do wildlife photography, videography, and content creation, and then this is sold. This person can do artwork. We've seen art pieces which are sold. So it is a viable course. Then the person can become, can enter into academia and other careers. The program overview is very important. So this course, this program, in the first year, we are going to focus on foundational knowledge in wildlife biology, ecology, natural resource management, and basic skills. Then the second year students will deepen their understanding of wildlife health and conservation. Then the third year, it is emphasizing applied skills acquisition. So this is the program matrix for first year, first semester. We shall look at principles of natural resource management, wildlife resource utilization, wildlife biochemistry, wildlife ecology and habitat management, the functional anatomy and physiology of wild animals, conservation genetics and population dynamics, applied computer skills, fundamentals to political economy. These are cross-cutting. These are done by all students in the faculty. First year, second semester, students will have a look at wildlife ethology and nutrition, wildlife toxicology and environmental health, the theogenology of wild animals. So this is about reproduction. They'll have a hint on wildlife rights, welfare and legislation, wildlife, human and environmental interaction, and here we shall cover the human and wild and human conflicts. Then they have a hint on aquatic ecosystems health and management, climate change and wildlife adaptation, and then the cross-cutting courses, the political economy and then methodology. Then in the first year, this is very important because we said we want to train a person with practical skills. So in the first year, end of first year, they have to go for attachment at any wildlife agents such as national parks, UWEC, and others. Then second year, first semester, these students will have rangeland conservation and management, wildlife parasitology, wildlife health, diseases and clinical diagnostics. So we're going to look at diseases of bacteriology and virology, production and resource economics, wildlife microbiology, apiculture and aquaculture, wildlife pathology, and then the cross-cutting courses. Second year, second semester, students will learn habitat analysis using remote sensing and GIS mapping, protected and conservation area management, wildlife epidemiology, disease prevention and control, game ranching and wildlife trade, wildlife health, diseases and clinical diagnostics too, and here we shall look at protozoology and mycology. Then they look at wildlife handling, capture and translocation, then captive wildlife management, managing these animals in captivity, wildlife pharmacology and veterinary drugs management, and then the cross-cutting issue, course. And then after the second year, second semester, these students will be placed again, in organizations dealing with wildlife management. Then the third year, semester 1, students will cover conservation biotechnology, project planning, monitoring and evaluation, wildlife public health and One Health application. That is very important. They'll cover biostatistics. They look at eco-informatics and artificial intelligence. This is very important. Now the world is looking at artificial intelligence. So these people will have also a look at artificial intelligence and its application in wildlife health and management. So wildlife ethnopharmacology, processing and marketing products of wildlife origin, entrepreneurship, accounting and finance, and then the cross-cutting course. Then the last semester, students will have wildlife disputants and professional ethics. They look at indigenous knowledge and cultural values, social and environmental impact assessment, gender in wildlife conservation and governance, wildlife education and community-based conservation, tourism development and management, in situ and ex situ conservation, and then the final dissertation for third year, second semester. Thank you, Chair. This marks the end of my presentation.
I noticed some overlaps. I comment here for both tourism, conservation. This one I didn't see anything to do with like behavior ecology of animals. If you follow them without knowing the behavior and ecology, then you'll get lost for both tourism and so on. But relatedly also, somebody said these courses might be related to program 9. So, Ronald Onjigwe, climate sciences, environmental and climate sciences. Not around? Okay, yeah.
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, my name is Jonas Mandakiza. I'm presenting this proposed course, a Bachelor of Science in Environmental and Climate Sciences. So this proposed course, it's an interdisciplinary cross-cutting course, blending in the science about the earth systems and environment, the policy, and also the practice of addressing the contemporary environmental and climate challenges. The program aligns with both domestic and international sustainability frameworks and development goals, and therefore it is geared to equip students to become change agents in environmental and climate action. It covers areas ranging from knowledge on the earth systems to policy, and also the practice of analyzing data about climate and environment management. The effects of climate change, even the keynote speaker in the morning said that even next year he expects that some people will die of climate-related effects. And I think all of us agree that we don't need a lot of complicated models to understand that. We've already lost the people last month, I saw that. And I think even next year, or even next month, or even this month, we are going to feel, to see the effects of climate change and environmental degradation. And so, climate change and environmental degradation, these are one of the greatest threats to human, they affect all aspects of our lives. There are notable global and national efforts at the national level, we have the Uganda's Vision 2040 and now the NDP4, the climate change policy and all the climate policy instruments. Regional, we have the Kampala Declaration in 2022 that was hosted by the government of Uganda in Kampala. We have the AI African Union Agenda 2063. We also have the global agreements on climate change and environmental degradation. And so, if you're talking about national and global alignment, this program aligns with both national and global efforts to combat the effects of climate change and environmental degradation. And so, our faculty, FIEBS, and our course, BICS, seeks to fill the critical gap to produce and build the human capacity to solve the environmental and climate change impacts. The objectives range, they rotate around 4 domains. That is the science, knowing the science of climate change, the geological processes, and also the earth systems. It also rotates around attitudes, skills, and also values of environmental stewardship. Graduate profile, scientifically trained in environmental and climate systems. This course is geared to produce the graduates who are trained in environment and climate systems, ecology, meteorology, hydrology, conservation science, and also who are innovative at problem solving. Also critical thinkers skilled in all those domains, environmental consulting, conducting impact assessments, renewable energy sector, those are green technologies, urban and environmental planning, and then GIS and data analytics. This is an upcoming discipline in climate action. Corporate sustainability management, environmental monitoring and auditing. Career path, the graduates of this program will qualify as environmental and climate scientists, equipped with interdisciplinary knowledge, both the science, also having the capacity to engage in global climate discourse actions, and also the practice. They will be competent to serve as environmental officers, climate analysts, sustainability practitioners, conservation specialists, environmental consultants, researchers, and policy advisors in government and all the multilateral organizations. The program matrix, like we said, this program is multidisciplinary, and so it covers the science, the governance frameworks that govern climate change and environmental management. And so year one, semester one, it covers the fundamentals of governance and also the fundamentals of climate change and environment. Year one, semester two, it continues to cover basic knowledge about the environment, natural resources. Year two, semester one, these are not moving. Year two, semester one, it covers major natural resource management. And then there is also the students' community twinning project where students go in the community and identify some of the pressing issues that rotate around climate change and environment. As year two, semester two, the students now start to understand the deeper science about climate, environment, and also using remote sensing and geographical information system, which is an emerging discipline that has not been incorporated in environment-related studies. It helps them to remote sensing to use it to analyze climate-related data. And then as they transition to year 3, they will have an internship. And then in year 3, semester 1, they will also have to now look at the application of climate change in the environment. And then they also look at modeling, which is also an important discipline to help them apply the knowledge gained in class. The last semester, they look at the different disciplines, but what I want to emphasize is the research project, which as a faculty, we emphasize students doing literature, collecting data, and analyzing this data on the issues they identify in the field while doing a community twinning project. That's what we emphasize. Yeah, so that ends the end of this presentation. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, thank you. Let's hear from Program 3, Bachelor of Science, Water Resources and Irrigation Engineering, Padea Inebiona.
Yes, thank you so much, moderator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Padea Inebiona. I am an assistant lecturer at the Department of Fish currently. I also do many things. I am waiting for him to put my course and then I speak for it. Now, I understand that I have come to talk about something known by many people, so I will not take a lot of time. Every time you hear irrigation, really, you must understand that Uganda needs irrigation. So the course proposed is a Bachelor's of Science in Water Resources and Irrigation Engineering. It is a 4-year program. This program shall train professionals in the areas of water resource development as well as irrigation. Just like any normal engineering course, it integrates simply knowledge of mathematics, engineering, physical and environmental sciences, simply to keep students, in this case, with knowledge on addressing food security, climate change, and water management challenges, which you already know there are actually so many. So it will blend a lot of theory into the laboratory work that we know, as well as field training, as well as a number of industrial placements, being an engineering course. So the rationale here is that this program is very important because you know over 70% of us directly depend on agriculture. And if you look at the National Irrigation Policy that was drafted in 2018, we haven't actually implemented that. But also the Irrigation Master Plan that runs up to 2040 and the current NDP4 that we are implementing up to 2030. All these promote what we call agro-industrialization. And you cannot really industrialize unless you're doing some form of irrigation. But also if you look at our area covered under irrigation, 2%, it is really so small. But the target is to have about 8% by 2040. And I think this is an achievable objective if we have quite a number of staff and people coming into this area. The objectives, I'll highlight 4 of them. The first one is to have learners that will have a strong foundation in engineering sciences, mathematics, hydrology, hydraulics, as well as soil, water, plant relationships. Then secondly, to have graduates that will have practical skills in the design, construction, operation, and maintenance of irrigation, drainage, and water supply systems. These are very important. To develop the ability to apply modern technologies such as GIS, remote sensing, modeling, simulation. These are advanced knowledge that our learners are going to have. Yes, we proceed. Our graduate will be called simply engineer, like the way we call most engineers, but specifically, this person is going to be called a water resources and irrigation engineer. This guy will have the knowledge that will be necessary in the technical, on operation and everything that relates to development of water resources, but also using this water in the garden. We proceed. Thank you. This guy is going to be doing quite a lot of things, but we shall know this guy as an irrigation engineer, especially in the design, construction, and management of irrigation systems, mainly for farms, estates, and many projects, especially the government projects. We shall also have this guy as a water resources engineer, especially in the planning and development of water resources. He can also be known as a hydrologist. He's also going to, or what we call a hydraulics engineer. These guys are very few, I already mentioned that. So this guy is going to be trained as that. He's also going to do the opposite of irrigation, where we have a lot of water, known as a drainage engineer. This person can as well be a climate change specialist, especially in the areas of adaptation. He can as well work as project engineers. This is general knowledge. He can as well be an extension or advisory officer, a researcher or academician. He can as well be a policy analyst to come in and advise stakeholders in areas of policy. I'm reading what you put here. Engineering, he can as well be a consultant. This guy is going to be an entrepreneur. He's going to work for NGOs. We are also going to train this guy to make sure that he also works in areas of WASH, more close to civil engineers, but he's also going to have the knowledge there. We proceed. That is the matrix, very congested, but if you look at it critically, it covers many areas, especially those the non-engineering courses, engineering mathematics 1, engineering mechanics 1 that looks at statics, then engineering drawing, this is the communication language for engineers, applied computer skills, fundamentals of political economy. This guy should be able to understand the politics, especially if you work in a local government setting. Communication and facilitation skills, crop production systems for engineers, plant physiology and botany for engineers. I don't know if I should go through all of them. Engineering mathematics 2, mechanics 2, which talks about the dynamics of systems, fundamentals of irrigation engineering. We are now introducing it. We shall have thermodynamics because we need to understand the operations of pumps and what have you. Methodology and theoretical analysis. Mechanics of materials 1. Now this is mechanics of materials, different from the previous ones. Then we shall have soil science and land resources for engineer. At the end of year 1, this guy is going to be attached to a workshop, and we usually call that one a workshop practice. So he goes to a workshop and then he can be there for maybe about 8 to 10 weeks. In the second year, we shall have more of the same. We shall complete mathematics, engineering math 3, engineering statistics 1, mechanics of materials 2. Then we shall make this guy plan for a farm. So he's going to do some farm planning, systems and structures. Then he's now going to design using a computer. The previous one was about in Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, when you look at the courses that we have in both year 1 and year 2, those are going to be, majority of them are going to be cross-cutting, and the human resources really available because these water specialists usually attend a lot of courses, both with mechanical engineers but also with civil engineers. But we want now to bring them to this faculty so that they can have the real knowledge of what we call the crop to do what we call irrigation. Not only water application, but irrigation. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of second year, this guy is going to be attached to an industrial training in a specific industry, targeting irrigation. The same applies at the end of third year. And then lastly, at the end of fourth year, this guy is going to have what we call a capstone project, which is mainly looking at innovation to solve a problem within a community. I thank you so much for listening to me.
Very interesting stuff. Related to water, let's go for the biology of water in terms of aquaculture and fisheries production science. Peregrine again.
Thank you, session chair. Yeah, so I'm once again here to look at Bachelor of Science in Aquaculture and Fisheries Science. Yeah, why we bring this program, it will be check the name, Bachelor of Science in Aquaculture and Fisheries Science. So abbreviating it as BASFs. Yeah, so the Bachelor of Science in Aquaculture and Fisheries Science will be a 3-year program, and it will provide students with strong foundation in biological, ecological, technological, health, economic principles for aquaculture and fisheries management, and as well as also integrate strategic management, policy, and research that will enable the students to acquire knowledge and skills to manage and sustainably develop the fisheries industry. And over the 3 years, the program will ground students in skills and competency set from foundational aquaculture and fisheries science, then to fish technology. Technologies that can really adapt the fishery, but also see how we try to protect those in the wild fish. So the government of Uganda also is putting up the NDP4, and we feel strategies to ensure that we commercialize all the processes of production. And then we are seeing that aquaculture is the fastest growing food production sector over the worldwide, and it is essential for meeting the growing demand. Basically, we need safe and quality food from the lakes, oceans, or even water bodies. So there is a need for trained professionals to develop and manage efficient and sustainable, but also environmentally sound aquaculture production systems. So it's not about getting the fish. Yeah, so the goals, the first goal, the objectives, the goal, we want to produce globally competent aquaculture and fisheries professionals imbued with the high ethical standards and the scientific, technical, and entrepreneurial skills that they can do the sustainable development and management and as well conservation of aquatic resources. The specific objective is we want to provide students with strong foundation and specialized understanding of biology, ecology, physiology, nutrition and health of the commercially important aquatic species, but also to equip the students with practical skills to design and develop as well manage these enterprises well. Now, the graduate profile is that the Bachelor of Science in Aquaculture and Fisheries Science trains a versatile and proficient aquaculture and fisheries professional who will be a fishery or aquaculture and fisheries science. Looking at the core, we are looking at the core aquaculture and fisheries science, where we are seeing fish biochemistry, fish anatomy and physiology, then fishery taxonomy, aquatic ecology, biodiversity and production systems. So you can't talk about fish without looking at the ecosystem or the ecology. Then fish farm planning structures, then livelihood approaches, to let them engage with the farmers, and also look at the system thinking, communication and facilitation skills, and then look at applied computer skills, and then, of course, look at the main in the second semester, look at marine biology, terminology, inland and coastal fisheries, freshwater aquaculture and innovation, soil and water chemistry, and also do animal parasitology, fish genetics, breeding technologies, and hatchery management will be critical, and then fish rights, welfare, and legislation, and then do political economy. If we remember, Patrick was talking about the land rights, the land laws, so even here we are going to be making ponds, and we need to understand some of these laws, how they integrate into the aquaculture systems. And then in the second year, we are looking at, again, student community twinning, to let them engage with the fish farmers, but also with the fishing communities. And then look at biostatistics in aquaculture, because they are going to do research, so they need really to have skills in this. And then do sports science and fishing geotechnology, applied fish nutrition and feed processing technology, then do fish health, disease, and clinical diagnostics. One, looking at bacteriology and virology, and then also continue to aquatic pollution and toxicology, look at fisheries production and health economics, qualitative research, political economy, and then in the second semester, again, they go for community twinning, then look at fisheries extension and rural development, food microbiology, fish health, disease and diagnostics 2, focusing on protozoology and mycology, and they look at climate change and fish production. Remote sensing, then citizenry, previous course also. So in year 3, can move. Yes, in year 3, we'll be looking in the first year at fish enterprise project planning and management, because we want them to now put reality into systems and enterprises, management, and trying to develop them. Then look at fish post-harvest handling technology, value addition and innovation, fisheries resources management, and then look at pharmacology, ethnopharmacology application in fisheries, then pharmacology and veterinary drugs management, because if you're going to do health in fish, then you need also to understand molecules, how they work. Then look at fish product and byproduct processing technology, fish cooperatives, and also continue to look into the veterinary public health and One Health that we are talking about here with Professor Gonzi. Then we can go ahead and look in the semester, look at biostatistics, appraisal of livestock development projects, veterinary epidemiology, disease prevention and control, fish commodity value chain analysis, that we look at the value chains, then gender and fisheries development, livestock entrepreneurship, accounting and finance, then research. At the end of the day, they have a dissertation. We hope this will give us a better aquaculture and fisheries scientists that we need in this century. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Don't get tired. We are around. We are about to finish. Some two remaining very interesting topics. We have program for Bachelor of Science in Food Systems and Technology, Mr. Gerard Tumwine.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The energy levels have gone down. This is food systems. We are going to talk about food. And I expect everyone to be happy because without food, we cannot survive, isn't it? And food is medicine. So the program I'm going to discuss with you is a Bachelor of Food Systems and Technology. Someone's project. So we are looking at the food systems whereby a system, it has start from somewhere and it ends somewhere. So in food, food has to be grown before it reaches us. So we are going to look at a graduate who is grounded in food production, distribution, marketing, and consumption. Therefore, along the chain, we have to see how to produce food, how to distribute it, how you, before you produce, you have to process it, then distribute, consume, and after consuming, how is it important to health. And usually, I normally like telling people that it is not food if it is not safe. Are we together? So, issues of food safety have to be addressed. So, in order to do that, we need people in that field. So, the current programs in the food and nutrition training, they don't go deeper into the issues of production. So that's why this course, Food Systems and Technology, is going deeper. They start from maybe harvest up to consumption. So for us now, we are going deeper to production. So go to the objectives. The objectives of this course, one of them will be to equip students with interdisciplinary knowledge and practical skills in agriculture, food science, human nutrition, and public health to address the nutrition challenges in this country. and globally. Then also promote systems that enable students understand and analyze interconnected components of food systems and their influence on health, environment, and livelihoods. So the graduate that we want to produce is a food systems technologist that will have a strong foundation in food science, quality assurance, and sustainable food production practices, and that will be able to apply scientific principles to improve food production, where we shall have the food biotechnology and so forth, food processing, and also safety. The graduates of this course, they can work in government, they can also work with the NGOs. Then also, very importantly, they can also be entrepreneurs in the food business, since they will have the entrepreneurial skills in production, processing, ensuring quality, and also the business mind. The course is a 4-year course, whereby in the first years we shall look at the fundamentals of food systems, technology, and food science, without also forgetting about the principles of human nutrition, because as we are producing these crops, we have to integrate in nutrition sensitive agriculture. Then we got first year, second semester, we shall also specifically look at the food and nutrition biochemistry, fundamentals of food safety and hygiene, the sociology of food and nutrition. Then at the end of the first year, they will be attached to the farms to have hands-on practicals. Then in second semester, we look at the food and nutrition security, food microbiology 2 to back up the microbiology 1, the fundamentals. Then the dietetics, which involves dealing with the food preparations. How do you ensure that you prepare food and it retains the nutrients, and for the different for the different age groups of people, what are the different foods that you need to look at. Then also quality control and assurance is key. At the end of the second year, they will be still internship, either at the industrial level or at the farm. Then third year, semester 1, specifically, we have to look at the food analysis. What is in the food? You need to know the components in the food. Then also the food engineering is also key. As you're going to process your food, how does it behave, or which processing equipment do you need for certain foods, and or for issues to deal with the flow rate and so forth. How will your food behave? Then, importantly, we need to understand the food and nutrition policies, as well as sanitation and waste management, plus the community nutrition. Then in the fourth year, semester 1, we have to look at the food, biotechnology, food marketing, and cooperatives. Then dairy science and technology, then food markets, trade, and consumer behavior. And in fourth year, semester 2, we look at seminars in contemporary issues in food systems, gender and food system development, fruits and vegetable processing technology. Then they also do the final year project, whereby they can be able to produce tangible products at the end of the day. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much. In a sustainable economy, biological resources.
Thank you very much, Chair of the session. Colleagues who are still here, good evening to you. Yeah, thanks for persevering until this time. But I think I'm the last presenter before the closure and before the another session, which will look at feedback. I'm by names of Dr. Elias OSJ, and we're going to look at this very, very important program, which is agribusiness management and entrepreneurship. We have all heard about the programs. Now we have to look at what they call Ichibaro. You heard what the last presenter talked about, the keynote speaker, about Ichibaro. In whatever you're doing, you must make money. So, this is what we are envisaging to do. When you look at the last Comprehensive Africa Agricultural Development Program, which is the CADIP, that first of all, when it was in Maputo, they had said that each government contributes 10% to agriculture. But the results were not really good. And during that evaluation, which led to the CADIP 2, that is the Kampala Declaration of 20 to twin them with farmers. Can they be able to help us, to help our farmers identify the feasible projects, reduce the risks of drought, among others? So you can go to the next slide. So to produce graduates equipped with comprehensive knowledge of agricultural business principles, practices, and management techniques, essential for effective operationalization of agribusiness enterprises. But the core gist here is that these graduates that we want to focus on will be the people that really, if we take them to a cooperative or we twin them with farmers, can he be able to help this local farmer to really now bring the math outside and really make money? Because they are there, they do a lot of projects, but are they making money? So in one of our core niche areas for this course is that there must be action in terms of assisting the farmer. You can go next. So we are looking at an agribusiness practitioner, well capable of the knowledge of managing risks, but also having the knowledge of agribusiness concepts. And the graduates will be placed in various organizations. As I said, this will be the core component. We are not just going to be in class and teach them, but we must twin them with local people, with CBOs, with cooperatives, and they be able to really bring out that practice until the marketing part of it, and even much more. Next slide, please. So the graduates will range from the agribusiness manager, the economists, researchers, agriculture extension and advisory service officers, agricultural sales representative, and academia, among very many others. Yeah, next slide. So in the program overview, for the first year, the student will gain foundational knowledge of agriculture economics, agribusiness principles. They must understand the production systems of animals as well as crops, and gain some skills in computer and communication skills. But we also have to ensure that they are understanding the agroecology, because from the keynote speaker, we are looking at a system. We are not working in silos, but it's a system thinking. Please go to the matrix slide. So we shall have to introduce them to courses like applied computer skills, not the one of just teaching them what is a mouse, but really bringing the real practice. We shall, of course, they must be good communicators and facilitators, and they must understand the political economy in which they are working in. In second semester, in first year, second semester, we shall look at small and medium enterprise management and price analysis and business psychology, fundamentals of auditing and taxation, farm business management and electronic commerce, but they will also be introduced in understanding the production systems in terms of animals and crops, that is annual and perennial crop agronomy, as well as livestock and production and poultry production. Next, sorry, go back. So, this is what I was explaining. Here, this is where they will be placed in the field, not just telling them go to the field, but they will be placed to individual farms, CBOs, or cooperatives with monitoring to help them and really assist this person in making, in farming for business. Next slide, please. So in the second year, they are advancing and the understanding is advancing. So they will need knowledge about strategic agribusiness management, how agribusiness operates and how logistics are managed. They will understand how to understand the farm planning systems and structures, agricultural production economics, the qualitative research, political economy of Uganda, and importantly, the student community twinning project. As they had told you, one of the niches for our faculty, FIS, is that there is an STP which really twins this candidate to a certain group where they can do innovations together. Next. So in second year, semester 2, we shall introduce them to climate change and agribusiness management, the macro and microeconomics, management economics and AI in agribusiness, the food systems and security, which they must understand from the previous speaker, Gerard, agriculture extension and rural development, GIS and remote sensing will be very crucial for them. These things have changed. You need just to be here and you tell me based on the spatial analysis. You just send me what's happening in the field, so that will also happen. And then we shall have at the end internship, at the end of second year semester 2 recess, which is also like an internship practicum. Then in third year, semester 1, we are now preparing them for the field. So the agricultural marketing and cooperatives, project planning and management, land tenure use and planning, the vulnerability and resilience, international agribusiness trade, the farmer institutional structures and human resource management will be introduced in that specific semester. And lastly, in the final year, which is semester 2, they must understand how to appraise agricultural projects, the policies, the development and certification of agribusiness, the gender aspects, the commodity value chain analysis, the seed technology, and at the end, they must present their research dissertation. And with that one, we expect that we'll be having a very competent agribusiness manager and an entrepreneur. Not only agribusiness, but also an entrepreneur. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Oyesige. That concludes our session. And before I invite Muchunguzi and Elias, actually you are still staying here for the feedback. And I go into the feedback first because I didn't hear something emphasized regarding biostatistics. It cuts across. You mentioned research, data, but biostatistics is somehow missed out from what you presented, almost all of you. On climate, I expected to hear something about carbon credits, carbon market, green growth. I don't know whether somewhere they exist. Ecological restoration and environmental microbiology, environmental DNA. So you can think about them and maybe fit them somewhere or maybe discuss them. All right? Okay, welcome Muchunguzi for the last session.
Thank you, Dr. Nkurununji. I think this comes at a time when we are extremely tired. But because the item before us is extremely exciting, because at a national level it brings issues, national needs. At a personal level, there could be opportunities for absorption in all these programs from the various stakeholders we have here. I can see my friend, the natural resource officer, Noni. He was our teacher here and he was a student here. So maybe you can retire at MAST again because some of these programs are so touching. So we are going to have a few questions as you help us feed in the tool, the evaluation and feedback tool. But we also hope that at some point we may think of, may be flexible and get out the program structures and objectives and the graduate profile and send to the stakeholders here and give us more detailed feedback. But for now, we are encouraging brief feedback within the context of the tool. And also, we are requesting for your verbal feedback regarding the programs that have been presented. Capturing the notes are deemed to be soon. Okay. Elias has offered to capture the notes, I think. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'm called Bagambe John, and I'm the District Natural Resources Officer in Mbarara District. I just want to comment on dissemination of information. The lecturers teach, and when they teach us, we get out into the communities and we call meetings, we call for meetings, but the farmers don't come. I have not seen how we are going to handle that. Don't think that they will rush to the meetings because they have known that you are a student of MAST. So that is an area where we must get medicine to have the beneficiaries of the studies that we do very eager to get the information. Technologies, methods and methodologies, you will go with everything, get into your office, you decide to get out, people will ask for allowances, even when you are the one who is going to help them. Of late, I read that some countries have moved out of the extension system like we studied here. Some countries have identified where the farmers are found. And they have discovered that religions have free audiences. Actually, the participants are the ones who pay the organizations when it comes to the basket. The preacher does not even know which people are there. He does not even call them. For you, you will make an arrangement as a profession. You will make an arrangement to meet people a whole month. You can even call them, can even send them messages. If you are lucky, you'll get 1%. But the preacher is getting, according to the research, globally, he's getting 85% of the communities. So we are saying that 85% of the populations in the world are attached to religion. I'm going to say something else which is very funny. Maybe when we meet here again, we shall review that 90% of the decisions which we make, me and you, 90% of the decisions that we make daily, on a daily basis, are religiously determined. Now, if the decision of the farmer, 90% is determined by the church or the mosque, and you know that 85% of the communities where you are at least attached to each religion, how best can we influence the government to bring the faith organizations to be on the front line of communication between research and development? I can give you a very good example. I don't see him, Dr. John Bosco, Dr. Jenina. They produced a lot of information about River Wiz, to an extent that they know that there are certain waterborne disease germs which cannot be treated anymore because of agrochemicals that come from all over, and they are in the water down here. But I can assure you their information has not even gone to 0.001% of the affected communities. How can we have such information taken to Ruharo, at the cathedral, Nyamitanga at the cathedral? We are lucky in town there are even 2 mosques on Kakoba Road before you even go to the other one of Nyamitanga, and find, smartly dressed people ready to listen to every information that you will provide. I thank you very much.
Thank you for giving another avenue, but at the moment, the only avenue where we get to interact with the farmers is during the student training program. But we are very much happy to think about what we've always also talked about, opportune moments in churches, at burials, weddings, we can capture such moments to also disseminate our scientific findings. But that is an area where we need to think very deeply about. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, all the presenters. Maybe I can start from what Senior has just said. Actually, the first entry point we should have begun by engaging them is here. Because when we are dealing with stakeholder engagement, that was part of the first process of even inviting some of their representatives. I'm aware that Ankole doesn't have a cultural head, but in other communities, even cultural leaders are supposed to be involved because they are key. They are the key consumers of the graduates that these institutions are producing. So involving them right from the process of curriculum development is necessary. I want to just make a general observation of the presentations, and then we can see how we can input. When the first presenter made, actually my question was, where is the methodology? What makes this curriculum competence-based? How different is it from the running one? Of all the presentations, agribusiness, it's a matrix in the time allocation has evidence of the curriculum being practical because there is more time allocated to practical activities as compared to lecture hours. So there you can easily predict and say there is likely to be more of practical aspects. But there is another curriculum I observed, it is almost purely theory. I've indicated on the form, because much of its time is actually for lecture hours. Implying it is the lecturers most likely going to occupy much of the time and less for students. Yet the CBC is saying, can the lecturer be at the side, but let the student be at the center to determine his direction. Because if you don't allow him to think, and good enough, we are in the co-creation room. So there must be space for these students to think, get confused, think, analyze until they do something. I also observed that in some, what is called cross-cutting, I've observed political economy, computer, but gender doesn't seem to appear in some. But it's also a cross-cutting issue, which needs to apply in all the curricula. We also need to look at, I saw in one curriculum, 30 hours of lecture in internship. So I was trying to think, do you go and teach for 30 hours before they go for internship, or how will that time be utilized? Then, there is a difference between career, we have career progression and career pathway. And I think we will look at which one directs us to master's to PhD, such that when this graduate comes out, whether it's for extension, for agribusiness, what level, which masters does he offer with that qualification? Needs to be brought out. Up to what level does he end? Then, in some curriculum, there is a mix-up of job titles and job profiles. A job title is what you will call this graduate. But after you have called him that title, there are things we expect him to do, and those are the job profiles. So I have seen in others, there is a bit of a mix-up, yet that's how we need to align them. The title, the profile, the career progression. Then the other thing that National Council for Higher Education will also ask is that after you have taught, so what? There is assessment. And I've not seen anything to do with assessment in what you have presented. How would you assess? How would you grade? How do you classify? All is supposed to be reflected in the curriculum. Before you come up with that professional, you must show how you built him to come up with him. And like I also told you, much as you have allocated the time in the matrix, we also needed to see the methodology, which needs to be as practical as possible. And we also want to see even the instructional materials reflected in the curriculum that are going to support your instruction. In the interest of time, I beg to rest here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much from National Curriculum Development Center. And maybe, sir, what you may need to let you know humbly is that we still have to visit National Curriculum Development Center because all the previous programs, Dr. Huntington is not around and Dr. Viola Nyakato is not around. We visited the National Curriculum Development Center. And the recent Master of Science in Medical Anthropology, I came there personally with Dr. Ororo, and we got feedback and input regarding the key requirements for a curriculum to be passed through. And we've just finished competence-based pedagogy, funded by Medadis project under UNESCO. All the staff, majority of the staff have undertaken, and we are continuously learning. You need to forgive us at this level when we are aging and we are academicians and we are being introduced to new things. It's a very uphill task, but we promise we'll comply and we'll still come and visit National Curriculum.
Across the entire curricula, year one, semester one is fundamentals. Now, what has also been part of the question is, do all the students who join university graduate? Do they all graduate? No. So what happens if this student who came for aquaculture finishes year one, semester one, and by any other reason does not come back? Has he acquired anything that can enable him start life from there? Or until when he finishes all the 3 or 4 years is when he has the skills and the competencies that will enable him to survive. So when we are also aligning our content, we should have that in perspective. That if he walked out after year one, what can he be? If he walks to an organization, the employer seeking for some employment, what can he explain? In the morning, I heard the doctor saying that you have also been certified for skills assessment here. So, can you assess this learner having only acquired the fundamentals, or is there a specific skill and a competence per semester which you are going to train them, such that even if he walked out, you are confident he has a competence in this particular area, in this profession? Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's a welcome advice. And the team that is behind these programs are all members of our Department of Environment and Livelihood Support System, and some other members who are moving into other faculties. And I think we'll take that into serious consideration. And by the time we come back to you, we'll need to show you evidence of the competence-based learning.
Thank you very much, Dr. Charles. Yeah, for the balance of the room, I'm happy the council member is still here. You have to have something to say also.
Thank you so much. I would like to appreciate all the presenters for the different courses. My name is Stephen Emor. I'm from the Ministry of Water and Environment. And I would like to appreciate the team for inviting us as stakeholders. And I think it is very important because personally, as a Minister of Water and Environment, absorb some of the scores is harnessing nature-based solutions to our challenges in environment and also agriculture. Because my colleague was mentioning engagement of the communities. If we go there without adding, because most of the communities benefit from nature-based resources, and not until we can give them more environmentally friendly ways of harnessing nature-based resources, then we shall not be speaking to them. Because we can go there with all this academic knowledge, but if they don't relate directly in what they are doing, then we shall not get their audience. So one of the ways is really train our students in nature-based solutions of solving community problems. And I saw it was quite missing in most of the matrices. And then the other issue I wanted to mention touches agricultural courses. The world is moving towards technologies of GMO, so our students should also be abreast with the advances in genetically modified organisms. Because if we are not learning, we talk about organic foods and all that, but with the population growth and all advances, GMOs are a key aspect of food systems in the globally. So we need to
levels of what will be offered. Veterinary can be in agriculture, if you check Kabari University, Faculty of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences, if you check Guru, Faculty of Agriculture and Environment, if you check DJ, Faculty of Environment and Agricultural Sciences, if you, so maybe are you keeping veterinary, are you, why does it drop it, does it stop you from, we need, in short, we need it also to capture the word. You see, I participated in the naming of FCI. They had proposed, I just reached here in 2016, it was the Institute of Computer Science. So they proposed Faculty of Computing and Information Sciences, and others are Faculty of Computing and Information Technology. Because they were borrowing the names from the courses we were teaching. Faculty of Computing and Informatics Sciences. I said, look, informatics, the moment you have the word informatics, you delete sciences. Because it is information science. So then we got that to FCI. Now look at FAST. Look at, so you can have a good name that you will not really disturb people's tongues. Firebase something, so, but we can keep, I have no problem with it. We can keep it the way it is. But can you get the sweeter names? Fast, face, something, but it's okay. UCU calls it fast, Faculty of Agricultural Sciences, done. And they offer everything we talk about. So without really creating sentences of names. Or departments, and something like when you say, I'm this one, this fast, I'm this one, this FCI, I'm this and this like that. So departments, you also don't have to create many departments following the courses you teach. You can create a department, 2 departments, because we are still young as a proposal. Then we can create and offer our things there. Then also courses should not be duplicated. You had a member asking that, since this course is presented, present also this program so that we check whether there is duplication. When things like that start arising, you know, people are questioning, they are watching, it looks like the names are, but I think they were answered, I think they saw that the programs are different. I don't know if they were satisfied. I was on and off, sorry, but it was a comment that I had to mention. And then, yeah, lastly on engineering. Yes, I was happy about that mention, and also the dean has clarified that some courses, yes, being from the mathematics background, I saw that. How about moving that course, donating it to FAST? Wait, I'm not saying we lose it. I'm not saying we lose the course, that program, because it is a faculty of applied sciences and technology here. It has all the civil, mechanical, petroleum, but we can, if we don't want to donate it, because we can also borrow some from other faculties, if we don't want to donate it, as the dean said, we look at them and align our programs and courses. They can come and join. We can borrow the same lecturers. And by the way, the approval process requires you show the staff you have and how interdisciplinary and how they will intermingle, how they work together. So if they find you are setting up a new structure, it is expensive. So, but if you show we have staff in mechanical, they will be helping us, then it's cheaper to run. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. And congratulations.
Maybe it's something I want to point out. Something I wanted to point out is that the naming of this faculty, proposed faculty, is based on a strategic vision. For example, maybe we can't bring it forward, but for your information or the information of the stakeholders, is that the Department of Environment and Livelihood Support System is likely to become the Faculty of Environment. Then the Department of Agriculture is likely to become the Faculty of Agriculture. And then the Department of Veterinary Sciences is likely to become the Faculty of Veterinary Sciences. So that is the whole needed to keep the name for future development.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Charles, for clarifying that. I wouldn't want to be a moderator who made people live here at 7. So, for the interest of time, I'm going to pick three keywords Let me have an alumna, sorry, then Dr. Mbonuji, then Dennis, and we.
Excuse me, there is a key
from
the district.
Okay, I'd forgotten actually.
And it's my district. We
okay.
Sauna together, so
I had actually given up and I had put down my issues on feedback. Yeah, I've been involved in recruiting cultural officers at district and sub-county level, and we get issues with these new courses. You read through a student's transcript and you can't find out anything going to do in the field as an agricultural officer. And I want us to be cautious of that. I would like, for example, under all agricultural courses, to have a component on community mobilization. Much as community mobilization belongs to another department, but our officers must know how to mobilize farmers. Two, there are very many innovations coming up in agriculture extension. Like we have e-extension, and maybe we have agriculture extension approaches as a quotient, and you have those for other, like veterinary, they have an online tool which does disease surveillance and reporting to the industry. Those will be introduced to the students during the course. Then, seeing the course on environment and tourism and climate and environment, you cannot do anything on environment without addressing issues of climate change. I'm thinking these two courses closely related. Closely because if you are talking about environment, science, challenges, issues of climate change and adaptation must come. So that's my observation.
Thank you very much, actually, for even keeping it brief. Please keep it brief. I want us to leave before 7.
Thank you so much. Once again, I'm Kato Ivan Agabiona, who is on the second cohort of agriculture at least. So being one of the oldest alumnus, we faced some challenges at the beginning as the course was starting. But then, me, in first instance, would like to thank the entire fees for the energy and commitment they did to make sure we accomplish the course. I wish we clap hands for the faculty. Because if it was not these lab lecturers who were parents, we would not have managed to finish the course. Because the course was new, we didn't know where to go, where to start from. But since they managed to do this and now we are one of the important people in the country, also this must happen and will happen. So going forward, from experience of teaching these, skilling these university students, I have met some of the group coming from Makerere University, whereby for them they don't use internship. They use what we call SELPs. How does it work? They send students in second years to come and identify a problem or a challenge that is facing the community, the most pressing challenge. After facing it, and then they go back. In the 4th years they are finishing, they come back and now give the solutions with the entire community and solve that problem. So at times we need to also look at that. Because considering the principle of agriculture, I'm talking about major on bachelors in science and agriculture extension and innovations. When we consider our principle as extensionism, it states that you find farmers where they are, use what they have to help themselves. What does it mean? It means that when you go in class, you must look for ways how you can communicate. Because we have been facing challenges. Someone goes in class, performs with the first class, but after reaching the field, they are asking for help because they cannot do anything. So in whatever we do, let's focus on these, the graduates going out and the impact, because without impact, the course will be irrelevant. Thank you so much for good and attention.
Thank you. Maybe, yes, what I may borrow from Kato, is that we need also to widen the perspective of recess term, because we usually tend to take students to the full adopters, the farmers who are doing very well. But we may also need to focus on the farmers who are really struggling, those who are in the middle, or those who are at the verge of giving up, and see how we can bring them on board and they become also fully adopters. I remember me doing this research with Dr. Odongo, and we came up categorizing those vegetable farmers who are using water. And they are the early adopters, the late adopters, the struggling, and the giving up. So that we also, students need to learn how those farmers are really in that category, rather than already going to those who have moved up, and sometimes we don't know. There is a time there is this Sky project funded by Avis. We were in Fort Portal, and we looked at those who are farmers who are full adopted, and they are heavily reliant on donor funds. Donor funds, and the moment the donors pull out, they move down. Thank you so much. And also, I had a land governance project with Netherlands and Professor Han van Dijk, and he was talking about that in Netherlands has already moved away, is moving, continuously moving towards soilless agriculture. Maybe in our course outlines we can see where to fit something like that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, in nomenclature of courses, if you are a splitter, you have too many books, too many things. If you are a lamper, you are going to have fewer but generalized things. So if you are going to internationalize the curriculum, then you have to learn. And I can give an example, like if you consider business management, entrepreneurship, maybe if you internationalize, you are going to go to a title that includes like bioeconomy. And that one can accommodate things like innovation. That one can create, for co-creation, you can bring in people who start and ideate in an innovation, because the economy becomes a little broader. And within, as time goes on, you can always adjust within the title, so it becomes more flexible. But if you make a splitting curriculum, you have too many things, too many words, and increase on the vagueness of what you are going to focus on, my opinion.
Yeah, I'm receiving only one comment. Thank you, Dennis.
Thank you very much, Dr. Elias, and thank you everyone for spending the time with us here. I only want to talk about two or a few things. I would propose that maybe as we transition from the department to new faculty, if we could also introduce in something called the semester-based short recess terms. Can be 1 week, but we are focusing on one thing for the students to benefit and actually exhaust what they have rounds of short courses so that by the time I graduate, I not only have a bachelor's, but also have some added short certificates that can still make me more relevant and competitive. Thank you.
Maybe on that, I have been given a task by the Vice Chancellor to write a proposal on what we call service learning center. Say that some of those fundamentals, as the gentleman from National Curriculum Development Center had proposed, we could bring them in the service learning. Although service learning is wide, but we could bring some of those and award some certificates for the participation in a research term, and it becomes part of your skills acquisition. Lastly, I would wish to request the senior warden or the chief warden from Lake Buro National Park passionately about the program on environmental conservation and the tourism management, which actually was not conceived by us. It started in an informal discussion at the former headquarters of Queen Elizabeth National Park. I had the warden tourism and a warden business something. So they're the ones who said, at UA we also have a gap. We have quite a number of staff who have certificates and who have diplomas, but would wish they get elevated to a degree program. So maybe just a few words and then we.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, most of those, like the graduates from Katwe, usually we are supported by graduates from Katwe in wildlife. They mainly do diploma courses, certificates actually, to say. And the mismatch has been tourism alone, natural resource, environment alone. So you find someone doing Bachelor of Arts in tourism, the others are doing Bachelor of Science in environment management, and then they are not communicating. So when you come to the science world to get a job in UA, you find now for you did Bachelor of Arts in tourism, it becomes a bit of a challenge. Because the other now is in the streamline of the science, it gets considered. So it has been a blend of issues, but now if it's combined, the way you put it, it serves a purpose in terms of demystifying the gap. And I welcome that kind of argument. But mainly, the staff have been at certificate levels from Katwe, some diploma, and then Makerere mainly, and those other natural resources. But I think it serves the purpose now.
Thank you so much, and it is going to strengthen our rationale, but also our background.
Yeah, thank you very much, colleagues. I am just going to give 1 minute to the continuing students. We have your representation here. Let's just have just 1 minute for you to say something, because I realized all stakeholders have spoken something apart from you. Just 1 minute.
Thank you, Dr. Elias. My name is Nimaro Prince Trent. I'm a student of Bissau. I'm doing year 2, semester 1. So I'm actually happy about the idea of establishing this new faculty. It is a good initiative because when I looked into the courses, the course units we do as Bissau, there are a lot and yet they are not properly detailed and you don't get so much from them. So I am happy about the fact that they have been broken up into different programs, and that is really going to enable a person who wants to do something specific to dive deeper and learn more and be able to be more effective when they get out of campus. So I'm really grateful about that. And then another thing is, as Dr. Pius talked about the name of the faculty, it is somehow difficult for a person to be convinced, because